But we have been speaking at length, long conversations, lots of detail, lots of nuance. I don't get the sense, and I would know, I think, I don't get the sense that this is some kind of a hit piece. Not that I care. Do you really care what pathological liars say about the people who don't believe their lies? Like, it really shouldn't even be a factor in this. Some people are so concerned about how they appear to people who are still brainwashed. It's like they should be worried about how they appear to us, but they're just lacking the insight to know how off they really are. Let me go ahead and, before we go any further, scroll through the voicemails. We may have a few. Okay, this looks like it was from, this couldn't be today. Let's see. No, it's an older one. Okay, I'm scrolling through my voicemails again. You can leave voicemails 24/7 at the number on the screen, and we're also live to take calls right now. We were also talking about a very interesting bit of literature, a sequel to The Shining, released in 2013 by Stephen King, Stephen Kami. Well, this sequel is about a baby that's psychic and predicts 9/11. Sounds like a cool story, but whatever the case, the first movie contains predictive programming for 9/11. So the fact that the sequel in book form has some kind of 9/11 prediction is a little weirdly ironic, even for predictive programming. I don't know what kind of inside joke it is. I may have to read the book, although it looks like it's replete with all sorts of, I guess, like adrenochrome type stuff. Okay, here we go. We do have a voicemail from earlier today. If I can just get it to play. Okay, there we go. I was muted.
For me, I know I sound like I'm always drunk, but I'm not. I'm just getting home from a long day of work.
Okay, it's
Tired.
kind of low.
Then I start having beer.
Nobody thinks you're drunk.
Anyway,
If you call in, some commenters say things, but it doesn't. It's just the internet. My internet connection probably made the caller sound a little slurred. Ears Up says crazy moon tonight. Yeah, we're really close to a blue moon. Is that tomorrow? And I have positively identified a correlation between full moons and insanity. Just a few full moons ago, I saw an individual at the intersection of a couple streets here with a knife, walking over to the median to get a backpack from someone who had taken it from him. I mean, there's a lot of insanity I see on moonlit nights, and I don't know if it's just because the luminescence, like you can see so you can go do crazy instead of just lurking in the dark, or if there's some kind of correlation between the moon and unconscious or repressed impulses, which I think is a fair theory. I mean, if you look at the symbolism in alchemy, or Jungian symbolism, which is, I think, derived from alchemy, they correlate the sun with logic, with consciousness, and with the light of day, obviously. Whereas the moon is correlated with the night and the subconscious, the irrational, the id, whatever you want to call it. And his idea of psychic wholeness was symbolized by the eclipse. The sun and the moon conjoined, the two sides reconciled. And the symbolism of the third eye, the sun of the god and the goddess, represents this enlightenment that comes from transcending this intrinsic duality in everyone by peering into the subconscious, which was kind of the idea behind a lot of psychoanalysis. But with that symbolism there, it would seem to make sense that if the moon were somehow correlated with our subconscious, and if the sun and moon were somehow plugged into our consciousness, then therefore lunacy could be explained. I apologize for the ringer. That's Skype. You know how they are. They do it to brand themselves. Infinite Plane Radio.
Tim Osman.
Hey, thank you for calling.
It's Quincy the Pilot, man.
Awesome. Quincy the Pilot. Long time no hear. We haven't heard from you in a little while, but I'm glad you've managed to find us again.
Listen, do you know what happened to me?
No.
I went on that show to debate MC Toon.
Oh yes,
And
McToon. Right, right. You debated him. How did that go?
right, so I debated a pilot, and I had all the facts. Why did they call the FAA on me?
Are you? They called the FAA. Are you saying that these?
Listen, the I had so many points to prove that they said, how is this guy a flight instructor and he believes the world's flat? So I don't know if MC Toon is an agent or what, or maybe he just has his platform just to debate. But yeah, they called the FAA on me, and do you know what the FAA said?
What did the FAA say?
They said, Quincy, you're allowed to have your own opinion as long as you teach out of the airplane flying handbook.
Okay, so it's not a
So
conflict of interest whatsoever that you're.
no,
Okay, okay.
so my point is now in the airplane flying handbook, why does it not talk about the spin of the Earth, Earth's curvature, the Coriolis force? All of those things are not in the airplane flying handbook.
How convenient. How convenient. I see some comments in the chat. Jay Diggs says, brave performance on McToon. Salty Siren says, I knew he was an agent, referring to McToon. Osher says, yeah, he is. Yeah, in my opinion, I think we have a strong case for this because they're not intellectually honest at any point. And
No, they're not at all.
if you're
Not at all.
if you're honestly debating somebody, you're not going to call them names, and they're very much into personal attacks, impugning our intelligence.
Exactly.
It's not intelligent. That's not honest debate. To me, that's just intimidation.
No, it's not.
So you weren't intimidated, which is awesome because a lot of people do feel intimidated when they have 1,000 people calling them names and arguing with them, and then there you
Well,
are.
well, 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 well. Look, you know, I do this. Like I fly, and like these are questions that I have, and I'm probably the one that has really figured out this flat Earth stuff for like pilots. And I'm telling you, man, I've got it all figured out. Like just the idea that all the maps we use to fly with are flat. You know, everything about flying a plane is about a flat, motionless world. You know, and there's just no way to fly a plane around a ball. And I debated a real a pilot, and all he had to say was NASA and autopilot. It's like it's totally staged, man. Totally staged.
Yes, it's a rigged debate, and I've said this for some time. It's kind of useful, but I don't envy these people who are insulated from the truth, and they defend lies or questionable assertions with such fervor that it's very cult-like. But I went on a show just to prove to myself, and mostly to the listeners here, that there are lines they won't cross. Like, for example, McToon will not address what looks to be CGI glitches and editing errors on the space station footage. They
Absolutely.
won't even talk about it.
Anything with space, NASA, or I even brought up things like secret societies. He goes like, "Well, what do you mean? Like, really, Nicktoon? Like, really?"
Yeah, you know what? And
Agent.
they play dumb. But the fact of it is, McToon was military, and I believe the other guy, the other Fight the Flat Earth, who I made him cry. Fight the Flat Earth cried when I suggested the Challenger explosion was a psyop. But both of these individuals were military. They know about security clearances. And if you know how security clearances work, less people know more as you go higher up, and it's more compartmentalized. That is a security clearance
Right. Exactly.
society. Secret society, security clearance society. No difference. They're playing dumb.
Well. I was here to answer any questions.
Okay. Anybody in the chat, if you have any questions for a pilot about the shape of the world, ask away. I have a question, probably right away, which would be, have you ever perceived any discernible curvature in the clouds? Because I can see clouds
No,
100 miles away,
no.
and you're much higher when you're in a plane. So,
Well, see, do you mean like flying inside the clouds?
Well, no, I mean, when you're higher up and you're looking at clouds as far as your eye can see, are they just as flat
Okay.
as the horizon, or do you detect
Well,
any
see, well,
curve?
see, the clouds work off of perspective the same way that the sun does. So the clouds could be at what 10,000 feet or whatever, or whatever height that they're at. But the further away from you, the clouds still to sink into the horizon due to perspective. So the sun, the clouds, they all follow that same rule of perspective.
They converge, right? And that's what I
Right,
see.
exactly.
And when I'm looking at the clouds as far as I can see, they're still above my head because they're still above the horizon, but I don't see them arching over or giving any indication that the sky is curving commensurate with the supposed curve of the earth. And that's my point.
And
Clouds are
and
flat.
right, and two, where's this curve that we need that we need to correct for in the airplane flying handbook?
Good question.
you know, so it's like all of these things that we should correct for, like the Earth's rotation, the Coriolis force, the curve. None of these things are in the airplane flying handbook. And my point is this, okay? As pilots, we fly lines, right? We fly lines over our maps. You can only draw a line over a flat piece of paper. You can't draw a line over a sphere. A line over a sphere is an arc, and airplanes don't fly arcs.
Okay, I have a question for you. Lean Dion says,
Okay.
is the flat earth argument that pilots would have to tilt their nose down constantly to account for curve accurate?
Yes. 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 Because when you're flying, you take off, you climb, right? You cruise, you descend, and you land. Now, when you're cruising, you're always at a flight level the whole time, whether it be 1,000 feet or 10,000 feet. The cruise portion of flight, you're always level, and there is no correction for the spin. There's no correction for a curve, or there's no correction for the supposedly Coriolis force.
Okay, another question from Pippi
And
Langstruff. Oh yeah,
okay,
she's asking, what is the farthest distance you have seen?
the farthest distance that I've seen on a clear sky, my eyes can see about 50 miles away. I've probably seen like Mount Shasta from maybe like Santa Rosa.
Okay, okay. Now, that's an interesting one here that, with the idea that these things are over the curve. Well, when you're looking at something very far away, you would think that there'd be some tilt. And that's kind of what I was hinting at with these clouds, where if we assume boats are going over the horizon, we're also assuming that it's tilting as it goes away. And from my perspective on planes I've been on, the further out you look, the flatter it spreads out. I don't see any indication of any kind of bending or curvature whatsoever. A lot of people claim they've seen curvature from the airplanes. What does it look like from your perspective, as high as you go? Do you ever see?
Well. Again, the first thing you learn in flying a plane, Tim, is keep the wings level with the horizon. Like that's like aviation ground school 101, day one. Keep the wings level. So you must look outside at the natural horizon in order to align the airplane's wings to that. Otherwise, you'll be climbing, descending, or turning. In fact, it's worse when you're flying inside the clouds, because when you're inside the clouds, right, you don't know where the outside horizon is. So we have a gyroscope, and the gyroscope shows us an artificial horizon of what the outside should look like, but the gyroscope can only work on a flat plane as well. It's almost like if you're spinning a quarter, right? Inside of those gyroscopes are, it's almost like a quarter. The more you spin the quarter, the more erect it is, right? How do you spin a quarter unless you spin a quarter on a flat surface?
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. The gyro's whole purpose is to remain perpendicular, which it always struck me as strange that the Earth has this tilt and it perfectly wobbles, 23 degrees north, 23 degrees south every year. I'm like, what accounts for that perfect wobble? And if it's a gyro, if it's spinning, at some point you would think that it would be perpendicular to the ecliptic plane, to the plane of the
Right.
solar system. But no, we always have that nice little perfect angle there.
And see, it's upside down world because they say, don't trust what you observe, trust what we tell you. Even though, like, do you know what pilots tell me? They say, well, yeah, it looks flat, but it's not. What?
It,
What?
it looks flat, but it's not. I like that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh well. I say so. Why is there? And then there's there's no curve because the Earth is so big. What? No. It's like as a pilot, a lot of pilots think that they know it all. Tim, I'm serious. There's this thing that they think that they know it all, and my point was to make the MCC tune is that as a pilot, you're always learning. You're always learning, and when you think that you know it all, that's when you become dangerous.
Yes, I agree with that premise. And the pilots do have, obviously, they have more insights because of their altitude, and that's why it's so useful to hear from them. Because a lot of people just reflexively say, I've seen the curve. I can get on my roof and I can see
I've
the
seen the
curve.
curve.
They all say it.
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah.
mm,
They all they you know what they all say it, and to be quite real, that was me like 8 years ago, 9 years ago. 9 years ago, so someone said, "Hey, you know what? The Earth is flat." I said, "Bro, I'm a pilot. I've seen the curve." And the next day, I went flying and didn't see it.
well,
And didn't see it, and that's
yeah.
the learning process when you can admit, "Hey, you know what? I've been duped," or I thought I knew.
Yeah, that's an important point there. You thought you knew because I make this distinction between what you believe you know and what you actually know, what is fact based. And so the pilots know it's flat. That's how they experience it, but they believe it to be curved. And that's a far cry from knowing it's curved. And the belief part is the optional subjective interpretation that you can accept from a higher
Right,
authority. And once you make that
right.
distinction, I think you become a little more honest with yourself and with what you're perceiving. And if you can't admit you've been duped, you're pretty much a dupe. That's one of my axioms here is that we are all dupable. If you go to a magic show
We're
and you're
all dupable, right? Exactly. And
yep,
me being who I am again, I'm a honest guy. From that point on, I had to relearn everything that I thought I knew about flying. I said, well, if there's a spin, then where's it? Where is it in all the books? It's nowhere. Like if we live on the sphere, show me any of that, and I haven't seen any of it, Tim. It's just it's just the idea that pilots think that they know, but now there's more and more pilots though that are now starting to actually speak out.
well, I talked to one other
So that's
pilot.
good.
I talked to a pilot who worked for Delta 30 years, I think, retired. And he actually wanted to talk to me in person. He didn't want to call online. And we went out and met. And his explanation was simply that, yeah, that he had never seen anything to indicate a curve. It always looked extremely just like a flat extended plane to him. And as soon as the question was asked, and as soon as he thought about it, he realized he didn't know for sure. So it's just a question that's raised that you
Wow.
cannot answer. And
Wow.
and I think there's a lot of reasons why people would never confront it because we've been insulated from the question. It's been wrapped up in laughter and ridicule. And the information we get from NASA is supposed to be sacrosanct. It's supposed to be like the moon landing is some achievement for all mankind. And I'm like, that's just
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Right. It's like you know what? Don't question it. But now we know that the word NASA in Hebrew means what? To lead astray. It means what? Delusional. So it's like there's all these occult symbols and I mean, they always tell you what they do before they then do it. So
today I coined a term to describe what I see because I've been debating with moon landing
okay.
people. They say you can't fake a moon landing in 1968. They didn't have the technology. The truth of it is, NASA spent $2 million back then on a simulated moon model and a simulated lunar rover so that they could practice. So
Hmm.
they actually built the thing.
Right.
So it's entirely possible to fake it. And they don't want to believe it. And so I coined the term NASAtologists, like Scientology, NASAtology, just another
Nasatology.
another scammy space religion.
Nasatology. Right. And see, I see as a pilot, pilots see this is the thing. As a pilot, they trust NASA. NASA's like there's like they're but the way that I see it, right, is that if NASA is a fraud, right, the next level of experts are pilots, and that's what's amazing. That's what's so beautiful is that we are the ones that can really have the truth because we're up there. NASA's not up there. We're up there.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And I think it's fascinating that Space Force emerged as a way of they take care of they control all military satellites now. Like to me this whole NASA thing is really not about anything more than worldview control. I think that's what its main goal
Yeah.
is, and it's more about keeping us confined in a worldview that serves the power elite. And it's just a big box.
Hey, trying to make you believe in the globe by any means necessary. By any means necessary, because once you can believe in the globe model, then they can attach words to it of even more control, like global warming, global pandemic, global terrorism, global this, global that. As soon
Exactly.
as I hear the word globe, I run the other way
Right.
on any of it.
That sets the frame of reference, which what I would that's why I say worldview, because once they establish that, now they can establish scarcity, conditions, like you said, global
Yep.
warming, that
Hmm.
involve us all. So now they can invent threats like space wars, ICBMs, and all sorts of things that exist on the globe. It's their game
Nukes,
board.
right? Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're absolutely right. And so, but I haven't talked to you in a while though, Tim. But I'm doing good. I teach all of these kids flying. Man, they're like 16, and I really enjoy it, man.
Awesome.
And I'm just out there trying to live the a dream and be informed at the exact same time.
Well, before
So
we let you go, you at the beginning of the call, just so anyone who missed it, you debated with McToon, which takes a lot.
yeah,
It takes a lot to go up there and do that kind of thing. But then afterwards, somebody snitched and called the FAA on you. That shows you how threatening
yeah,
they are, right?
yeah. No, but see, they were talking about it inside the chat. In inside the chat, they're all if this guy's a flight instructor, he shouldn't be flight instructing people. And literally like a month later, I got a call from the FAA. But it's cool because I knew the guy that had gave me a call. But it's like, damn, like, why be so threatened to really try to remove me from flying? Like, for real? Like is that serious?
That's
Like,
malicious. That's malicious, and it shows you where they're at. I
exactly.
mean, come on. We're,
Right.
this to me is a very philosophical conversation, and it's really shouldn't be all that threatening unless they got something to hide and they have their minions out there trying to intimidate people.
Exactly. Right. Because I had so many points. Like just the idea like Tim. To me, I feel like the sun is close to us, right? Because of shadows, right? And shadows come from close light sources. And I was trying to tell them that there's no way to have a far away shadow and a close light source. I'm sorry, a close shadow and a far away source of light. So every shadow has a close light, and so when you look at any light or even the sun, when you can see the light source, you can see the shadow, and that was the point that I was trying to make. Like
Yes.
I've thought this whole thing out, Tim. This whole thing out, and I think that where I want to go is to make my book. I want to call it Flat Earth for Pilots.
That would be something. Honestly, I think that'd be something. And yeah, continue to call in. We have a new headquarters here in Albuquerque. I got an office space, and we have
Okay.
some. Actually, we have a media crew from a newspaper in Europe coming down on Monday to do a story on the IPS think tank because we've been at this for years. And so I'm happy that you're a part of our think tank, and you definitely keep us apprised of what's going on and any future debates that you do. We definitely appreciate the insights for this, and a lot of people in the chat actually listened to it. And X322 says they were the Globe Karens that called and snitched on you.
Oh, but it's like, dude, it's like, wow, like, 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 are we trying to debate and find truth, or are we just trying to attack everybody? And me, you know what? That's not me who I am. Like, I'm really helpful. I try to teach because I teach flying. So part of being a flight instructor is they say not everybody is going to learn about flying a plane, but maybe you can teach your student something that can better their life, because learning is defined as a change in behavior based on experience. So that's all that I'm trying to do is get students to have some sort of behavior change that can allow them to think more critically and be more self-confident.
Right, right. Well, that's the sense I got. I mean, I think that this is a very philosophical conversation. I don't harbor any ill will, even if they are agents or shills or whatever. I'm just interested in knowing what is true, and I like conversing about it.
Right.
And it's just,
Right.
we have to deal with the fact that the opposition to the truth plays dirty with their rhetoric and their
Plays
tactics.
very dirty. That's very that's very dirty. Did they call the FAA? Did they call the school I was at? I had to talk to my boss. Like it was a really big deal. It was a really big deal.
But
so
hey, you got through it just fine,
so
and I'm glad that you're
I
here.
got through just fine, and now I'm here, and I'm gonna keep on going, Tim. So
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you for calling, and all the commenters here definitely appreciate it, and we'll definitely talk soon. Have a great evening.
we will talk soon, Tim.
Awesome.
All right.
All right, that is Quincy the pilot. He is a flight instructor, and he's always calling in with some intriguing information. If we had more time with him, he had talked about someone had mentioned something suggestive of high altitude balloons possibly being satelloons at a certain level you don't go to. I'll have to go back to my previous calls. Yes, globe Karens, oblate, spheroid snitches, Glarins. Look, I went ahead and I debated these individuals, and Fight the Flat Earth cried when I said I didn't believe the Challenger explosion was real, that it was a psyop to make people care about space again because nobody had cared at that point. It happened to be on the 19th anniversary of Apollo 1, happened to be the anniversary of Sir Francis Drake sinking, and Ronald Reagan brought these things up and said maybe people just didn't care anymore and this had to happen. I mean, he guilt tripped everybody. It was a big psyop. Cry for the astronauts. That's why they killed a teacher, so that students could cry. Because you watched it live, but you didn't because it wasn't live. They rebroadcast it, and you got a taped version, so they traumatized you on purpose. But the other one, McToon, I tricked McToon. I said, hey, McToon, real or fake? This is an ISS transiting in front of Saturn. He says, yeah, it's real. I'm like, nope. This was the NASA astronomy photo of the day, and it was debunked. It was a hoax, but you fell for it. And I was making the point that these individuals were visually illiterate and believed by default whatever comes from NASA. Therefore, they can't be claiming to have any kind of claim to the truth. They're basically reliant on faith and trust. And when I would point out glitches, like for example, I said, what is that dot? To Red's rhetoric, I said, what is that shadow doing beneath the space station? You realize a space station, 185, 200 miles above the Earth, shouldn't have a shadow on the Earth. And the shadow on the Earth, according to the ISS quote footage, was a black dot, about the size of a city. It was a concentrated black dot. That wouldn't happen in real life. The shadow would be very diffused. I mean, you wouldn't have a shadow like that. But in a computer simulation, an overzealous computer animator might put that in there as a nice little flourish. Let me embellish this a little bit. But it shouldn't exist. So I pointed it out, and Red's rhetoric says, oh, it's a smudge. Oh, they have a smudge on the camera lens on the outside of the ISS. As a video animator, I realize I'm not looking at a camera. I'm looking at a computer model with its internal, quote, camera view. But it's not a camera lens looking at the world. It's a simulation, and that shadow gives it away. So we called it a smudge. We called this Smudgegate. Well, it turns out the same smudge is evident on every different video they show in different positions, always correlating perfectly to where the ISS would be in relation to the sun. Going through your comments, Lean Dion says, yes, Quincy, beak status, legend, exactly. Penguins can fly, says Into the Beak. 8/17/2021 was his appearance on McToon. Yes. And you do take a lot of hits. I was on McToon, and the individual that I sued, who countersued me, he was in chat just spreading all kinds of vitriolic hate and lies. And they love it. These people love lies. It's just insane. Okay, let's see. And like I said to Quincy, I don't envy them because they're insulated from the truth. And what if we're wrong? Well, if we're wrong, I would be happy to see what the Earth looks like. But you're not going to convince me that it's a CGI ball floating in a CGI background. I mean, space is not computer generated. We do not live in Minecraft. It doesn't become pixels at the Kármán line. It doesn't become paint. But we live in a time when people are so mediated, so dependent on authoritative sources that they believe it all. I actually described this to someone from the news agency that called today. I said, look, there's hearsay. I heard it, I'm going to repeat it as though it's true. And then there is C-say. I saw it on the screen, therefore it's true. And I think we're awash with C-say in a population that's been rendered visually illiterate at a time when facts are rendered irrelevant by the constant deluge of mis, dis, and malinformation. So ultimately, to me, the question isn't about the shape as much as worldview and how you get that. And if you get your worldview from the screen, you're on a ball. If you get your worldview from your own senses, you're on a flat plane like the pilots see, but you're going to go with the consensus belief that it's a ball because they said so. Because they said so, not because you've directly perceived it. Not that you have to directly perceive everything. You know, we have to have a capacity for abstract thought. But the problem with this one is the evidence should be self-evident, and it's just not. And the evidence we were given, like, oh, boats go over the hump, they don't. 8 inches per mile squared, no longer adequate, no longer an appropriate formula. Like the instant you were able to debunk their essential claims, they moved the goalposts. Okay, Salty says their chat is vicious. Yeah, one thing about it too, the NASAtologists, is they defend their belief system with a religious fervor that is unbecoming of scientists. That's not how scientists behave, but it is how religious nutcases behave. And what I'm saying is, like, Scientology is known for being litigious. They'll go after you, they'll get you fired, all kinds of stories about how nasty they can be to their enemies. Now, this is just well documented. And I see the same thing coming from the NASAtologists. And I coined it today for a lot of reasons. NASAtology, Scientology, scammy space religions with a common origin. L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, Marjorie Cameron. Fascinating confluence of events and people at the very beginning of this modern world paradigm. But ultimately, as I alluded to with the caller, I believe NASA's purpose isn't to take us to some distant paradise, but its purpose is worldview control. It's worldview warfare. And space is a metaphor for your mind, inside your mind, your inner space. And right now they're working on convincing you there's too much space junk. So they need to regulate the outer space. They need to unify us all on the same sheet so we don't go up into space as capitalists, just as they want us to unify on the need to purify our cyberspace. So space wars is really the thing going on right now, but it's the internal wars. It's the cyberspace wars. It's the mind space wars. And it always has been. Remember, in 2020, they vaccinated the astronauts on a mission called Celestial Immunity. And while they're getting their jabs, the space station's arm gets jabbed by a piece of space junk. So that right there was just kind of showing you allegorically what they're doing to all of us, or what we have to do, what we have to agree to. They make these fascinating correlations between inner space, outer space, between orbit and your circulation, and the need to clear orbit up of junk, and the need to clear our circulation of mind junk. And this is why Elon Musk, Pope Elon, one of the main, I guess, leaders in our move into becoming multiplanetary, that's why he's associated with Twitter. Why would a guy whose job is to get us to Mars be associated with outer space? Why would that be a secondary interest? Well, it's because it's a job that requires a simultaneous addressing of both our inner space and the quote outer space, that they're actually trying to get us to agree to both. We must unify to move on, and under the guise, of course, of purifying the internet or keeping us safe from mind viruses, they're going to lock it down. I think that's the objective ultimately. But there's too many correlations between outer space and inner space to be coincidence. And ultimately, I think what we're seeing is outer space is just an allegory. It's a Masonic allegory. Space travel is allegory for higher states of consciousness. They aren't taking you anywhere. R. Cook says, crowded orbits are the opposite of reality. Yeah, space junk is new. It's a new thing. They kind of made it up out of whole cloth. It suddenly became a threat. At one point, Joe Rogan was talking to Neil deGrasse Tyson like in 2017, and Neil was like, there's so much space junk that your grandchildren may not leave the Earth's atmosphere. And Joe Rogan is like, whoa, mind blown. Are there any pictures of space junk? Has anything ever been hit? And Neil's like, total dead silence. Lean Dion says, at least India finally showed the world a genuine moon mission. You see what they do here? They build a house of cards, and they just pile more and more on it. And it's like, you would think, though, that you take the bottom layer out. You blow up Apollo 11 as a hoax. You expose it. That nothing else would stick. But it's amazing. Their house of cards just refuses to fall. They just keep on adding on more and more. Each new country adds a little moon rover. They don't send people anymore. Why do you think they stopped sending people to the moon? Because they can't fake it adequately. They faked it before, but what was the competition with Apollo 11? B sci-fi, rudimentary special effects. But go to the moon today, to fake it today, you would have to make something comparable to the best science fiction and even make it better. And our science fiction programming on Netflix, any of these blockbuster movies that deal with outer space, it's just so far sophisticated in terms of its graphics compared to what NASA can do that they cannot compete. So I don't think they even try. I don't think they want to try. So they keep it minimalistic. Here's a picture, we're on the moon, selfie with the Earth, but we don't get to see anyone bouncing around on the moon like we did back then. Nobody's golfing on the moon. And look, if they really could, they would. They would have done this to shut up flat earthers 5 years ago. They would have sent someone to the moon. They would have done something compelling, convincing, but weirdly, they keep getting worse over time. I don't know if you've noticed this, but they're getting worse. The latest moon landings, the one from India, probably the worst one of all. I mean, it's pretty good from like a 1980 video game standard, but by today's standards, absolute garbage. Angst G says Don Petit said they destroyed the technology. No, I think he said they lost it, or did they destroy it? Elephant Tusk says dinosaurs on the moon. There's petrified wood on the moon, as evidenced by the moon rocks, which are all petrified wood. Asked the government of Holland. And yes, it is, of course, a scientific statement to say there are dinosaurs on the moon. And that's because the big rock that hit the Earth 66.6 million years ago, a big chunk of rock the size of Mount Everest, blew such a hole through our atmosphere that it actually created a direct vacuum or puncture hole through the atmosphere. It basically poked a hole into space, like an ozone hole opening, but much bigger, and it sucked a lot of biomatter out into space like a super soaker. The Earth squirted oceans and land and dinosaurs all over into space, and it got all over the moon. So the moon's covered in dinosaurs, dinosaur bones, and there's probably a dinosaur belt just waiting for some T-Rex skull to puncture the space station. X322 says they recorded over the moon tapes with 9/11 footage. Well, same director. Every indication is that Stanley Kubrick directed JFK's assassination, 9/11, COVID-19, and I kind of think he directed the Challenger explosion. I can't prove it. I think he directed the LA riots. And when I say he, I mean the department that he was a part of. I think Kubrick was a part of NASA. And I think that makes perfect sense, especially when you look at what Lee Harvey Oswald was on about before the shooting. Before he shot JFK, he was writing to his girlfriend that he was going to go work for NASA along with everybody else at Riley's Coffee Company. And everyone at Riley's Coffee Company was sought after following the assassination. They're like, what are the co-workers of the assassin saying about this? Hey, they had all gone off to go work at NASA, or adjacent to NASA, and he thought he was too. And I'm saying that, yeah, he did. Lee Harvey Oswald was working for NASA. They said, sorry, you're not going to the moon, you're not going to space, you're going to be in our assassination PSYOP department, and you'll be working with Kubrick, he's directing the moon landing, and you're going to just appear here in Dallas, and you're going to be this patsy, you're going to die on TV, really convenient. Boom. Who knows what happened to him? I mean, he does look conspicuously like Ron Paul, but... All right, I think we've covered quite a lot of ground today overall. I wish I had more time, but I'm glad I caught a call from Quincy. It's been a while since we've spoken. We hadn't talked since before. In fact, I think I'm the one who put him in touch with McToon. And it was great to hear after. I did not know that someone tried to sabotage him, which is just insane, but it's par for the course. It's very on brand for the NASAtologists. These cultists, these space cadets are known for playing dirty like that. We'll be live again tomorrow. Sign up for the archives at infiniteplanesociety.com or infiniteplane.live. I'll be sending those out shortly. This is One-Eye Jack and the Shells. A lot of interesting things are going to be happening in the next week or so. Before I go, one more thing. If you're in Arizona, California, or close to New Mexico, and you're interested in being interviewed by this newspaper that's coming to do a story on the IPS, let me know. Just email me, infiniteplainsociety at gmail, or go to the Discord or the Gilded, because they want to talk to some other people who are of similar opinions regarding these matters. So again, it's going to be on 9/4/2023, IPS headquarters. We're going to have our first meetup, and there will be some MSM present. And I said this from the very beginning. The whole purpose of Infinite Plane Radio and going into print is that we're not trying to be excluded, but we're going to try to interact. That we're not anti-media, but we are a parallel media. Anyway, thanks for joining, everyone. This is One-Eyed Jack in the Shells, Pope Elon.
I mean, we're all going to die someday. And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. You know, if we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Okay, this is Chief Crow's Mount Meru instrumental. I put a link to the track in the live stream notifications and in the chat below. We're going to go over a number of things really fast here. We have about an hour, and the audio stream is not going to be carrying because the laptop is not cooperating, because a gremlin likely chewed through the wires. But I'll have that repaired later. We don't have a lot of time now, but just wanted to go over some things, and then we'll likely be back later on to take phone calls. We are joined here by Clockwork 113, Let's Go, Portal Complex, Vinny, Barbarino 29, Northern Girl, Nicotramus, Clockwork 113, Osher, Flower Flower, Into the Break, Ears Up, Portal Complex, Max Carter, Maddie 33. Alright, we can begin. Let's go ahead and just jump into the main topics of the day. And I've been using minds.com/Infinite Plane Society to take my notes. It's basically everything we talk about, every note, every clue, every puzzle piece in its raw form gets thrown onto Minds. And I use this as my reference most of the time here. A couple of big things in the news today. Kanye West is breaking the internet the way Kim Kardashian did. He exposed his buttocks to tourists in Italy. And a lot of people are noticing that this is giving a kind of a bad name to Americans, and it's they're taking this as an example of why we can't have nice things. And then you look here, and then Kim Kardashian broke the internet with her butt December of 2014. The response was immediate and overwhelming, reaching a fever pitch when she tweeted the quote, butt cover. So there you have it. I'm just wondering, is he going to break the internet in the same way? Don't know. That's the big news of the day. That's like the biggest and most relevant story to all of our interests. I watched the rest of Oppenheimer, and this is intriguing. Okay, so we have already made the correlations between Oppenheimer, the bomb tests, 1946, the Babylon working, and the advent of the blonde bombshell, or the bikini bombshell, and how that ties into Bikini Island and bomb tests. All of this correlates with the goddess Babylon, a bombshell, Babylon and the Beast being Jack Parsons, who incidentally was blown up by a bomb. That's how he died, which is all euphemism. The blowing up, it's all euphemism for sex, basically, reproduction or sex magic, but it's about the obliteration of ego consciousness with the elevation of the fire snake, the kundalini, or the column of fire from the atomic bomb going up 10,000 feet or whatever. And interestingly, one of the first things that I noticed is throughout the movie, and this is actually pointed out by Violet who had watched it, they keep pointing out this 33-pound bowl of marbles. The film's director, Christopher Nolan, was there too, in a recurring scene meant to symbolize the inching along of the scientist's efforts. Oppenheimer fills an empty glass bowl with marbles. First, one at a time, then handfuls. The marbles represent the amount of uranium that has been successfully mined and refined to power the nuclear reaction. The outcome of World War II and the future of humanity hinges on who can make the bomb first. That's the basic story. Now, what we're talking about here again is a bowl of marbles that is constantly referenced throughout the movie, and it happens to be 33 pounds. What do you make of that? 33 pounds of marbles. Just another coincidence or another indicator that we're looking at symbolism, that we're looking at allegory. So to continue, Oppenheimer, which earned $33 million on its opening night on a Friday, a very impressive feat. It's a win for the director Christopher Nolan, surpassing many of his previous hits like Inception, which brought in $22 million, and Dunkirk $20, though it didn't reach opening day's numbers as Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises. Now, a couple of other things. I was just going through the Trinity site test and how it's 33rd degree parallel, which likely ties into this. The coordinates are definitely a factor. And then there's this. I thought this was interesting. They had a tower, which was like an obelisk that blows up. And the way they gathered around it, it wasn't dissimilar from a rocket launch. And I'm thinking maybe it's the same symbol. Like, think of the Space Needle. You have the vertical column and then the 42-meter wide UFO saucer at the top. Or look at the UFO. The first UFO sighting was 1946. You have the saucer and the beam. And then look at the nuke mushroom cloud. It's like the same shape, and I think it may mean the same thing, symbolically. Now, interestingly, they had a term, a euphemism for the bomb. They called it Gadget. And they gave the laboratory's weapons physics division a name, G Division. See, G Division sounds very Masony, if you ask me. The main point I wanted to bring up here is the 113s, the 33s, all these very conspicuous numbers. Or rather, this is the other one too. If you look at Oppenheimer's vest, he has a K6 on it, which is a 116. The film, 11 miles long, 600 pounds. The number coding all over this movie was one of the things that stood out to me. Trinity Site obelisk. So, of course, you have to have an obelisk at the 33rd degree. Again, obelisk, what does that mean? It's the symbol of their Earth god. Oppenheimer was released on July 21st, 2023 by Universal. It will be released in various film formats, including IMAX and 133 prints. 113, excuse me. This again, we're looking at the Manhattan Project and Oppenheimer, and just some of the stuff stood out to me like this. Talking about the gadget, well, there's this thing called the Demon Core. a subcritical mass of plutonium manufactured during World War II by the United States nuclear weapon development effort, the Manhattan Project. A fissile core for an early atomic bomb. They called it the Demon Core. What is that? And again, I'm connecting this with the Babylon working where they were invoking or summoning a demon for all intents and purposes. Now, to get back to this thing though, with Babylon and the Beast, Oppenheimer and Barbie, and the color pink, this is where it gets interesting. Because in Maui right now, now again, just to reiterate, the nuclear testing at Bikini Island, bombshells, that's where the name bikini came from. And it all refers to bombshells, women in bikinis or whatever. The advent of the bombshell and the advent of the nuclear bomb are simultaneous. And I think when we saw the Barbie movie and what it represents, it's not just white feminism. It actually represents the iconoclasm, the destruction of the traditional versions of the goddess, and they're replacing it with the Whore of Babylon. That's why I called Barbie the Whore of Babylon and had 3 of my YouTube channels taken down. But these are not coincidental connections. And this is what gets even more interesting. So we have these tests happening in these islands, 1946, the same year the bomb goes off, the same year as the Babylon working. And this connects the islands, the Hawaii Islands. It connects the Pacific Islands all to the nukes, the nuclear bomb tests. So we have this definitive connection. So now let's look at Maui. Material to be applied in Maui's burn zone to stop contaminated runoff. The biodegradable, non-toxic material will be applied to stop the soil from running, and it's pink. So everywhere that Maui burned is being turned pink. Cannot be a coincidence. Material to be applied in Maui burn zone to stop contaminated runoff. It's biodegradable, non-toxic, but it's pink. It will stop toxic substances in the burn area from running into the ocean. So Maui turning pink, again, I'm suggesting that this is definitely a Barbieheimer correlation. Now, they didn't nuke Maui. They used direct energy weapons, they used climate change, whatever they say, but it's the same essential ritual. Speaking of rituals, this may be one. I hope it's a ritual, and I hope he's not actually suffering in any way, but Mitch McConnell went blank. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell appeared to freeze again on Wednesday, this time during a gaggle with reporters in Covington, Kentucky, stopping for, quote, more than 30 seconds. Now, when they say more than 30 seconds, it's code for 33. And I checked the video. You can count it yourself, do a countdown.
Running for re-election in 2026.
Okay, it's 6 seconds in, and Mitch freezes. Now, this isn't the first time that he froze. But I'm looking, and here we're at 14 seconds. He's still frozen. He's still frozen. He's not talking. He looks like he's closing his mouth on purpose, like he's withholding any kind of statement. I don't know if this is some kind of an episode.
Head outside, so. Come with us.
Okay, there we go. So finally, after about 33 seconds or so, he begins to regain his sense of self. Now, check this out, though. The Kentucky Republican froze in July at the Capitol Hill, going silent for 19 seconds before being escorted away. So I'm just pointing out here that you have 19 seconds, 33 seconds. Is there anything significant in 1933 that they might be signaling? I don't think anything with these politicians is anything other than a puppet show. So I tend to think there's no coincidences here. I uploaded the podcast where we spoke with the pilot Quincy Carr, Flat Earth pilot, following he was kind of giving me a follow-up to his debate with McToon. Now, McToon is a nasty character. Now, it's actually MC Toon, but that sounds too cool for him. McToon kind of makes me think McDonald's, like Ronald McDonald the clown, because the very clownish McToon is intellectually dishonest. And I knew when I was sending Quincy Carr over to debate McToon that it was going to be rough, because these people are just not honest, and you have hundreds of people in the chat just flinging vitriol, but he definitely stood his ground. But he let me know that after that debate, one of McToon's followers, subscribers, or maybe he himself, called the FAA and tried to have Quincy Carr's flight instructor license taken away. The FAA said, "Oh, we don't care about your subjective opinions of the shape of the Earth, so long as you teach out of the manual." So the FAA actually confronted Quincy over it. That just shows you how low the globe defenders will go. They're just defending their beliefs. They're not defending what they know. Now, I gave today's live stream the title Live from Mount Meru, and we opened with Mount Meru, an instrumental flute by Chief Crow. And I chose this song for today because the production company that's going to be here on the 4th for the first IPS headquarters meetup, they're doing a documentary. And they asked me where we should film, and I said, why don't we go up to the Sandia Peak? So if you're in Albuquerque, if you're in New Mexico, if you can be here on the 4th, and you want to go up to the top of the Sandia Peak via the tram, I highly recommend just making the trip if you want to be a part of this documentary. It's not a hit piece. It's not behind the curve. It's not for Netflix. I've spoken with the production company, the crew. They've asked me some very deep questions, like they really want to know. This isn't some kind of a misrepresentation. But I said, why don't we go to the top of the Sandia Mountains there, where we have the vantage point to see as far as the eyes can see that there is no visible curve. Because the main assertion we're making, and the P900 really brought this out, is that we were all basing our beliefs on an assumption, an optical illusion. And when you subtract that optical illusion, you no longer have visual confirmation, physical eyeball confirmation that the Earth is curved. Once you see that, you have to accept now that any concept of a ball Earth is coming through a screen. It's not direct perception. It's a belief. It's not knowledge. And moreover, the higher the altitude you go, it's going to probably lay to rest a few other misconceptions. Like, for example, boats go over the horizon. Well, last time I went up there, I looked down and I thought, if that was the beach and that was where the boat was going, it would be over the curve there, but there's still Earth going way far back into the distance. So to me, it's an observation, and it's an observational point, Mount Meru. The other place we may go if we have time is mini Antarctica in the zoo. And I explained to them why we have a mascot, why we needed the penguin, specifically Fepe, the iconic, absurd-looking penguin, because he's based on a frog, if you want to know the truth, but why we chose the penguin, what it represents, what the raft represents, what the conspiring or the deep diving, what the fringe, the edge, the barren landscape, how all of this is just a description, a metaphor for the media ecosystem for those of us who don't believe the lies. It's very barren. And what we do is we form a raft to remain afloat on the sea of irrelevance, the sea of mis, dis, and malinformation. And when penguins gather on the water in a group, it's called a raft. And something else too. The Auto Hoaxology 101 textbooks, it's going to be here. So if you ordered it, I'm going to send it, but it has to be in the movie first. So it's going to be sent out Monday night or Tuesday morning. But that's going to be here for them to see because, and I'm going to explain it, this is a flotation device on this, again, Huxley's Sea of Irrelevance. All right, let me catch up on comments. We had a number of others jump in here. I don't want to miss anything. Jennifer Reeves, Hillman Avenger says, beaming sunshine over the silvery sea to Tim and the Penguinati. Joined by We. Lando Rock, thank you for joining. Cubstar says, Joe Biden is 46. JB, Jacob and Boaz. Oh yes, J and B are the Masonic pillars. Obelisks and mushroom blasts. Yeah, I also think it's the same with Jeff Bezos, Justin Bieber. And this is one of the reasons why I thought it was plausible that Justin Bieber is the Weeknd in a mask. Because the J and it's the duality, the black and the white. And the Weeknd's name is Abel, like Cain and Abel. I thought there was some kind of symbolism with the J and the B from the very beginning. All right, let's see. Continuing, joined by Shannon Jones, Exalt. Yurt Mama says, thank God, glad to be listening. Adaptevia is the only one here from Twitch. Cubstar says Nazis took over in 33. Yeah, that could be it. It's also the year the Turner Diaries' author was born, 9/11, 1933. Exalt says, today I found the only lady at work wearing a mask believes the globe and the recent Indian space South Pole landing. No surprise there. Yeah, this is fascinating to me, is the way that you can look at somebody wearing a mask and automatically know what they think. And it's because it's a religious garment. Like if you see somebody wearing a nun's habit or a crucifix, like you can kind of get, or a yarmulke, you know what they think on some level. You know their frame of reference. And if they're wearing the mask, their frame of reference is that mainstream media television screen. Their nose is just right up against it, and that is their primary sensory apparatus. I mean, you have 5 senses, a sixth if you're intuitive, but their screen is the primary sense, and that's how it's supposed to be. And many of these individuals, like the ones with the mask, okay, so they're paranoid about the virus. They don't even care that they're vaxxed. They still think they can catch it. Well, that paranoia was inculcated into them, I believe, to make the transition into fear of mind viruses that much easier to implement, because they have correlated mind viruses with viruses, and it was always the agenda that this was ultimately about censorship. COVID-19 was always about censorship. When I saw the masks in Wuhan, I thought, you know what, that's got to be a symbol for censorship, shutting the mouth. And why? Well, because you don't want to hurt people with your mind viruses, just like you wouldn't want to hurt people with your viruses. That's the whole premise here. But how come we're not worried about catching mind viruses here at Infinite Plane Radio? It's because we've been inoculated against the mind war, and because we have adopted a methodology to understanding our hyper-mediated world, which means basically we don't have mind aids. We have functioning mental immune systems. All right, let's see, continuing. AJ206 says, did you catch the clip with Roseanne Barr saying Biden is Jim Carrey in a mask? Yeah, I've seen her go full-blown Q. Roseanne is full-blown Q. She hugs General Flynn. She seems really well-intentioned, and she's a shocking comedian on purpose. You know, her sense of humor is hard to understand. Like she said, 6 million Jews didn't die, but they should have. Like, is that funny? Well, it's shocking. It upsets your expectations. It fits the definition of a gallows humor type joke, sure. But I think it's notable too that all of the conspiracy theorists get popularized by these fringy comedians who get kicked out of the mainstream, and they just wrap it up in swastikas. They wrap it up in all kinds of stuff that the rest of the media ecosystem can look at and say, okay, we're just going to disregard that. Yeah, she's drinking the Kool-Aid. She's a Q, R-A-C-K, a crackhead. That's true. Roseanne Barr is a crackhead. She's drinking the Kool-Aid. She's a cultist, again spelled with a Q. She believes all that crap, again spelled with a Q. Elephant Tusk says she's a gatekeeper. Yes, could be. I don't know if she's a gatekeeper as much as a saboteur, because I don't think these saboteurs who are just out there throwing what I consider to be malinformation or just toxic rhetoric onto valid ideas and observations. I think it's more of a sabotage thing. Oswaldo says, starting your own podcast is so hot right now. Yeah, how many... This is actually a valid question. I've been asking myself this question. How many late-night talk show hosts does it take to start a podcast? I saw one, it was like Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon. It was like 3 other of these late night. They're not funny. They're not memorable. They're government jesters. It's the way they do their 2 minutes of hate. But there's like five of these guys. There are multiple, like three different Jimmys: Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, and who's the other Jimmy? Like these are interchangeable. They may just be animatronics, but they started a podcast, and I think it's called like the Something Five. Here it is. Late night hosts form podcast super group. So it's Strike Force 5. Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel, Seth Meyers, and John Oliver. Yeah, they're all pizza eaters. But again, how many late night talk show government jesters does it take to make a podcast? I couldn't imagine sitting in a room with these massive egos, each of them with their fake smiles trying to get their words in over the others. It just sounds like I can't even approach this. I couldn't even, no, thank you. Okay, let us continue. We are going through my notes. Roger Stone is mad at Vivek Ramaswamy. Or actually, I think, isn't it spelled, or it's Vivek, or is it, someone said it rhymes with fake. Like, I gotta get this pronunciation. But they have all kinds of names now. Ramaswampy's pretty good. But anyway, he's now doing the Richard Nixon peace signs with two hands. And Roger Stone is PO'd. Because he went through all the trouble of getting that Richard Nixon tramp stamp. And it's become his signature. He said here, it's bad enough that Ramaswamy has stolen Donald Trump's campaign message, but now he's stealing this from me after I inherited it from Nixon. But he's not the only one. I've seen Mike Pence doing it too. Here's the article, or rather a podcast from Tim Truth, who talked about this. Sprayed with pink goo. The EPA to non-consensually coat victims' off-limit homes with soil tackifier. So it's called a soil tackifier, or pink goo, and they're going to be, as Tim Truth put it, non-consensually coating people's homes, off-limit homes. But I'm saying the pink is because Barbie. It's quite literally that. This is some kind of, there's an occult subtext here, which we're getting to. Now, I found another video. Do you remember a couple weeks ago we were talking about that clip from 9/11 where this cameraman is recording while he's on the morning commute? It's 8:46 a.m., 9/11/2001. He's recording a billboard that says Collateral Damage with Arnold Schwarzenegger, a movie that had themes of hijacked planes and terrorism, and because of 9/11, the movie was delayed and it had all kinds of things cut out of it. But here's a guy recording the movie's billboard rather, and it's 8:46 a.m., and then he turns his camera to the right, and he sees one of the planes, or rather an explosion on one of the buildings. I don't think you see a plane because it was basically pyrotechnics. But what are the odds? He's recording a pretty obvious piece of predictive programming at 8:46, and he sees 9/11 happening. Now that's fascinating. Well, there's another one. We found another, and this is from the 9/11 Blacklist Archive, Anomalies, another example of an eyewitness recording a billboard for collateral damage on 9/11.
Kick off with collateral damage. Before we actually go into it, what I'm going to get you to do is have a quick look at this. Check this out.
Okay, so we're looking at 9/11 happening, and there's just another billboard right there. This predictive programming thing is so intriguing. And something we got into a conversation about on Twitter today is about Donald Trump. And there are so many examples of Donald Trump being symbolically killed. Like, for example, there's this Central Park theater performance where they do Julius Caesar, but Trump is Julius, and they kill Donald Trump. This is like in 2017. But all of this predictive programming for Trump being shot is adding up to the point to where I think that this is going to be bigger than 9/11. And I don't think there's any way it doesn't happen. Like, if you do a search right now for Trump merchandise, everything you see, every type of Trump merch right now, it's all got this 45, 47 on it. Well, add the numbers, 9/11. And he wears the 9/11 on the side of his head. And I'm saying that this upcoming PSYOP, this head wound thing that we've seen, it's just so thick with predictive programming that it's going to have a huge impact. Oh, RFK Jr. makes the same sign. Look at this. Everybody's stealing Roger Stone's inherited hand sign. Turbo Nervo says Mountain Goo Barbecue Blast. Yeah, Mountain Dew ought to do a pink, like I guess what do we call it? Barbie Dew. Cubstar says pink goo in Ghostbusters 2 was created by everybody's hate. There was a river of pink slime. Well, here's the symbolism of the pink, just to put it all together. Babylon and the beast, God and the goddess, Christ and Magdalene, blood, or wine rather, and communion wafer, the white and the red, the God and the goddess. What happens with the mixture of the white and the red? You get pink. Well, in the chalice, the Holy Grail in the hands of the Whore of Babylon on the Tarot card designed by Aleister Crowley, inside of that Holy Grail, which is all symbolic, if you really want to dig into it, it's not hard to figure out what that means. The cup is the heart, is the womb. Inside of the Holy Grail is the elixir, they call it, but it's basically the mixture of the god and goddess, and it's just symbolized by the color pink, because red and white. So pink has to do with Babylon and the beast and their coupling. And now it's all over that island. All right, let's continue here. We're going through, this is interesting here. Tucker Carlson lit like a jack-o'-lantern. And I was wondering about this. What's going to happen to Tucker when he no longer has that Fox News production company, that production value? And does anybody here think that Tucker is rogue? Or that Tucker is street? That he's one of us? Oh yeah, he's one of us. He's against the elite media. He asks questions about 9/11 and JFK's assassination and UFOs. I just think that he's one of the most obvious examples of an elitist pretending to be a populist. But here he is talking about how they're going to start World War III. Now, he says it's going to be a hot war. Some people are worried about World War III. Others are worried about civil war. What's the difference?
View of it. I think the lies are unsustainable. Lying is always unsustainable. You're always found out in the end, whether in your lifetime or posthumously. But lies are always revealed by their nature, and these lies are so big. And
no, that's just not true. We'll just skip on over that. No, most lies are inherited, memorized, and they become dogma. What do you mean lies reveal themselves? That never happens. Elephant Tusk says, the true history of Babylon, Egyptian Empire, is very different from what it's portrayed as. They have psyoped everyone to believe Babylon is an evil place, just like they demonize USA for its freedoms. Oh yeah, look at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York, where it has revelation with New York as Babylon, and it's getting judged. And America is Babylon in a few contexts. I've been referencing the number 1776 on the Masonic calendar. So if you want to know what the Masonic calendar is, it's the year of light, when creation began. They actually start their calendars from that date. And on their calendar, the year 1776 is when the Tower of Babel's construction began. Nimrod was its builder. Well, in 1776 AD, America's construction begins. And it gets even more interesting, because to arrive at the year of light, to arrive at the Masonic year, you add 4,000. So add 4,000 to 1776. Like, what was the Masonic year, the AL, Anno Lucius, when America's construction or America's founding occurred? July 4th, 1776. At that time, it was 5776. And the height of the Great Pyramid in Giza is 5,776 inches. And I'm just saying that this correlates with the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill, which has the Roman numerals for 1776 on the bottom. So here you have a connection between the Great Pyramid, the Tower of Babel's construction, America's construction, and I think you could extrapolate from this that the pyramid on the dollar bill represents the Tower of Babel. Let us continue. Trying to catch up on all of our notes here. We're probably going to be live later to take calls. There's a new term I coined, NASAtology. I recommend you all start using it. NASAtologists aren't the most objective people, and they can be a little nasty in the way they debate because they're defending their religious system. NASAtology is just another scammy space religion. And both of them, like Scientology and NASAtology, they have the same origin. They really come from the same place. Continuing. Again, on 10/4, there's going to be a massive emergency alert system. So just a heads up. QAnoners are hoping the world ends because they're a doomsday cult. Okay, do you remember the freak out lady on the plane? How I said this was some kind of a tie-in to the new Final Destination movie because she reenacted the first scene 23 years later, and the first movie came out in 2000, and it was replete with these cryptic references to the number 23, like people die en route 23, all kinds of 23s. Well, here she is talking to TMZ about how she's laying low, because that's how you lay low. You know, if you don't want to be an internet celebrity, you talk to TMZ. And she just happens to be posing in front of the airport gate number 23. Does anyone here think this is a coincidence? New Tiffany Gomez flight video shows her telling cop, "F you, the plane's going to blow up." This is the intro scene for Final Destination 2000. Lots of 23s. Kimberly sees a sign that shows the rest stop is 23 miles away. Route 23 is repeatedly referred to throughout the movie. It's getting a 23-year reboot. So after 23 years, they're rebooting it, starting from the very beginning scene that she played out in public. She's also a marketing executive. So I'm still of the opinion that Tiffany Gomez is running a PR stunt for Final Destination in some kind of low-key way. I don't know if it's going to be revealed as such, but that is what it is. Again, the conspiracy theory documentary is going to be here on September the 4th. So if you're able to make it to New Mexico on 9/4, or if you're in Arizona on 9/3, I reached out to Dave J. I said, hey, you're the guy who got notoriety for calling out the obvious fact that Kate Perry is JonBenét Ramsey. Why don't you get in the documentary and reboot that story? Hopefully he can be a grown-up about this and do the interview. Just because he thinks I'm a, what is it? I don't even want to go through the litany of things that he's accused me of being. I mean, I'm a demon. I'm a trans something reptilian Jew. I mean, this guy said all kinds of crazy things. But despite all that, I think it would be great if Dave J could get in on this documentary. I also recommended a few other individuals to contact them. And so we're trying to get as many of our people into the documentary as possible. No shills. OSHA says you're too nice, IPS. Well, it's not about being nice. It's about the fact that Dave J's theory about JonBenét Ramsey being Kate Perry is hilarious. Unintentionally, probably. Not that he'll do it. And if he doesn't do it, then why? You know, what's the point of talking about this stuff, tweeting about it all day, and when you finally have some kind of opportunity to amplify it, you don't do it. So I'm actually doing it more or less to call him out. If Dave J doesn't do it, then he's just too cantankerous to be a real truther. You know, he's just locked up in his bubble. But the whole point of this thing, the whole point of this documentary, from what I understand, is it's to analyze the beliefs of conspiracy theorists, how they arrive at it. And they're also very interested in people who are, they think it's strange, making a living by talking about, quote, conspiracy theories. And this is all because of their bias, which makes them incredulous. Because what they don't realize is that the term conspiracy theory is a loaded term, and it's only applied to the political right. Nobody calls out the leftists for their conspiracy theories, like critical race theory, wokeism, climate change, convid, and anything else that they're promoting. Those are all conspiracy theories. Oswaldo says, what about Jake the A-hole? Actually, I messaged him. Hopefully he gets back to me. But I think a lot of people are a little wary now. They're wary because of Netflix. They're afraid that they're going to look bad. And I'm like, you guys realize we already look bad? Like, I'm going into this knowing that we are already looked at as the fringe. They don't understand that the fringe is the cutting edge. I mean, some will understand after, but this is a hit piece in a sense. I mean, it doesn't have to be a hit piece, but the way that it's going to be contextualized, commented on, yeah, obviously the NASAtologists are going to go wild on this thing. Elephant Tusk says they're just there to make IPS look crazy and unhinged. That might be the case. We'll see. I don't think so, though, because they asked me a few questions. Here we go. Flat Earth questions from the production team. Describe what you think the Earth looks like. Many flat earthers speak of an elite beyond Antarctica. Are you of the same opinion? If so, who is the elite? What is beyond Antarctica, in your opinion? And here are my answers. Echo says, are you going to show your face? It's a documentary, yeah. And the only reason I don't do video now is my videos were being stolen by Marcus Goldfinch, who trademarked my voice, and he was censoring my channels by claiming I stole his content, and then he would own all video of me, according to YouTube. And I actually spoke with the producer about this. I said, hey, look, one of the stories about the Infinite Plane Society is the censorship. And I can point fingers to individuals, and they thought it was funny when I explained George News, JFK Jr., and how close they are to Trump, and how Trump has used that and the Q movement to turn conspiracy theorists into another GOP voting bloc, which is what happened. But this documentary and whatever exposure is going to make it that much easier for me to go after Goldfinch. It happened in 2018. We went to the conference there with Mad Mike, and I was filming. In fact, I was recording when we got kicked out. I don't know if you know, but when we went into the conference, they kicked us out a couple of times. First thing they did was Cami grabbed me by the wrist, and I just, it felt grandmotherly, some lady grabs you by the arm and drags you around. I thought, okay, she's going to go introduce me to somebody. Well, she introduced me to the cop, John the cop. They're like, this is the guy you need to watch. They were convinced that my Yeti phone charger was a bomb. They were so paranoid. Anyway, I had recorded the interactions, getting kicked out, and that footage was struck down for copyright, and Goldfinch put it on his channel and then just used it to bash me. So that's why I stepped back from video, which is a mistake, given how visual everything is today. And not everybody learns through listening. Some people need to see, some people need to take notes. You have kinesthetic, auditory, different modalities, and I think you need to reach out to all of them. So for the video content, what you can expect, we have 3 different scenes, maybe 4. One, we're going to be in the conference room here, where I will have mind maps on the board, and we're going to be explaining some of the basic concepts. Then we will be going, and they'll be interviewing me. Then we'll go into the office, and we're going to do a live stream on 9/4 on any number of topics, but it's going to be for 1 hour. And the crew's going to be here recording me talking to you, basically, taking calls. And all of this is just B-roll that goes into the documentary to be mixed in with the interviews. And then after that, we're going to the Sandia Peak, and then possibly to the Penguin exhibit. But when they're in here, what are they going to see? They're going to see Autohoaxology 101, World Stage Deprogramming Guide. They're going to see the tabloids. And what they're going to do inadvertently is they're going to advertise all of our publications. And people are going to want to buy the tabloid, I guarantee it. So the IPS Insider, the Fake World News is what it's originally called, but it's going to go back into print next week. Maybe first issue will be in September for sure, maybe like middle of the month. But it'll be out before their project is completed. Elephant Tusk says, IPS field trip, make sure to bring your parental consent form signed. Yes, if you want to make a trip here to Albuquerque, But if you don't, it's not a big deal. It's our first IPS headquarters meeting. The whole purpose here is to be able to do cyber symposiums, to be able to bring in people from outside and sit them in the conference room and debate and discuss. So this is actually kind of coincidental, because before I was contacted by them, I had already started a video project. I said, look, the only way we're going to get this new way of approaching media out there is with a series of interviews that describe things in a way that people can understand. Because I'm just talking, people who aren't in the choir aren't going to get it. But if I'm talking to somebody who doesn't get it and they ask me questions so they can, then people learn. So I had arranged to meet up a bunch of local reporters and independent journalists to come into the office, and we were going to talk about the book. And I was kind of stuck for a moment. I'm like, how am I going to pay them? How am I going to pay my interviewer and the cameraman and the cinematographer? So I was actually planning on hiring crew, and I came up with a bill, and I was staying up late painting. I'm like, I got to come up with about $500 to make this happen. And then the next day, I get an email from this production company in Sweden, this news agency, and they say, hey, we want to bring our crew down and interview you. Free, basically. Probably just a coincidence. But what's interesting about it, or at least what's nice about it from my perspective, is that I have spent the last month preparing interviews, preparing for my office to be recorded, and preparing to launch into the run phase of the crawl, walk, run. And now I don't have to actually, go out of pocket to make it happen. Just strange timing. And then today, I just got a call about an hour ago. The building owner here said, hey, we're putting your Infinite Plane Media sign up this weekend. So Infinite Plane Media will be on the door and on the outside. Interesting timing. Dwayne Garrett says, this hit piece will blow up in their face. This is great. Yeah, I think so. Now, I don't think it's going to be a hit piece from their perspective. It's more like clueless, biased documentary making by people who don't really know, so they're actually asking legitimate questions, but their bias is that they have the moral and intellectual high ground and they're looking at a bunch of freaks. But let's see if they like my answers. Describe what you think the Earth looks like. In my opinion, Earth is not a shape, suspended, or falling through space. If the Earth cannot be shown to have a curve, if it's flat, then the sky is above and not an atmosphere but a plane. In other words, with the supposed curvature of the Earth, it logically follows that outer space is surrounding the planet in all directions, and there is no up or down with the heliocentric model, as it's all relative. The heliocentric model contains mostly empty space surrounded by more space. But if we don't include the supposed curve, then we're left with a plane, and this means the sun, the moon, and the stars cannot be light years away. Similar to geocentrism, in which the Earth is bigger than the luminaries. But what does it look like? I think, and this is my opinion, that the universe comes into existence as humanity experiences it, and that it's a plane of existence that extends beyond the scope of what the terrestrial globes show. Now that's my opinion, I can't prove it, and you can laugh at it. However, the consensus view is that the universe is expanding. And all I'm saying is that the universe is created as we experiencing it. We're making it. It is expanding. I'm just saying that the expansion is happening right here, where we are in the now. It's not light years away. The vast gulfs of space don't really exist, in my opinion. These are just more or less perimeters they give us, false explanations, to prevent people from meandering mentally. Because what they have done with the ball is they have put a 12,000-mile leash on the human imagination as far as like imagining what we're going to do next. Well, the nearest habitable planet is light years away, so we're basically just stuck here. And if you go halfway around this place, you're coming back around the other side. So we've been tethered, is what I'm suggesting, by design. Because if we are creating and living it simultaneously, or we're living it as it's created simultaneously, as I kind of suspect. If that is the case, well, and I don't want to get too metaphysical about it, but I'm just saying, it seems to me that if anything, the meaningfulness, the intrinsic meaningfulness, the synchronicities contradict the idea of a dead, static universe, and we're just these slightly upgraded apes with temporary lifespans. I don't think it works that way. Like, I don't think the universe exists till we experience it. Does it have a shape? No, therefore it doesn't have a shape. It's a plane of existence. My third eye says coincidence or maybe synchronicity. Maybe it's time for the message to spread. AJ206 says this is awesome. Oswaldo says IPS willed it into reality. I think we willed it into reality. I do think we did. We absolutely made this happen because it was going to happen regardless. Let's Go says IPS is running a master class in media blitzing. Now, when it comes to media blitzing and their reaction, it's like, you know what? It doesn't matter how bad they try to make us look, because there's going to be follow-up interviews and it's going to create ripples. That's why I want to get as many voices as I can into this, and we're having an impromptu meetup here. I try to get Quincy Carr, but I believe he's in Alaska. Now, yeah, AJ206 says don't forget to show them the documentary, the billboard. Yes, so here's what they're going to see in here, and I'm working on it this weekend. I'm going to put posters up of the Research Flat Earth billboard, Mad Mike Hughes, of the various stages of the IPS, the different things we've been involved with, the New Yorker article. I need to get all these things printed out, and I have time. I have like 4 days. So I'm going to be getting some poster prints, probably at the local Walmart or something. But I'm going to ensure that we have everything, and I'm also having our legal paperwork that shows that I sued YouTube, and I have articles to show them, and they were very interested in this, how I sued YouTube over my stolen trademarks with my podcast, and they looked it up because they asked me. They said, do you care if your real name and information gets out there? And I said, it is out there, and if you search, it goes right to these lawsuits, and these lawsuits need to be exposed. I don't think the legal justice system works on its own. I think sometimes with some of these things, when you're dealing with rich, powerful, I would say connected people like Goldfinch, I don't think you can beat them in the system on just pure fairness and the facts. I think you need to win in the court of public opinion. I think there needs to be a political will to see this Trump associate burned at the stake. And I think we can create that. So, good suggestion there. And I will be putting all this content out there. In fact, I have a photo of, actually I have a few things. I have some art from Chris Pontius. I have art from MVP and many others. It'd be nice if I had CDs from all the different musicians. But my point of it is, they're going to be recording a live stream in here, and I want every single shot to tell the story. FEMA camp, yeah, Flat Earth Music and Art, all those. Oh yeah, that's right, the graffiti. For people who don't know, after the billboard Research Flat Earth, there was this spate of Research Flat Earth graffiti news stories, like it was being tagged all over Scotland, all over dams in California. Research, like, think about this. You never see newspapers flip out over gang graffiti. They don't say, oh, somebody spray painted the F word. But when they say the earth is flat, somebody said the earth is flat. They actually do stories on it. Why is graffiti a story? Daily Beast did a story about some guy named Skylar Butts, which to me, Skylar Butts sounds made up. But listen to this. Flat Earthers supported neo-Nazis. Skylar Butts spray-painted messages in support of white supremacy and the Flat Earth conspiracy theory. I think they made this story up. Or maybe they didn't. This is some good graffiti, actually. I wonder if Skylar Butts is a real person with an unfortunate name. Flat Earther Skylar Butts supported neo-Nazis, police say. Why would police even say that? And what does that mean to support neo-Nazis? You vote Democrat? I mean, when you really get down and you look at their political platforms. Side note. Joined by G33, says here late. We're only here for a couple more minutes. We'll be live later to take calls. I just wanted to run down a few details here and go through my notes. And also, let me continue to get to the rest of these. These are the questions that they asked me, so they can contemplate these as they drive over here. Many flat earthers speak of an elite beyond Antarctica. Are you of the same opinion? My answer, if the world is flat, it could not have escaped the attention of the power elite. This wouldn't be an oversight. Like Mark Sargent said, they went up really high and they saw it was flat. No, it's not an oversight. It would necessarily be a conspiracy, and I think it goes back to John Dee. Anyway, for what purpose? To maintain a power disparity in the same way that the better educated elite have many built-in advantages over the masses. A similar power disparity would be created by giving them a false worldview, with artificial scarcity being the key advantage to keeping them ignorant of what lies beyond the world they've been given. In our live discussions, we often refer to the movies that explain this allegorically. For example, The Village is a movie about a commune in which the elders, the elite, convince their progeny that the village they live in is the entire world. Few question the elders' stories about monsters in the woods, which turn out to be the elders themselves in costumes as part of their psychological control system. The elders wearing monster costumes. Yeah, that's the mass media creating bowl-cut shooters and terrorists. If so, who is the elite? The elite would be the elders of this world who are keeping us in quarantine from what is beyond. They wouldn't be known to us, but their regional managers would be. Our governmental systems, which in my opinion are all controlled by the same elite. The fact that we have an international space station and an Antarctic treaty, which all nations take part in, suggests that there is already a unity we don't see. I call the media monolithic for this and other reasons. Namely, the centralized control that I'm positing would preclude any real factions above a certain level. What is beyond Antarctica, in your opinion? When people ask what is at the edge of the universe, they don't know. I mean, when you ask any believer in outer space, what's at the edge of the universe? They draw a blank. It's not an answerable question. But if the Earth is flat, then the universe doesn't consist of empty space. Again, meaning space does not exist below us. It's only above. And too many of the flat earthers rushed to promote the domed and enclosed system. In fact, Mark Sargent popularized it as an enclosed system. And to me, it's not about shape. It's about an open or closed system, and they want you in a closed one. That's one of the main reasons for this containment, this quarantine. But it makes zero sense for a disk in space. But we just do not have enough information right now to postulate a model. And the conspirators would know this. Just like The Village. The elders knew that beyond their commune, beyond the wilderness, was the 20th century. Whoever has rigged our reality knows what's behind it. It's knowers versus believers. Knowers are at the very top of the pyramid. Believers are fighting over subjective beliefs at the bottom. If the Earth is a plane, then the globe model puts humanity into a quarantine, largely by misinformation and psychological operations like moon landings. So my answer to the question, what's beyond Antarctica? I suspect we're surrounded by unplundered resources. I've often joked that Jeff Bezos started mining asteroids, but he's really going to be hauling mineral wealth from out there across the plane, not in outer space. So that's my starting point for the conversation regarding my opinion about the shape or lack thereof of the world, and they want to have a good understanding of where I'm coming from. I mentioned Quincy Carr, and they already knew of him. They've already followed McToon. They've already done their due diligence. So I think it's going to be an interesting work. Again, if it's a hit piece, don't care. It can only help our cause because they think we're the fringe, but we are the cutting fringe, the cutting edge. Synchromorpheus says, screw Dave J and his... Yeah, you know what? Dave J is a very nasty character. You're right about that. Now, they are interested in interviewing people who are in California, Arizona, or New Mexico, but you're probably right about that. I was mostly just inviting Dave J, kind of call him out. Let's just see if he's serious. But that's going to be on Monday. And after that, the Autohoaxology 101 textbook will be shipped out. So if you're waiting for those, they're going to be featured in this documentary. And this is also another one of these coincidences. I timed the publication of the book for the end of August for the interviewers that I was hiring. And they arrived just in time for this other group. So everything seems to have fallen into place. Erica Creech says, I learned that the vice president of Kubrick's film studio wrote a book on Antarctica in 1961. Interesting. Well, I think Antarctica is just code. I think it's just symbol. The ice is a symbol for ignorance, for secrecy. Okay, we will be back. We'll be back very soon here to take calls. I have to run some errands. I'm going to get some posters made. I'm going to ensure that the IPS is properly represented. If you want to pitch in on any of the posters, go to ko-fi.com/Tim Osman. I'll be placing those orders tonight. Walmart has them.
It's
12 by 17, fairly good size. I'll get them framed and have them up before Monday. All right, we'll be back later on. This is One-Eyed Jack in the Shells, Pope Elon. And then it's going to go back to the 24/7.
And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars?
Okay.
You know, if we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Father, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Give us each our daily bread, and forgive us our sins. For we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us. And lead us not into temptation.
All right, that is Where is the Curve by Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. We are live. Today is September the 7th, 2023. Live notifications have just gone out, and we will be joined momentarily by, well, it looks like Woo's News, who put on his nice shirt, which means maybe we should do video. But generally on this channel, we're audio only, exception next time. Maybe next time we'll get on camera. I'll have to set mine up. Calls. I mean, I believe we can take calls if it's on. I don't want to test anything on the fly. I want to make sure everything goes down to a hitch, because the most important information. And Woo's News was recently purged from YouTube. We here at the Infinite Plane Society know very well what that's like to put all your time and energy. In his case, years of editing, very nuanced. This is such a nuanced takedown of January 6th. And for YouTube to just say, yeah, we removed it. Yeah, we burned down your library. So he's been through that recently. And if you want to support him, I put a link to support Woo's News in the news alerts. So if you got your newsletter with the live alert, there's a link in there if you want to support Woo's News. I also sent out a link to watch his latest video. He's the one who put out Everything Wrong with the Capitol Riot in 21 Minutes, which is a very succinct breakdown of what was a simulated riot. Nobody died, nobody cried. And look, and we can ask you can ask questions in the chat, and I will 100% relay them. But one of the questions I want to ask is it even possible to pretend? I mean, is it even possible that Trump doesn't know it was staged? This is a very important point here because a lot of the people think that Trump was wronged when, by all indications, it would seem that he would be a participant in this as a leader of the controlled opposition. I don't see how he was tricked. I don't even know if that's a possibility. Yeah, he was just going to march up there peacefully, and Ray Epps incited a bunch of people, and they just turned it all into a peaceful protest, BLM style. No, that's not what happened. The Woo's News breakdown shows you, and I'll have him break down in detail from his perspective. And then, of course, the follow-up to Everything Wrong with the Capitol Riot in 21 Minutes. His new one, which is Everything Wrong with the Capitol Riots in 889 angles. But again, we're going to be working on bringing him in here in just a moment. So if you want to start asking questions in the chat, I'll start writing them down here in my notebook. And the link that he can, let me go ahead and give a link. So if you want to share this stream, the best link is going to be youtube.com/user@InfinitePlaneRadio. Infinite Plane Radio. Now I have Infinite Plane Society, but that one was banned. They banned 3 of my channels leading up to the arrival of the documentary crew on Monday. Okay, I believe. Okay, there we go. I just posted a link in chat if you want to share that out. It's youtube.com/InfinitePlaneRadio. Joined by Not Shocked says Trump knows all about kayfabe. He loves it. He lives it. Yeah, I was just watching a Donald Trump celebrity roast, and he was in the club up until he was president, and then the script changed. But did they really all change on him all at once? Are these celebrities even politically aware enough to know the difference between what Trump was espousing and what the Democrats were espousing? No, it's all an act. Joined here by Evolvement Mazel, thank you for joining. We are going to be getting a call here from the Woo's News channel here shortly, which is again the channel that did the most extensive and detailed and nuanced breakdown of January 6th. And shout out to Ashley Babbitt, who's not dead. If you pined over her, if you were outraged over that, you've been had. They got your loosh. And look, I don't think that it's a virtue signaling. I mean, people signal, like I'm virtuous because I care about this, like Madhu kids with Maui. And sometimes I wonder if it's just not just virtue signaling here. But people attach themselves to these martyr stories emotionally. And as Mark Twain said, it's easier to fool a man than convince him he's been fooled. When someone has been fooled, when they have been tricked by their own emotions, emotional appeal, overriding their cognitive functioning, which happens all the time, it's very hard to wrestle those beliefs away from people. So when they have a martyr like Ashley Babbitt or vaporized Do Kids in Maui, it's very difficult to get them to let that go. Impossible, actually. Mostly it's impossible. I use the phrase Sandy Hookers to describe the people who grandstand on top of bodies of hypothetical dead kids. And I still maintain that fake dead kids' lives don't matter. But what about fake dead patriots? Like Roseanne Boylan, the one who got trampled while carrying the sign that said, "Don't tread on me." What about, again, Ashley Babbitt? So we are joined here. Infinite Plane Radio. Is this Woo's News?
Tamar.
Awesome. And how do we refer to
Hey,
you?
it's Woos.
Woos.
You can call me Rafa.
Rafa.
You can call me Woos or Rafa, whatever you want. I don't care.
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you very much for joining. A lot of people have been looking forward to it. And
That's great.
I pointed out that you were recently censored from YouTube. Is that what happened?
My entire channel was banned, I think 2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago. No strikes either. Before we begin, how is my audio quality?
That's what I'm waiting for some feedback, and I believe it sounds just fine. You sound good on my end. And we
Okay, great. It was a little crackly, but in the beginning, but so far so good.
Yeah, that was Skype just rolling in here. So we have a lot of people in the
Okay.
chat, and a lot of people, like for example, Tommy Jones says, the director's cut was great. I posted a link on a political chat site of your Everything Wrong with the Capitol Riots Act 2. So a number of people here have already watched your follow-up piece, and everyone here knows about Everything Wrong with the Capitol Hill Riots in 21 minutes. But for anyone out there who hasn't heard about it, the first video, how long did it take you to put it together, first of all? Like, how much work went into that thing?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. And you went frame by frame, and you analyzed things with the timestamps. And so what is your overall conclusion?
That it's a honeypot? It's a honey trap? Are we live right now?
Yes, we are live right now, and we have
Oh, just kidding. Okay.
no, we have people rolling in from basically
Okay.
YouTube.
It's just another false flag, another psyop. Just add it to the list. I mean, anyone could see that this was an attempt to get all these great patriots to come to D.C. to then mix them up with these actors, and now we're seeing them put in jail. You know, silence the political dissenters who dare, question the state of American democracy or any democracy, really.
Right, exactly. That's exactly what it looks like, a honeypot. And I have a question. Is it even remotely possible that Donald Trump himself has been tricked that he doesn't know, or would he necessarily have to be a part of it?
Are you asking my personal opinion?
Yeah, in your personal opinion, based on your assessment of this.
I think this is just another ruse on the American people. I think that this happens throughout centuries where you get a political hero, a political Jesus that people fall in love with, and they're completely blindsided by it, and nothing gets better. It gives the illusion that things are happening, that somebody up there is doing right by us. And so I never thought he was a good guy, nor do I think any of them are good guys. So I'm not a red or a blue. I don't think that American people have anything in common with this man, with this billionaire.
Now, you said you're not red or
and
blue?
I took a lot of stuff up.
Like,
I'm not a red or a blue. I'm a nothing. I'm a truth seeker.
Okay, and that's probably why you're objective.
I'm not a Democrat or a Republican.
Yeah, because I don't think a
Exactly.
Democrat could be objective. I don't think a Republican can be objective here in this instance.
Exactly. So once people stop, when they, like I said, if they can just put down their teams and see the bigger picture of what's going on here, we need to all come together to put an end to this. It's just like in Jesus' time where you had the people who were devout to the Romans or the people who were devout to the priests or the rabbis. And nothing was ever, and then you had Jesus going to these different villages. And none of them liked that either. The priests, the rabbis, the Romans especially, and then come to find out, well, not to come to find out, but again, 2,000 years later, who put Jesus to death? The government did.
Fascinating how
So
even
people
today they're calling Trump Moses. They're referring to him as basically as Jesus. Like, he has been put in that role. You're absolutely right.
Which just bothers me so much. Like, if these people only knew who this guy really was, or any of them, if they had any idea of what was really going on, But I understand that a lot of people who would subscribe to this video or this channel or even donate are Republicans. And, you know, I took a lot of stuff about Trump out of it because it is about Trump, but it's not about Trump, actually. You know, it's about the whole event. That's like saying, you know, 9/11's about Bush when it's not. It's about all of the pieces.
Good point. You're absolutely. That's probably
So-
that's a great way to look at it. This is not about Trump any
And
more
just
than
look
9/11
at the
was
timeline.
Bush.
Look, it's just like I'm not taking the vaccine, but who rolled out the vaccine under the Operation Warp Speed? Who rolled out the 5G Data Broadband Protection Act on the 27th, just a few days after it was declared a pandemic? Who signed the CARES Act a full year when it was after it was introduced into the House before COVID came onto the scene? Like, this stuff is so easy. It's so elementary, and they put out these different stories every single day, and they get these Twitter people with the blue check mark to say, what are your thoughts on this? And then people go and they put their thoughts about it. And so this is just more and more data collection. Stop answering those damn questions, y'all. Like, every time, what do you think about this? Are you going to get the vaccine this time around? What are your thoughts? Let us know how you really feel. It's just a new way of data collection. I can't believe people can't see through this at this point.
Right, and you make a good point about how if you were too harsh on Trump, it might turn off some people, because what the Republicans did with Trump, I think, is they turned conspiracy theorists into a voting bloc, and they brought them all in under the promise that they were going to take care of the deep state, which just seems like it was a euphemism for Democrats. And this is one of the big problems, is they think it's like it's us versus them. It's like, you know what, both of them are against you. Team Hillary, Team Trump, it's the same team behind the scenes.
Right. Well, under their codex, under their MAGA codex, you know, their rules of magic, they have to be forthcoming about their operations or what they're doing. And I believe that, you know, we were talking about Epstein 10 years before anybody was talking about Epstein. We were talking about Larry Sinclair, you know, 10 years before. Well, I don't know if it's been 10 full years now, maybe. Right when it happened, it's just like, y'all, where were y'all when this was going on? Even with the NSA program, you know, and you had Edward Snowden coming out and talking about it, I'm like, bro, we've been talking about this for years now, and they make it seem like this is brand new.
Yes, and I find it kind of difficult to get through to people that they can fake stuff on this level. People think it's false flags, like, oh, Ray Epps instigated a riot that turned out to be a real riot, and it's like, that's not what happened here. Can you explain how this riot was just...
It's just another little thing for the peasants to nibble on. Oh, here's Ray Epps, and nibble on this for a month, and then everybody's like, we want to know more about Ray Epps. You're missing the bigger picture. If you just get focused on this one character, they're the ones who put out the little nugget or the little crumb for you to nibble on.
Oh, yes.
Take back the whole damn cake, the gluten-free cake.
Well, it was like Baked Alaska.
Bigger pie.
He was like, this is a Fed, this is a Fed. And I'm like, wait a minute here. How do I know this isn't a Fed calling that guy a Fed to plant the seeds that this is going to be Fed instigated? And people don't play that level of chess with this this game that they're, and it is like an alternate reality game when it comes to these psychological operations, and people took the bait. This was a big honeypot, as you said.
Yeah, they got people like my friend Alan Otts that are wrapped up in this, who never went into the Capitol, who went there. I support everybody who went there to see Trump, because they believe it was their intention. They believe that this man was going to do something about this swamp, about this satanic swamp, even though they don't realize that he's a part of this satanic swamp. It's their intention. And you had thousands of them come out there. And some of these people that's why we have all of our actors scattered about the Capitol, is to influence them, so that we can peg them and put them in jail. So the next time they pull some shit, excuse me, I don't know if we're allowed to.
Oh yeah, please. No, I'm a free speech absolutist. I've been banned hundreds of times. I've sued Twitter over being banned. I mean YouTube, and this thing of
maybe you can maybe you can help me sue Twitter, or excuse me,
YouTube.
maybe you
YouTube,
can help me
Google.
get my channel back because what's that?
YouTube, Google, absolutely, because they didn't give you a strike, no warning. They just pulled your channel. That's new.
Yes, they did. Yeah, no strikes. I had quite a few warnings, which is interesting. Like they gave me a couple warnings. They banned a couple of my videos, but I never got a strike for any of them.
They
And
must
then,
have been
I think
watching.
2
They must have been
days
watching. I
Yeah,
mean, look,
maybe. And I was just hit 15,000 subscribers. I was really proud of that because I've been working on this channel for almost 4 years, and just now feel like I'm making a dent. Or that whole slogan, like be the change you wish to see in the world. And it was always a cute bumper sticker until one day it was just eating at me. It was just eating at me so much, and I knew, I've been investigating for 15, 17 years, but never did anything with the information. And I have a background in directing and acting, and I'm an editor and graphic designer, so I'm like, I can easily make a show. And it just ate at me until I did it. And
now your show's
now
a
I'm,
big comedy. For people who don't know, you do kind of comedy with your show. I thought that would be better insulation
Right.
against censorship. It's harder to say this person's hate speeching when you're actually mixing it with comedy and you got your dog and everything. And you got to 15,000, which is no
Right.
small feat. But yeah, I mean, so why don't you tell people about Woo's News, your show? Like you still have it on BitChute, correct?
It's on BitChute, and it's on Rumble. Well, some of it. Rumble has actually banned some of our videos, and it's on Odyssey as well. BitChute has been great. They haven't banned any of my videos. The format of the show is basically like the old format before it became like Capital Land, and maybe one day I'll get back to this format where it's like a 20-minute format of it's like a clip show. It's like Tosh.0 meets like Jay Leno, and we were just covering clips of that week or that subject. And it is, it has a live studio audience, which is not a real studio audience, but I try to make it as real as possible. It's gratifying for me to kind of turn the tables and laugh back at them.
Yeah, well, look, nobody else has taken January 6th down as you have to such a nuanced degree. And even recently, there's a
No
new
one.
development. No one has come close. The amount of hours you put into it, it's unmatched. And I highly recommend it because this is what's needed, this level of deconstruction that goes past counter narratives and theories and goes right to, hey, this is what the camera shows. This person, for example, Ashley Babbitt. Ashley Babbitt's death scene, when you go through it frame by frame, it's not at all what they reported. It's clearly what would you describe it as, a stunt, right?
I don't know if I use those words, but let's just take the words of somebody who's standing next to her, who came out last month and said that Ashley Babbitt is a crisis actress and that she faked her death and used a squib in her book bag to create the blood effect. And those are Taylor Toronto's words, who was put in jail a week later. Don't know what his whereabouts are or anything else regarding that, but when you have somebody standing next to her and he's saying the things that I'm saying, which is completely obvious at this point, the medical examiner should stop changing the method in which these people died because, for the first couple of weeks it was that she died of a gunshot wound to the jugular, and then they changed it that she died of a gunshot wound to the left anterior shoulder. But anybody can see when they roll her out on that gurney to the ambulance, I believe it was on MSNBC, at 3 p.m. exactly, they could see there's no wound to the left anterior shoulder, but yet they're applying pressure to her neck area. And she's clearly still alive. She lifts her head up. She lifts her eyebrows up. She's still alive. Yet the medic just declared her dead in that room. When all the cops were just standing there, not doing anything, and letting all these protesters, fiddle with her hair and pull things and move things around her.
Oh, yeah, that was not how you would expect real first responders. And you mentioned Taylor Toronto. Yeah, he was there, and he confirms that was theatrical blood.
Yes.
And who was the other guy? Who was the one that put their hand on Ashley's neck? You went over this in the first video. Who went outside later and
I
showed his
call him.
hands?
Oh well, okay. There's a couple people who were touching her. The one who showed his hands was Thomas Barani, which he just goes down and taps her, and that's it. And then you had other people like who I called Data, but in the community his name is Sparrow. In real life his name is Young Kim, and he's the one who comes into action. He's kind of pulling things from her hair and moving things about her. And then the other guy is who I call Parrot Blocker. His real name is Bill Keene. He identifies himself as a medic, and he's pulling things out of her hair as well, which it's just so strange, the areas that they're fiddling with on her. And yet all the SWAT's just watching all of this go down. But the more important story is, why did those cops, I call them Fredo, Vetter, and Cop 2, they're standing there blocking this entrance to the house, which is where Michael Burgess came from, and they get this command to leave, and that's when all three of those officers just leave, let them break down these doors, and then Ashley Babbitt tries to go through.
Yeah, choreographed. I think it's a good way of describing
Yes.
it. And to me, when I
Yes,
look at Ashley
I believe it was
Babbitt,
choreographed.
I'm like, look at that backpack. That is 100% like, it looks like it's filled up with some kind of padding, so she could land on it and not hurt herself. That's what it looked like to me. Now, do you have any idea if it was possibly, if parts of it were filmed in advance, or do you think it was filmed concurrent during?
People have asked me that, but I would I would actually bet my life that it was filmed exactly as it was happening. One, we could see the clock, but two, Jaden's footage, John Sullivan never hit stop on his camera. That's why there's a time code on there. We follow him all the way from outside, from the scaffolding, all the way inside. He never cuts. So that's happening in real time.
Okay.
No doubt about it.
Fair enough. Well, that's what I would have expected anyway, and that would explain a lot of things not going right, because if they had more time, it would be a little more polished. But what you were pointing out were just the clear and obvious inconsistencies, at least obvious to people who don't have a political agenda in seeing this thing a certain way. And when it comes to the 889 angles, what is the new development here from the 21 minutes? Like, what else have you uncovered for people who haven't seen it yet?
Well, it starts at the very beginning of the day. It starts from the moment that we follow the Proud Boys to their photo shoot on the east side with all of our major photographers. And then we see exactly how this unfolds from Obstacle 1 all the way to Obstacle 6. And of course, there'll be more obstacles in Act 3. But the timeline starts from the very beginning of that day to right before they go in, which is 2:12 p.m. And so we could see the cops letting them in. We see them let Landon Kenneth Copeland in, who I call Bull. We see the cops clearly letting this stunt guy in, who's going to be he's the one wearing the beanie and the red and blue shirt. But we could clearly see them bringing him in, and the stunts. And then we see the stunts that he will perform, and then we see him just get up and leave. And so it's we have photo shoots going on. Then the melee and the mayhem is all happening while Trump is still speaking.
Right, that doesn't even make
these
sense
people don't
chronologically.
Get there. It's over, and it does. It makes perfect sense. I mean, his speech was delayed by an hour. And at that time that his speech is delayed, we're already kayfabing it out. Obstacle 1 and 2 have been breached.
Oh, that's right. That's right. And he was there behind his shield.
I believe he's still speaking when Obstacle 1 and 2 are breached.
Okay.
It's not so much later. His speech ends, I want to say 109, but then he leaves the stage about 114 because he's dancing to YMCA.
Yes.
All these very homosexual playlists. If you watch the director's cut, we kind of break that down. But if you're just watching it for the first time, I recommend just the hour and 18-minute version. And then if you want to go back and watch the director's cut, you can. because it's very ADD and it does go off on quite a bit of tangents, and we don't really get to the meat and potatoes of the January 6th event until at least an hour
Watch this on a
in
big screen.
to the director's cut.
Right, and
Which is exactly why I cut it, because I just felt like I just felt that it needed to have its own version.
Well, I sent out that version to my newsletter list here, and this is
director's cut.
Oh yeah, I sent the one that says Act 2, 889 angles. It looks like this one was first published on September the 3rd, and it's on BitChute here as well.
Okay. Yeah, the September 3rd one's the new version, the one that I would like people to watch first.
Yep, that's the one I sent out, and I love the fact that it explains a lot of things. It answers a lot of my questions, like what about people who weren't part of the PSYOP? You know, were they conspicuously...
Like Alan Hofstadter?
Exactly. Why don't you explain their interaction with the people who are obviously part of it?
Well, I've only talked to a handful of what I would call organic people, and they all kind of confirm the same thing. You know, they get there and either they were with someone and they kind of got into character. They were noticing like people were getting into character. It just didn't seem like real life. But most people I talked to, they were like, something's weird. Something doesn't add up here. And I know that feeling because when we had Occupy Los Angeles, you know, I went to it because, I mean, one, it was just a couple blocks away from where I live. But I go there and I'm thinking, like, this is all real. But, you know, throughout the night, I'm like, how? It just, you have people that are trying to get other people to, they're like agent provocateurs. They're instigators, you know. And these are the people they're going to get in jail. Now, I can't speak to the fact that these other paid protesters that are going to jail, I believe they have their own individual contracts, if you will, like Jacob Chansley, you know, and a lot of these people who are inside the Capitol aren't even going to get a visit from the police or the FBI. So it's very interesting to me. Oh, it's not so much interesting anymore, but it's quite obvious the people who they want in jail, and that's people like Alan Hofstadter. You know, Alan Hofstadter set up, created the first anti-lockdown protest in the country, you know, when this started in California. So I can see why all these informants were swarmed around Alan come the next protest. And these people that he thought were his friends turned out to be just that.
Sure, that's the pattern. It's controlled opposition where if they don't create the opposition, they co-opt what's already there. And that's kind of what we see here. And a number of these characters are very shady to me. We got Eliza Schaefer. I saw Cernovich on your video. Shady.
Shady.
Alex Jones. And
Shady.
Enrique Terrio from the Proud Boys. I think he got 22 years. Originally,
I mean, he's not even. Yeah, but it's like he's been an informant all along. I mean, that's where all those Kyle Rittenhouse and you know, now these new Trump did nothing wrong T-shirts come from. They came from Enrique Tarrio. I mean, and he comes out and he says like he made these shirts. I mean, he's not even there. He was banned from DC. It's all part of the show, man. It's all part of the show.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I would love to let these people know, if any of them are listening, that there are consequences for these actions. You may not have to deal with it here on Terra Firma, but you will have to deal with it at some point. Your soul will have to deal with it. There are ways to get off that karmic wheel, perhaps coming clean. There's still time, but I guarantee you there will be consequences for your actions.
I've been thinking about this lately. I mean, we're talking about lies and conspiracies to lie to the multitudes and put them in a state of deception. And this is, I call it the lie world order, but to me it's unconscionable that they can actually do this and sleep at night. And I'm like, where are the crisis actor whistleblowers? They must be getting some sweet deal because nobody talks.
Well, there was one who came out the same day. His name is, I believe, is John Barry. And he came out. He said he was a crisis actor and that he was paid to do this. Haven't heard a word from him since. You know, one of the last videos he posted, he said he was in hiding. Now, we're going to cover that in Act 3. I don't know if that was a warning, if that was organic. It felt real. It felt organic. But we can have the audience. That can be left up to the audience. But as far as I know, he's the only one. Now, I understand why people decide to become paid protesters. One, the money is really great. Two, if you happen to have a warrant for your arrest or pending criminal charges, you can assure that those charges will just go away. So it is definitely incentivized. But the show, your job does not end after the 6th. Okay? I have people coming to the Woo's News Telegram who are like, I was in J6. Thank you for telling this story. Here's my story. Please get the word out. God bless Alan Hofstetter. I'm like, wait a minute. These characters are in Act 3. Like, I have a nose for who's who. So there's some bad apples up in my Telegram group trying to convince me.
Yeah, I think so. And someone even in the comment section here says, Truman says, my local Trump-loving conservative talk radio host will not comment on Woo's News videos and banned me from his Facebook page.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, this is definitely information that's relevant and necessary to understand the big deception, but the people who are so plugged into the politics are blinded by it. It's almost like a religious fervor that we're trying to confront with this.
Or they're a part of it. This thing is so much deeper than I think anybody could expect it to be, or wants it to be, or dreams it could be. It goes down to such a local level as well.
Okay, you know what? This is another point too, is it wasn't like January 6th was planned the week before. I examine predictive programming extensively. It's one of the things we do on this channel. And as with 9/11, you find hints of events that are going to happen in the future. And I can find predictive programming referencing the date or the number 16 going back to Waco, when they were raided over 1.6 million rounds. And that number is repeated again and again. And then Trump launched his campaign from Waco. It's like, okay, this was a long time planning.
Yeah. I mean, just take a look at the Illuminati conspiracy cards. That shit ain't a conspiracy no more. I mean, this stuff is planned at least a good 10 to 30 years in advance. The minor stuff, like, the Ray Epps and the Enrique Ontario characters, yes, that might be somewhat, new. The scriptwriter comes in and is like, okay, what can we do? Okay, we'll get these people on Twitter to comment about this, and then we're going to run this story on next Tuesday. And, we're going to go live with the new vaccines on Monday, and then Trump's going to get out of jail. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, if people don't think that their lives, that's the problem with this, is that I used to be one of those people that would just get my conspiracy fix, my doom fix, my doom drip, on Twitter or Godlike Productions back in the day. And I just realized what it was doing to me. And I was just living in this constant state of fear, but also thinking, like, someone's going to do something about it, and not really getting in touch with myself or what I could do to shift this.
Interesting.
And so it's such a distraction from the soul, the individual's, like, life purpose. Because we already have, like, the real world as it is. We got to work, we got to do this, and then everybody's addicted to their phones and Netflix and whatnot. And then you pile on the political theater. It's like Reality Housewives of D.C. And people think that's real, and it is real on a sense that, that mandate's going to come out. Yeah, that bill's going to be signed. But it's like when you vote or when you give your fear, your attention to these things, it becomes more and more real. It's a collective consciousness. And what you got to do, it's like with Freddy Krueger. You just stop believing in him. You just walk away and you put the attention on yourself, and then he just disappears.
That's a great way of describing it, because I look at the blue pill reality as a dream world, and nobody wants to wake up, they're comfortable. But those who have a conscience begin to wake up, and they take the red pills, which actually turn the blue pill dream into a nightmare. So the red pilled are actually living a nightmare. They're given a steady diet of
Yes.
fear, this doom drip you speak of, and that's not any closer to the truth. And that's one of the big tricks of their trade of keeping people locked in. And just
Yes.
like in Nightmare on Elm Street, if they let the fear take hold, their dream becomes a nightmare. And that's where most truthers are lost.
I would like to comment on that because I'm realizing something. This there's a reason for it. If you stay stuck on the hamster wheel, you can expect more of that fear of and that's going to just transmute into your everyday life. Now, there is something to be gained by becoming awake, and you can take that, what you know, and never stop learning is the key here. Never stop learning, never stop growing, you know. Yes, I do think it's important for people to be awakened to see who these characters are, but I also think it's very important for people themselves to be awake to who they are and their purpose in this life. And if you think your purpose is working a 9-to-5 job, coming home and getting your doom drip from Twitter and, you know, keyboard warrioring it out and then going to bed and starting it all over again, you might have to come back and learn all those lessons again.
Yeah, I
So
agree with
it's better
that.
to do it in this lifetime. It's better to do it in this lifetime as much as you can.
Well, I look at the screen and, everybody is plugged into this thing, but one of the things that really has occurred to me is that we have our senses that are then correlated by our mind and we figure out where we are. But now the screen has almost become another sensory apparatus where it has to augment every single experience. And it doesn't have to be that way, but it's become the default. And it does get people into these cycles where, I see people on Twitter who are terrified of nukes. They're terrified of what's going to happen when some power mad dictator presses that button. And then I have people who are terrified of direct energy weapons now. And it's just like the current fear. And I'm not falling for these current fears. I want more information and facts first. And as with January 6th, if you're looking for actual, real factual support for what they claim about these deaths and how it really happened, you're not going to find it. The more nuanced you get, the faker it gets, as you've exposed.
Yeah. Yeah, and two things I'd like to say. One is that we have a brand new death for 4 days ago, which now brings the death toll to 18. And then second, if there was anything that Yeshua was teaching his fellow man and woman, or Jesus, other than love and compassion, it was to not fear. Fear is a cancer. You know, fear can be necessary to transmute that, to take action, or you can always transmit the fear, or you can stay in fear. I'm not saying fear is bad. Fear can be necessary. But if you stay in that realm of fear, you'll always be there, and it will produce in your life, whether internally or externally.
Irrational fear. There's
So
irrational fear and rational ones, and many of the ones we're told to have turn out to be irrational. And I think that they do have a deleterious effect on someone's immune system, on their worldview, which gets really darkened if you buy into all of it as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting that, directed energy weapons is now becoming such a household phrase when I remember all the California wildfires were being set up by these directed energy weapons, and no one was talking about it. No one was picking up the story. Maybe Dutch Sense was, but that was about it. So I'm always weirded out when these alternative truth channels are all speaking the same kind of language. And by the way, not only myself, but countless other people have sent Act 2 to all of your favorite alternative news channels, you name it. They have at least received Act 2, and we haven't heard back from Nathan. No one will touch it. And
Wow.
I can understand why. It will blow their cover,
Yeah,
So
I would like to
the
know,
the
Tim
right
Pool,
will-
Tim Pool, what do you think of everything wrong, or what do you think of Woo's News' work? You're right, they cannot confront it because it undermines their entire false paradigm that they're propping up.
Yeah, I heard Mindy. What you got to say? Hodge twins, what you got to say? Nathan. Steven Crowder, where are you at? Nope, not happening.
No, they're all so caught up in this story, and I wonder sometimes
Are they
so
caught up in it, really?
well, are they so insulated they don't know it's fake, and are they kept sort of like on a need to know basis, or are they all just
If these people don't realize that this is fake, do you really want to be following them to get your news?
That's another great point. If they're either a dupe or an agent, why would you follow them?
That's how people are like with Trump. Or when you bring up Epstein or Dershowitz or any of the other bills that he signed, it's like, oh, Trump didn't know, or oh no, he was banned from Mar-a-Lago in 2001. Where'd you get that information? Like, it's just like these. It's like the script that these people are. I'm just gonna not continue that sentence because that was not in the spirit of compassion. So,
Well,
and this
right.
has really been, you get frustrated and you're trying to wake the frickin' people up, and you just have to be like, hey man, just show a little bit more compassion. And so when it comes to any of these J6ers and these crisis actors, like, hey, I have compassion for y'all. I had a dream about Taylor Hanson 2 days ago. He knew who I was and I knew who he was, but somehow we were in the same house and we had to live for like 24 hours in a house, and we just didn't talk. And I kind of wish in my dream that I had said something of some kind of level of compassion, like, hey, I love you, bro. I understand why you do what you do. There's still time to turn around, and if you decide not to, that's fine. You'll still have to meet. You'll still have to have the same life review, or not the same life review as mine, but you'll still have to have your life review, and you'll still have to, deal with all those things of, when you pass. Or you may have to deal with them while you're on terra firma. That's the thing, though.
Right.
So.
Well, this is such a big lie, and so many people are invested in it, and it's amazing to see people who just will pretend it doesn't exist, and eventually it's going to be very clear who is supporting it and who isn't. And I think it's important to send the video to people who should at least want to give it a fair shake, and if they don't, it's just tremendously revealing. Commenter Kelly Dawn asks, in your opinion, are the cops real, or were they crisis actors at J6?
I think it's mixed. We can clearly see, I've been able to determine who's a real cop and who's not. Not all of them, but obviously people like Dilly and some of the, like the front line of cops, like Side Ponytail and look at the 4 cops that are basically protecting Obstacle 1. And we've already walked past them changing into their SWAT gear when we follow the Proud Boys over to the east side, and that's that moment where Angel Wash is cause she's an organic person, she's asked to leave. It's a free country, it's DC, but they ask her to leave, and she does. But luckily, she and her husband and what's his name? Not David Grossman. Oh, there's so many reporters and cameramen. The one who testified at the Capitol hearings. It'll come to me. But luckily, we have their footage of seeing these background SWAT changing into their costumes. But yeah, people like Mike Fanone are real cops. I believe that there's a pool of background actor cops, and then you will have your real cops kind of mixed in with them.
Yeah,
The
that makes sense.
The people who take down. If you watch that scene at the end of Act 2 when Hunter Allen Epke is kicking in the windows, and those cops that tackle him, I believe are real cops. But the cops behind him, anybody can look at them and be like, these fat cops, these are cops? And the way that they stand there, it's like, I have a really keen sense of body language. I have a background in acting, and thank God for that, because body language is key. And you apply so much of what you've learned from other false flags, and you just apply it to this. And that was a tough one to swallow. Was one, some of these cops are actors. That was a hard one to swallow. And 2, some of these people like Elijah Schaffer and Brendan Gutenschwager and a lot of these alternative photojournalist that always seems to be at every single one of these events and gets the exact footage that they need to capture to make a headline story are always there. I always wondered that, but it wasn't until this 2.5-year investigation led me to believe that they're all in on it. And again, I understand why. I have compassion for them, and it's not too late to turn around.
So it's like a closed set, and some of the actors play as cops. And you brought up your background in acting has helped inform your ability to analyze what you're seeing. And for me, it's my background in video editing that really gave me the ability of the discernment to see through some of these glitches. And I think that's a very interesting take, that your background in acting lets you see it. Like, for example, one of the things that even prompted me to start looking at the news closely was the so-called victims with no sign of real mourning. It just seemed like they look like they're happy because they're collecting a check.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And if you even go back to Jesus' time when they gave him the opportunity to be released because the sentence fell on that holiday, and they brought up the murder of Barabbas, and then there was Jesus, and they asked the people, who should we release? Well, we know that they had people going around paying the people that were present to chant the name Barabbas. And it just goes to show you that paid protesters have been around since Jesus' time.
Right,
and
right.
Of course, the government, your favorite government, murdered one of your favorite people, and now these people are chanting for more government. Whether it's Biden or Trump or whoever the fuck puppet they put in place, you're still begging for more government. This is hardly a country anymore. It's a corporation.
You know what?
They're just going to keep repeating. They're just going to keep repeating this division like they have for thousands and thousands of years, and people keep buying into it. And you would think with everybody waking up and going through this red pill journey that they'd see through this, but it kind of makes sense as to why they've got everybody kind of like the Q movement people, the people that have been exposed to conspiracies, why they've got them like pigeonholed, and then they can control the narrative further.
Yes.
So that's
yeah,
not
absolutely.
to say that all of these. It's not to say that directed energy weapons aren't real. Of course they are, But it's like, when are we going to go back to the old stuff like Pearl Harbor or the Gulf of Tonkin or the Liberty or 9/11 or fluoride or chemtrails and vaccines? Like, whatever happened to those topics? Now it's just coming out every day. It's like last week was directed energy weapons, and then this week it's Obama being gay, which, I mean, we all knew that.
Yeah, that's not even new, but you make a great point, and I've commented on how a lot of, quote, truthers have become current thingers. It's the current fear. Like last month it was the children that are being trafficked. Now it's the missing Maui children. Next month there's going to be some other group that they're going to be advocating for, and it just seems like they've been on this never-ending succession of causes, and that's probably part of the strategy that the elite are using now. I think it's part of this age of information where they're drowning us in a sea of irrelevance, where the truth is out there, your truth is out there, we found it, but how do you make it relevant to all of the people who are swimming in just mis and disinformation?
Yeah, I mean, was that a question for me?
Well, it's kind of a rhetorical question. It's like, we're doing it as best we can. And honestly, your content has consistently made it to the surface. The fact that you got booted off YouTube almost doesn't matter in my view. Everyone here listening is very familiar with your work.
It matters to me. I cried about it. I mean, say what you want in the comment section. I'm a big boy. I don't care what you say. But I did cry about it because I've worked so hard to get these views organically. No one helped me, and I've spent 3.5 years on Woo's News, but 2.5 years just on the Capitol project, and have only now asked for money because I'm facing eviction, and want to get Act 3 out there.
15,000. You had 15,000 on YouTube in today's climate, and that's very difficult. Look, I mean, like I've been YouTubing since 2016, and I haven't been able to maintain a channel because they target the type of content that we do. But no, it's a huge loss. It's like losing a business. It's having your kiosk burned, and I totally try to support anybody like your work who is doing the work, and that's what you're doing. And the
Yeah.
government is actually censoring you. It's not like it's YouTube's terms of service. I consider this to be legit censorship.
Of course, yeah. I mean, it's nothing new. They're trying to censor Jesus.
Well, yeah, exactly. This is the lie world order, and here you are, one of the preeminent January 6th truth tellers. I have a couple of questions from commenters here, if you have a few more moments.
Yeah. Oh, please. This is fun. You're really good at what you do.
Oh, thanks.
And maybe at some point you can help me figure out how to get my damn channel back.
Oh,
You know,
yeah,
people are like, just create a
yes.
new one. It's like, okay, because I have the time for that.
Yeah, this has got to be taken up. I think this is a bigger thing than just a channel being replaced. We're looking at, I think, legitimate censorship. And yeah, I'll definitely be looking into this because I'm putting effort now into my own new lawsuit against YouTube because it's a side story, but they don't play fair. And I put a link in the chat. It says support Woo's News, give send go / Woo's News so people can help support you
please
putting
do.
out part 3.
Well, I've seen other people like Steven Crowder fight YouTube. Again, I don't know how legit that is, but if they can do it, why can't we do it? And I totally just cut you off while you were trying to pimp out my Give Send Go page, which is ridiculous of me. Please repeat that again.
Yes, givesendgo.com / Woo's News. And I put a lot of links in the chat, and yeah, you're really absolutely great at editing, and your commentary is really
Thank you.
It's hilarious. And for people who haven't watched it, it's just so nuanced. You might, I mean,
Yeah.
I can't reiterate how you're so precise that there's no doubt about what you're saying. Your analysis is
Right. I'm still waiting for somebody to come back and refute what I'm saying. Any frame, refute it, and I will change it. If you can prove it and refute it, I will change it. Just
Excellent.
like in Act 1 when I said that Adam Gray was fake arrested, and then I went back in Act 2 and I said that he was fake arrested, but it was at the George Floyd riot. I'm not afraid to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. It's an ongoing investigation. That's how this works.
yeah.
But yet,
Uh-huh.
to this date, no one has refuted any of that. You know, either people love it, or they'll accuse me of poisoning the well. Honey, that well was poisoned years ago. Keep drinking it.
Yeah, they poisoned it when they threw in the scapegoat Ralston saying, hey, this is the truth. Ray Epps made it happen. We're supposed to believe that the riots were the who made these people lose their minds and do this stuff. That's not set off as an explanation. A couple of my favorite scenes, one of them was when Roseanne Boylan got trampled and she had the flag that said, don't tread on me. Like, that's got to be a literary flair by whoever wrote the script. Like, that's got to be an inside joke.
Right. Right.
Okay, I have a comment.
I don't want to say anything about ORB because that's Act 3 territory, and I don't want to give any spoilers away.
Okay. Now, someone asked a question here about outside of January 6th. This is from Not Shocked. What does Woos think about the space race?
Define space race.
I guess they're referring to the space program in general. Off topic in a way. But
I mean, when I think of space race, I think of like Russia versus the United States versus China to get a man on the moon. I don't believe, at this current point in my life, I don't believe that we ever put a man on the moon. I'm open to that, whether it's true or not. I'm open to all of these things mostly. I tend to not think so much about space. I tend to think more about the people who are pushing for these things, who may or may not own Twitter.
yeah, yes.
The character, I'm more invested in the characters and their origins. I think origins are very pertinent into decoding a story. But the space race, you know, I don't know. How do you get humans past that Van Allen belt? So how about this? Let's just put it this way. When we're this much invested in AI and going to space and doing all these things with space, but yet we have brothers and sisters. I live in Los Angeles, and it is just tent city. So when we're putting all this money into these programs, when we have people all over the world that are suffering, come at me when we talk about the human race, and then I may have something to say.
Yeah, that's a valid point.
But it's just, they're taking all of your money and putting it into whatever program they want, and then they get you to either praise it or chide about it, and it's just a never-ending trap.
Now, origins. You mentioned origins as being very pertinent here. And for example, Elon Musk, I look at his origins, and I'm like, is this a real person who did all these things, or is he a composite character?
Exactly.
And I'm like, he looks like a little Von Braun, a little Willy Wonka, a little Iron Man, and they put this neat package together right out of the imagination of Werner von Braun. And then he's now in front of X, which to me is just almost like a reference to the Cross of Constantine. Like, it's just too theatrical for me to buy into it. But interesting question by someone in the comment section, and great points.
Could I say something really quick? That I feel that whatever my response to the question of the space race may have sounded rude. Thank you for your question. It was not intended to be rude or what's the antithesis of compassion?
No, I know what you mean, because it's not technically.
It wasn't to shame you at all. It's not to shame you at all. Thank you. Please ask any question you want, but that's just how I feel about it when we're so caught up in these other things, and yet, we don't take the time to think about all our brothers and sisters who are suffering. And people who do have jobs are still suffering. They may just be suffering in a different way.
That is a fascinating point you bring up, though, because we often hear talk about the fakery on the world stage, and it has consequences because they are diverting resources that could be used to help real people into creating this fantasy.
Yes.
So there are consequences to the way they're allocating the money they take from the brainwashed, and they redivert it into brainwashing instead of helping people. And yeah, there's definitely a human cost to it all.
Yes.
Okay, Mom with Sons says, I sent 33 to Venmo on Woo's News. Okay, so we got a contributor.
Holla.
Appreciate that, everybody.
Was her screen name Mom with Sons?
Yes, Mom with Sons.
Oh, I bless you, Mother, and your sons. And thank you very much. I've come to, I've kind of been having this very strange spiritual dark night of the soul thing since April 16th. And I have come to realize that these numbers, like 33, a lot of people in our movement would see that and would be very suspicious about it. But I've come to realize that these numbers may be a lot more than what we've been led on to believe. And that perhaps these numbers, just like the Bible, has been used and edited and slandered and adulterated. Which version of the Bible would you like to read? I would like to read the true version. Oh, we don't have that. All right, I'll take the King James one.
Oh, yeah, good with the numbers. Okay, so do you have, like, the number 33, for example? Recently, I watched this video, and this man was describing how to go to space, it's Mach 33, or 33 times the speed of sound. And he took it to be allegory for, transcending the material realm, entering the celestial. And the number 33 is often associated with that theme of ascension or rising. And I see these numbers all the time. Sometimes it's just like code, but other times it seems to have like a more spiritual or esoteric side to it. What do you think?
And, well, absolutely. These people know this information. They know the relevance of these numbers, but because I believe these people do evil things in this incarnation of their life, like I said, these numbers, you sure follow the numbers to a degree, don't get crazy with it, or do whatever you want. But I do believe there's some relevancy as far as the numbers that they use. Now, if you see this all the time and you think that because Mom and Sons just sent me $33 that we should start bitching at her that she's a Freemason, I'm going to think probably not. So sometimes it's okay to look into some things, But sometimes it's okay to pull your head out of your ass too.
Oh yes.
Some people think that because
there's a
some people think that
superstitious
because
element
Wooz
that.
has a circle on his eye.
Yeah, exactly. That's
I mean,
Illuminati. Illuminati
right.
confirmed.
People
Your
think I'm
dog.
Illuminati because my dog has a circle on his eye, and I'm like, okay, clearly you've never seen the Little Rascals. And if I was Illuminati, I don't think I'd be on food stamps right now. So at least make it make sense.
You know what? A number of people have said that you have a very suspiciously low subscriber count. And one thing that you see with people who are given a pass, who are part of this thing, is they don't have a ceiling. They don't have anything blocking them from getting tons. And I see it all the time on Twitter. These accounts, especially the QAnon types, all they're doing is they're keeping that cult going with this hopium, hits of basically menthol-laced red pills. And they're never censored. They're never shadow banned. And then someone like you,
Right.
you put the last few years into this project, and 15,000 is quite an achievement. And if they weren't suppressing it, it'd probably be 10 times that.
Exactly. I mean, this is 15,000 over the course of almost 4 years. Really, I sat at 700, maybe 750 subscribers for most of that time. When Act 1 came out, I literally went from like 700, 750 subscribers to 14,000 subscribers in one day because of Act 1. And obviously I went dark between creating Act 1 and Act 2 because I'm so ADD and just, I don't like to get caught up in all the drama and the replies and do this, do that, and just the finger pointing and the witch hunt. It's so distracting, and I just want to do my work, and, I don't need to say that shit's going down twice. I just need to say it once. So the idea of continuing this show for the rest of my life is not appealing to me. I don't want to keep singing the same tune over and over, and after Act 3, I plan to go right into the David Crowley case, and we can talk about that a little later if you want. Which is extremely important, maybe almost as important as January 6th to me personally. It's a personal story.
Yeah, I would be
and then
interested.
I'm not quite sure what to do with Woo's News. I still have dreams of making it in Hollywood. And I would like to, I'd like to have a family someday. I'd like to meet someone someday and maybe have a garden and not schlep in front of this ancient iMac and this computer and pulling my hair out every day trying to edit these videos and wondering if I'm making a difference.
Well, I say you are.
While everybody's just bitching in the background.
This is
so,
big.
It's just so annoying.
Because look, the fact is, it took like at least 10 to 15 years for the truth about 9/11, like the reality of it, not the narrative, not the spins, but for the truth of 9/11 to get out, it took years. And what you did, just what you gave to the January 6th quote truthers is the actual truth, not some narrative line that's going to steer them in circles. So no, actually, I think this is progress. So it's a pretty big deal. Northern Girl in the comments asks, how can we find him? What is the easiest way to find you, since YouTube is not reliable?
You can go to BitChute and type in Woo's News. I would say go to Rumble. I definitely want to build that account up, but again, they could ban Act 2 any day because they have. You'll see that Act 1 is not on Rumble because they banned it twice. But you can go to BitChute. That's BITCHUTE.com. And if you just type in Woo's News, one of my videos should come up. We're on Twitter. It's Woo's_news. Rumble. I have a Telegram channel. If you just search Woo's News, you should be able to find it. I'm in the works of creating a website.
Okay.
I'm hoping this is a good
I'm
idea.
surprised about Rumble. I mean, Rumble, but you know what? They're so built into the right-wing ecosystem that you're a threat to their major story.
Exactly.
Diana South in the comments says she calls it crumble.
Yeah. It's just a way to feed all these people into this. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody on Rumble is a bad guy. No, of course not. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that if you think you're going to Rumble for free speech, you may have another thing coming.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you have part 3 coming. But you're obviously you
Yeah.
have a lot of skills that came into this that you are already doing. You're already an actor and a writer and everything. So you're still going to continue to do stuff after this. What is this David Crowley project that's coming up next?
Well, I would like, because that seems to be the main question, is when is Act 3 coming out? And the answer is I don't know. Like, I have this eviction notice. I don't know if I'm going to have to get a job tomorrow. I don't know if I may have to leave my place. Like, I still have this old computer. So there's so many things in the air. And now the YouTube channel has just been banned. So most of Act 3 is done, but there's still quite a few more months to go. And I'm not gonna lie, when that channel got banned from YouTube, it hit me so hard that I'm just like I'm having feelings of wanting to quit, but I don't think I can, because I don't think I'd be able to live with myself. I think I would regret it. So it's coming. Hold tight.
Well, if you're interested
David
in
Crowley.
this, like if you're interested in doing periodic updates, it'd be a good way to keep everyone here. And this channel, we do have a cross. I think I think we do kind of have
Yeah,
a good
call me
cross section
anytime.
of so many people that are familiar with their work. So yeah,
But,
we'll continue this as you progress forward. But
by the way, what do you go by?
well, Infinite Plane
What,
Radio
what do I call you?
is the what people usually call me IPS for Infinite Plane Society.
Okay, IPS. I'll
Yes,
try to remember that. IPS. Ips.
IPS exactly.
What's up, Ipsy?
And yeah, and you actually and the whole thing is we have what is mostly
Yeah, call me anytime, please.
okay.
I'm happy to talk about this.
Yeah, we're definitely working on networking enough with people who see things from the outside of the partisan bubble, who actually look at the framework of media objectively. And I feel like if enough of us
Good.
network, all of your listeners, all of mine, eventually we're going to create a sizable, what I consider to be a parallel media that is just lie free. And I want to enlarge that. And I think that what you've done is a huge part of it because January 6th it's a 9/11 size spell.
Sure, yeah. Luckily, it didn't really pull that much at people's heartstrings like 9/11 or Sandy Hook. So it was a great way to get in and show how these false flags are created. But, I mean, I agree with what you said. It's also collective consciousness. This is very real, so never stop learning.
Yeah, never stop
And so
learning.
David Crowley,
Uh-huh. Yeah,
oh,
please.
go ahead.
No, I was gonna say we were
Tra-
saying that
you
the
could,
settled journalism of today is like no, any new facts is like conspiracy theory, but no, you also have to. I think you have to always leave it open to new facts. Always keep investigating, and you can always learn more about an event. It's never a closed case the way they would have it.
exactly.
Now on to David Crowley, if you can introduce us to that, which will be in the future after everything else with Act 3.
Do you want me to talk about him right now?
Yeah, I mean, if you can, if there's anything you
Yeah,
want to share with
yeah,
us here.
yeah. Well, I think some of your viewers may remember a trailer back in 2012 called Gray State. And this was a trailer that David Crowley was creating organically until people like the We Are Change movement and the Ron Paul movement and the InfoWars movement kind of backed him. And he became a household name during that time in 2012 and going into 2013 as well. And anybody can go and look at the Gray State trailer on YouTube and see what this film was going to be about. And it's about all the things that we're experiencing now. It's definitely, he's either a prophet or was a prophet, or he's just very intelligent. And I think maybe a mixture of both. And his ultimate goal was to sell this piece to Hollywood to create it into a feature film. And he had an active deal here in Hollywood, and he was planning to move out here to Los Angeles. And on January 17th, 2015, the Apple Valley Police Department found him, his wife, and his 5-year-old child dead. And by the end of that night, they called it a homicide-suicide, meaning David Crowley snapped. This project got to him so much that he snapped, and he killed his wife and his 5-year-old daughter and then killed himself. And I've been investigating this case for over 4 years now, and this is one of the reasons why I started Woo's News, because if anything ever happens to me, I want to make sure that somebody was coming to bat for me, because there are so many injustices in the world, and for me, this is what pulls me the most, is this story, and this is my impetus. He's kind of like my muse, in a way.
Gotcha.
But I have so much respect for him because of the content that he was creating, and the voice that he was leading for the people. And you know, the crime scene is to me, it looks staged in the sense that the bodies were placed there, but the media doesn't really. I've never seen a news report that talked about the fact that David's head is missing, or that Kamel's head is missing, or that both of her hands are missing, or that David's right hand is missing, or that his daughter's entire right arm is missing from the crime scene. And there's a complete lack of blood at the crime scene, just like with Ashley Babbitt. And, you know, David was right-handed, and his right hand's missing, and the gun is laying on his left side, or to his left, near his left hand. And the bodies, the last, because I have most of the through FOIA requests, and some of these diligent, hardworking people in the background. You could go on YouTube. They're called A Gray Stage, and they also have Justice for David Crowley and Family on Facebook. I believe it has 11,000 subscribers, and they make videos at least once a week talking about the case. You know, there's a dedicated group. I'd say about maybe 8 to 10 of them. And they publish videos almost every week. And they're telling me now that they're getting strikes on the channel. And so this, yeah, when I'm done with Act 3, I might have to pay a visit to Apple Valley, Minnesota, and do some real detective work. And the reason I'm bringing this up now is because I want to put together a team of whether you're a lawyer or law enforcement or medical examiner or in the field of forensics, or I don't even care if you're a crime psychic or if you have the skills of remote viewing. There haven't been any new developments on this case, and so I'm willing to hear whatever anybody may have to say about this, and anybody who could help me and this team of people who've been trying to get this case reopened for years now. The evidence is so alarming. It's so in your face, and it's so gruesome. It is such a gruesome crime scene. Whoever these people are that did this to them.
Right. Well, I'll familiarize myself more with it, but I'm looking at headlines, and it says, for example, there's one from New York Times, and it says, "Review: Gray State behind a filmmaker's madness." It's like you have this posthumous libel that they do to try to you know, cement whatever it was that they were saying as the truth.
They went as far as to cement it in 2017. Werner Herzog, the producer, and director Eric Nelson created a documentary called A Gray State, you know, the same name as his project. And they made a documentary interviewing different people, and the whole film is how, you know, how David went crazy and killed his family. They never talk about the crime scene or any of these like big or small details. They just create the narrative that David did this. They went out of their way to do this, and that's suspect to me as well. But anybody can watch it. They don't put any forensic information in front of that camera. It's just clips of him and compiled interviews of people that are fingering this guy. Right. And a lot of those are those people he was trying to get away from. If you read his Day One journal.
Okay, that's
and there's a great website. There's a great website that hosts, you know, all the crime scene photos and the autopsy report and even his Day One journal and phone bills, bank records, you name it. It's all compiled on this website. I'm going to pull it up right now in case anybody is interested. It's like WordPress. I think it's like Graystage. thegraystage.wordpress.com. And you kind of have to finagle about the website to find I think it needs to be better organized.
What I'll do,
but,
I'll put the URL in the follow-up newsletter. Like after we're done here, I send out a newsletter with a link to the podcast and any links you bring up. So we'll link to your Give Sun Go. We'll link to this link that you're referencing here, so people can follow up. And
and definitely Act 2. Please spread the news of Act 2, because I do talk about at the end of Act 2, I do talk about David Crowley, and I also talk about Alan Hofstadter. These are two heroes of mine, and I want to, I may have come back to this earthly plane to correct some injustices in this world. That may be my purpose, and so I'm wondering what your purpose is. I don't think it was just to come here and to consume this fear. Methinks it's something much bigger than that. And y'all need to give yourselves credit for being the spiritual and divine beings that you are, and not this, simple, meek, and mild flesh suit. You're so much more than that.
Well, I consider Infinite Plane Radio, I call this mind war inoculation. And the regular listeners here have the level of skepticism needed to see through the media matrix. And I'm happy to have you on the channel anytime moving on in the future. And we will definitely support.
Please.
I put a link to your PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, and Give Send Go. And I put a link to this Act 2. I think everyone needs to watch it, because this is what we call auto-hoaxing, which is, it used to be a pejorative. If you called something fake, oh, that shooting's fake, they would say you're just automatically calling it a hoax. And auto-hoaxer was a pejorative, but I was like, you know what, we're right. So if you're not
if you know fakeologist, do you know fakeologist?
Oh, yes, we speak frequently, yes.
Yeah, he introduced me to that term. And still to this date, I'm trying to find one event that happened in the news that was organically occurring. And I'll let you know if I ever come across such a story. But I guarantee all the experiences in your personal lives are organically occurring. And so I think people have a separation with like the world of Hollywood and politics and this Twitter feed that they're downloading every day, and then they have their own lives. You know what I mean? So the things in your own lives are real, are true. They are organic.
Yes.
And so I think that's the bigger picture here.
The meatverse and the metaverse.
It's not the bigger picture. There's many big pictures. Yes, exactly. You just said it.
The meatverse and the metaverse, and it's a key point here, because I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to push people into letting the metaverse filter their meatverse, their real experience, and that's where you lose out. I think what you're suggesting is that you lose out on the purpose of your life if you're living through a filter.
Yeah.
And
yes.
The screen has become that. And so I appreciate your objectivity and your research and all the hard work, and we will definitely touch base again very soon. I've had you on here for about 120 minutes. Anything else you can think of before we...
No, I think we covered, Act 2, Give Send Go, and David Crowley, and I think we talked about Alan Hofstadter as well, but still hear more about that in Act 2, and please share this video, and if anybody is a lawyer out there or knows how to get my YouTube channel back, please hit us up. My email, let me get my email out. It's Wooz News, WOOZ News, obviously, NEWS, at protonmail.com. If you're a lawyer, email me. If you have a background in law enforcement or investigative reporting or the medical realm or a private investigator, please email me as well, because I want to start to build this team, this David Crowley team, and also try to open up the conversation about what to do about Alan Hofstadter, because he's going to be sentenced on October 13th. And he's very positive, because he's a positive guy, but I have just a terrible feeling about it. And so I may have to rally up some lawyers and some people to undo this injustice. So if you feel like you want to do something about these injustices that I have mentioned, please reach out to me.
Yes, I will
And
definitely.
thank you so much, IPS, for coming on. This is definitely one of my favorite interviews.
Wonderful.
that I've
Well, I'm
done.
glad glad to have you on here. A lot of people were looking forward to it, and thank you for taking the questions. And we will definitely do a follow up here very,
Thank
very
you.
soon.
Thank you so much.
All right. Have a great day, Rafa.
And,
Thank you.
and God bless you.
Likewise. All right. We all
God
appreciate it.
bless you, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right,
Okay,
everyone.
good
That
night.
is Rafa from Woo's News, and I will be in touch with him via Twitter here momentarily. Thank you all for joining. I want to say thanks again for all the commenters and for anybody who supports Woo's News' work. I put a link below if you want to support him on Give, Send, Go. Look, he just had a 15,000 subscriber channel pulled, which is, it can be devastating. It really can be. We've been through it so many times that we're used to it. You know, we have the experience of fighting YouTube firsthand, even in the legal realm. And if we can get anybody to back Woo's News in any kind of legal strategy to get his channel back, we will definitely support that. So anyway, thanks everyone. This is Auto Hoax, or GTFO, Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. Subscribe to the newsletter at infiniteplane.live, and I'll get you this interview and all of the links that he mentioned and his email address.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Okay, so we're a little early, 10 minutes or so. This is PGA Black Sheep, music by Allergic to BS, Allergic to Bullshit. I'll put a link below. Infinite Plane Saturday for 9/9/2023, and so much to talk about. We last spoke on Thursday when we were joined by Rafa of Woo's News. And if you haven't heard that, just go to infiniteplane.live and scroll down to the archives. You can listen to it. It's on every platform. I believe he's promoted it as well. And we covered a lot of ground, but there's a lot more to go. And he just released Act 2 of his Everything Wrong with the Capitol Hill Riots. And I sent out a link there as well. So we'll continue to work with him and promote his work, rather. Everything Wrong with the Capitol Riots in 889 angles, especially because they pulled his YouTube channel, and he's working on a new part, and he has other things that he's planning in the future. So if you want to support his endeavors, go to that link, listen to the interview, and I put support links below. Let's go ahead and start with this story, because this is something that caught my eye the other day, and it's another example of what I consider to be inside jokes, double entendres, names that give away what the story is really about. So you may have heard about this. Rhoda Bash, the female who caught a brick to the face was recorded walking around in public slapping, quote, white men for reparations. They note reparations was misspelled. The point here is that people are saying it's karma. So if you're not familiar with this video, I'll show you Rhoda. She's strutting around and slapping people, white men, and then twerking in a very disrespectful way. Now, this is just obviously meant to be inflammatory, and I don't condone what happened next. If you take a listen, you'll hear her explaining.
I never did anything in my life to hurt anybody.
So there on the left, you can see her slapping a man, and there on the right, you see her in the waiting room, or in the emergency room, where she has this big lump on her face.
And like, yo, why this man got a brick on my face? And he's holding a brick. And all these niggas is watching, and nobody does nothing.
Now, you can see the slapping and the brick to the face. Now, here's the thing. I'm looking at the brick to the face, and it just looks fake. Her eye looks fine. It almost looks like prosthetic. She's not hooked up to an IV. I mean, I'm guessing, my guess is this is fake. And so one of my clues, my first clue, is her name. Rhoda Bash got bashed with a brick. I mean, come on. GoFundMe. How do they pay these crisis actors? If they're left-wing, or if it's part of the race war agitation, or any of these left war identity group things, it's GoFundMe. If it's right-wing, it goes to Give, Send, Go, like Jim Caviezel and the Oliver Anthony banjo player in the woods. So left, right, it depends. But in her case, she's raising money with GoFundMe. Going through some comments, we've been joined here by Demetria101 says loud and clear, Phantom Detectives LLC, Frank Murr, Maddie33, Battery79 says the gun control psyop. Oh yes, we are live from the gun-free zone of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Quite likely ground zero for the Civil War or something. What's going to happen? We can not carry guns anymore. I mean, this is not the New Mexico that I grew up in. Rocco says aloha from NH State 4:05 p.m. Joined by Watchdog, one of our field reporters, the only auto hoaxer on the ground there in Ohio at Palestine, to report on the big nothing. Phantom says we're dealing with the Danilo Cavalcante escape here in Pennsylvania. Okay, I haven't caught up with that, but I'll look. Linda Curtis, our cook, thank you for joining. Frank Murr, maskless, faceless. Battery79 says everything on TV is fake and blank. You were censored. So fake and something. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, Linda says she got masoned. Yeah, she got a little bit of Freemasonry. I doubt they charged her for it. Speaking of Freemasonry, I just looked up Danilo Cavalcante in Chester County, CC 33, and he's posing in front of a bunch of red bricks. You see. I usually take that as a clue that it's some kind of Freemasonic hoax. But we'll see. Maskless says the wall crawler. Did he crawl down that wall? Okay, let's move on. We talked about Rhonda Bash, who got bashed in the face after slapping people, and I'm saying it looks fake. I think she's a great actress. I hope she got paid. And why would they do this? Probably because they're trying to build animosity between various demographics. Look what they're doing in New York. You know, blaming immigrants for all kinds of things when they're the one, you know, to me this is just controlled demo, obviously. And this thing with the guns is interesting too. We'll talk about this because it's local, and you know, even Musk has commented on it. Elon Musk has said something about why haven't they removed her. Well, what they have done is they have declared this a state of emergency, and it's fascinating because for years since Obama they've been saying this nation is having an epidemic of gun violence. It's like, how do you make sense out of using the language of epidemiology to talk about guns? And they talk about this idea of what they call copycat killings, or that there's some kind of contagious nature to how guns spread. And I thought this is really strange how they're using these terms. Well, now look at how they use these same terms to describe misinformation. And what you can see here is they're building the case that this is a, quote, public health issue. And I've caught on to this because they use language primarily to manipulate us. So here's an example. Violence is contagious. Mass shootings can be contagious. Research shows. In other words, school shootings with 4 or more deaths spread like a contagion. each spreads others. Yale study finds that gun violence is a contagious social epidemic. Oh, you can catch it. Yeah. We need to treat gun violence like a contagious epidemic. January 13th, 2020. This was before COVID. 2 months before the pandemic, they were saying gun violence is an epidemic. Threatening to become a pandemic, I'm sure, if some American goes somewhere else and does it, or somebody's inspired by American toxic masculinity. Phantom Detective says the spider climbed out of the jail he was in. Fascinating story. Oh, by the way, update. Boot stamping on the human face forever may be necessary to fight climate change, scientists say. And I've noted this before. I said, look, freedom is unsustainable. So, yeah, you may actually need a literal boot stamp on your face if we're going to save Gaia. Okay, moving on. Again, so much to talk about. If you follow me on Twitter, I was in a parking lot the other day, and I watched a raven getting attacked by a hawk. I get these interesting interactions. I see a lot of bird drama early in the mornings in certain parking lots. Roadrunners, ravens, and hawks. And you might think this is just a coincidence, but on the day of my last lawsuit where I was countersued with my civil suit against somebody for defamation, on that day that Judge Magistrate Hawk was ruling against me, I literally watched a hawk kill a pigeon, and it fell dead from the tree right in front of me as I opened the door. And I thought, that's ominous. Probably not ruling in my favor. Was it augury, reading bird signs, like out of one of Homer's epics? And yeah, apparently I can do that. But we'd have to weigh it against the times that it's wrong. I mean, it's not exactly scientific, but it's just an interesting coincidence. The other thing I want to talk about is visual illiteracy and auto-belief, because this makes all of our points for us. Visual illiteracy and auto-belief, because people are lost in a world of illusions. I have here 2 examples of people responding to videos without enough context, and you'll see what goes wrong. And I observed this same exact thing, and I addressed this when we were talking about people saying that panda bears were fake. So when it comes to phenomenon observed on video, most people assume it to be real, and they reason back from what they saw on the screen. And this is like a magic show. If you're at a magic show and you say, well, I saw this lady disappear. Let me reason back from it, therefore magic. You see, and so this assumption of reality, or auto-belief, is the reason why people fall for psychological operations all the time. So when I say auto-belief, I'm referring to assuming it to be real without any sort of vetting. And this often leaves people with answers that are otherworldly, non sequitur. And these are 2 examples of visual illiteracy where people take the screen as primary evidence and they reason their way back. So first, we're going to look at a bird in front of a security camera where the frame rate hid the wings flapping, so it appeared to be hovering. I also want to note that the uploader, Chuck Calesto, has more than 500,000 followers. It seems like only very popular channels are able to spread this obvious misinfo, visual misinfo. And I wonder why. It's like the higher the sub count, the less visual literacy, the more immersed you are in the illusion, you can't tell the difference. So he's like, can someone explain this to me? And it appears to be a bird hovering in front of his camera. Now, a lot of people just said, okay, it's the Matrix. It's glitching. This is what they do when you're not watching. People come up with all kinds of ways to explain this. Well, if you wait, because you cannot make a judgment just based off on this clip, it's all context specific, or you got to consider the nature of the camera. In this case, you're talking about a security camera that, in order to conserve space, isn't exactly doing high def. It's not doing it's high def, but it's not doing the rate of frames that you would need for regular video. So it's not catching every flap. Sort of like how you can record helicopters and it sometimes appears that the blades are barely even moving. So it's a trick. The flapping of the wings are the same as the camera's frame rate or something like that. But most of the people here fell for it, rather ran with some strange explanations. And to me, this is an example of what I would consider to be visual illiteracy. And it took a while for the truth to get out. But I hear a lot of comments about, look, this is crazy, this is wild. I see a lot of people referring to the Matrix, which is a common thing. people are like, it must be a simulation. Bewildering. Now again, I'm just pointing out that this is an example of how people are taking the screen as evidence on the face of it. Now here's another example that I think is even more interesting. Here we have a lifeguard, and I'm going to let you listen to the person's response, because the lifeguard is nodding, moving around in a very robotic manner, and the person watching it thinks that she's seeing some kind of a matrix apparition, some kind of a simulation glitching, like an NPC in real life.
Look at this.
Now you're seeing a lifeguard nodding her head and looking around, but now listen to the uploader.
Okay, no, you are not real. No, ma'am, you are not real. You are not real, ma'am. You are the Matrix. You did.
She said, "Did I do something wrong?" All innocently. But in defense of the lady calling this woman the Matrix, the lifeguard is nodding up and down and swaying left and right. So a number of people are like, fentanyl. At first I thought heroin, I'll be honest with you. It reminded me of somebody I knew, nodding off. But high as a kite, one person said. But what are we looking at? A Matrix robot? Here's what they said. WTF. And this is from Human Dilemma, 25,000 followers. Is this a robot glitching, autism, or something else? I'm surprised nobody blamed boosters. Now what is it? Turns out lifeguards do this all the time. Their head movements is a form of scanning in a very methodical way that ensures they don't miss a single inch of the pool. And with the short, I mean, a Cubstar posted it in Gilded. He found a video of a lifeguard doing this head bobbing back to back or side to side movement, which, if you don't know what it is, it does look kind of bizarre. But again, if you just take that clip out of context and don't do any additional research and merely emote and respond with your own frame of reference, what are you going to suggest? Matrix or something. So that's a pretty significant leap of logic, and the key takeaway here is how context causes viewers to judge prematurely without enough information, and when someone is rushed to judge something as real, they're even less likely to arrive at the right answer. This is what they do with every single PSYOP. So the reality of the bird wings versus the camera frame rate and the explanation for the lifeguard's movements were pointed out in the comment section of each of these Disease X posts, but it just took a little while for the answer to show up. But when it comes to these PSYOPs on the news, you're not allowed to wait. They don't want you to wait and determine what you think might be the truth. They want you to just respond emotionally. And yes, I am referring to X, formerly known as Twitter, as Disease X. Disease X is a placeholder name that was adopted by the World Health Organization in February of 2018 on their short list of blueprint priority diseases, which represent a hypothetical, unknown pathogen that would cause a future epidemic. And I would posit here that the true purposes of the pandemics, or of the pandemic and the one to come, is the implementation of worldwide social media censorship. And Twitter, being the de facto digital public commons, is the lead platform in the controlled demolition of free speech. The justification for shutting our mouths, literally with masks, and figuratively with censorship, will be the after effects of what Elon Musk has done from the perspective of establishment media. They've conflated hate speech spreading with anti-vaccine activism. So they've created this new public enemy, the meme super spreader. So who better to take the fall for free speech than the meme lord Elon Musk, leading purveyor of mind space junk, as of his acquisition of Twitter, now X, which is the epicenter of the greatest meme-demic the world has ever known. So X is the hypothetical future Disease X that the power elite have been planning for. And you'll probably agree with me as you see what happens in the near future. Whatever happens next, you'll see the fingers pointed at Musk. Even now, as you'll see, Musk is being blamed for helping Putin. This is something that was just coming out. George Takei on Twitter, the Daily Beast is reporting that Elon Musk ordered engineers to switch off his Starlink satellites just as Ukraine was preparing to attack the Russian naval fleet with drones. He said he feared nuclear retaliation by Russia. It's high time we ask the question, how much power and influence does it make sense to hand just one person? I've been saying for some time, Musk is the fall guy. This is why we can't have nice things. This is why we can't have billionaires. We can't have empowered individuals. Because look what he's doing to not just mind space, but outer space. Again, he's the leading purveyor of mind junk and space junk by design. Okay, let me catch up on your comments. Joined here by Yurt Mama. Says, Native American culture, hawks represent good luck. Seeing one is said to make your dreams come true. Interesting. We do have a lot of hawks around here, and what I noted was, and I have the video on my Twitter, it swooped down and it struck at the raven who ducked, and he got like a scratch, and it came down again, but then 3 other ravens were looking on from a nearby lamppost, and they all started in unison, kind of cawing at it, and it seemed to chase the hawk off, like it didn't know which one to attack. So I think they kind of ganged up, but I'm pretty sure he got a slash. Watchdog says they're programmed to compare it to the Matrix. Interesting. Skill says 100-year time loop. Talking head Joe Biden is Joseph Stalin on a techno-fascist theocratic crusade and purge. I agree. I think you can find a reference to Joe Biden in the Bowie song, the Savior Machine, about President Joe giving control over to the Savior Machine that solves hunger and war. That would be the AI, probably a reference to HAL 9000 or Otto. Okay, moving on. Skill says, I avoid X like a plague of demons. Look, X is a huge player in this whole game, and X is the cross. It went from the bluebird to the X. Yeah, that's the dove and the cross. This is the same symbolism from the old paradigm, rebooted. That's why I call him Pope Elon. And when I say Pope Elon, it's also a reference to Mars, a Technical Tale by Werner von Braun, who said that the first colonizer of Mars, the quote Elon quote, would set up a governmental structure analogous to that of Rome. Pope Elon. Skill says Washington Post CIA mouthpiece is unreadable trash. I read it for you. You see, I siphon through the mail, mis, and disinformation so we can remain informed. Because I'm not reading to know what to believe. I'm reading to know what the believers believe for total situational awareness. Like, you want to know if the person next to you is a psycho. You want to know if the people around you are willing to vote away your freedom in a heartbeat. I mean, I live in a city where now it's such a state of a quote public health emergency that we can no longer walk around with our guns on our hips. You have to keep it at home. And obviously this is going to save a lot of lives, I'm sure, because it was the law-abiding citizens just popping off rounds and killing people. Like, it's a gang thing. They just don't say it. Salty Siren says, Elon, the Raelian alien, is colonizing Earth. Now you say that, Raelian, and it reminds me that Elon Musk was in fact given some kind of badge by the Raelians. So if you don't know the Raelian movement, they believe that the aliens created us, that these were the Elohim in the Bible. They believe that they even cloned some of us. I think they even came from Sirius. But their logo happens to be a 6-pointed star with a swastika over it, which is really just a reference, I think, to the stars above the Big Dipper and the Four Seasons. But anyway, the Star of David represents infinity of space, and the swastika, infinity of time. It's their symbol of love, and they found it in the Tibetan Book of the Dead. However, when Ye posted that symbol on Twitter, he got banned. So Musk banned him over a Raelian symbol, and ironically, the Raelians had actually already made Musk an honorary member. Like he's a Nephilim, or friend of the Nephilims or something. So anyway, make of that what you will. Did Ye's tweet contain the symbol of a UFO-based religious movement? There you go. Intelligent design for atheists. And this is part of what I've been saying about how the new paradigm is all about aliens as the replacement angels. Like, you got to shake off the ape and evolve away from that and become something higher, literally, something elevated. And aliens are everything they want you to be: genderless, raceless, gray, and they're carbon neutral. They probably don't even eat. They're probably breatharians. And it represents the idea that our salvation and our ascension from the terrestrial hell is going to come through technology, transhumanism. So you have the angel as the alien or rather the aliens are the angels for the atheists. And in that movie Asteroid City, they actually do an inversion of the Lord's Prayer, where it's, instead of "Our Father who art in heaven," it's "Dear alien who art in space." And they pray to the alien. And this is not just some joke, it's actually part of this new paradigm where they will be willing to accept the existence of angels if you dress it up as science. Just like they will laugh at Noah's Ark and how wickedness makes God mad and he floods the place. They laugh at that superstition. But you tell them, oh yeah, well, Gaia will get mad if you don't cut back on your carbon footprints and will cause floods or any kind of inclement weather. They go for it. I'm listening to podcasts by brainwashees on the far left, and they're all saying, yeah, Maui was caused by us. We did that. It's like the NBC climate confessionals. You actually have people going onto the site to confess that they used too many paper towels to clean up after their cat. Like, you're confessing climate sins? It's a cult. Okay, let's continue. Watchdog says they vote away our rights every day. True. Look, we already witnessed what happened in 2020, and what I walked away with it from it was this: that the whole Q movement has always been a pacifier. And if you look at the Q, it kind of looks like a pacifier. You got the circle and a little nub, and they're like, here, patriots, here, gunophiles. Here, people who are supposedly the last bastion, the firewall against global tyranny, here, have these pacifiers. And they all just sort of sat there and trusted the plan, got addicted to hopium, got fattened on popcorn, and lost touch with reality. Got absorbed in their own fan fiction, and very few of them ever escaped. They were pacified. There is no resistance. All right, joined here by the HBIC from Twitch. Thank you for joining. Linda Curtis says 2020 was the start of the zombie apocalypse. See, it was either the start of the zombie apocalypse or it was when the zombie apocalypse became externalized to where the zombies had to like advertise themselves, make themselves known. Like, I feel like it was revelation. Like, now we know. Doomers, do lasers, and imaginary dead kids, but Matuna children. Missing do kids. You'll notice nobody's talking about missing do kids anymore. When just a week ago, everybody was talking about how nobody's talking about missing do kids. But all the everybody that were talking about how nobody's talking about it aren't talking about it anymore. So to anyone pushing the notion of missing dead kids in Maui vaporized by 5G towers, lasers, or trafficked by deep state kidnappers, you have to prove there are 2,000 missing dead kids first. Then you can start asking us, where are the dead kids? You can't shift the burden of proof and assume the premise has been established. That's called loading the question. You can't say to me, where's the missing unicorns? I'm like, oh, I better go find them. Well, they must be missing because he asserted they were missing. No, your assertion is not evidence. So you need to prove these dead kids even exist. And there are many explanations. Like, 2,000 kids didn't show up to school the day after the big fire. Does it mean they all died? No. So, the loaded question assumes the premise has been established, and logically the question should be something more like, or if you were going to establish this and have me take you seriously, you'd have to say, hey, there's 2,000 missing kids, and I can prove it in the following manner. Well, where's your proof? Now, this obsession with missing children is only infecting former Q folk, the ones with little pacifiers. And the Sound of Freedom dupes. The ones who are crying about the traffic children, who moved on to the do children, who are now moving on to something else. Yeah, they're the ones who fell for the do thing, but they're starting with the premise it was do and working their way back. And that's actually, it's technically a false flag explanation. But now I went through a news report where they were talking to people who were affected by the fires, and listen to what they said. So this witness, who looks totally legit, totally doesn't look like he's central casting, they give all this money to Ukraine. Another one, billions versus $700 per person, billions to Ukraine. Now these are people who are talking about how they've been affected by the fires. Just this person says, because $700 compared to all the millions he's giving to Ukraine. I found multiple people saying the same thing. They're not talking about the missing dead kids. They're talking about the missing millions. The millions that went to Ukraine. Now, here's what Oki Bryan said on Reddit. He said, quote, I follow someone who analyzes propaganda for a living, and he's pointed out that this disinformation is being amplified specifically by the right wing and seems to be originating from Russia. Russia really wants the American people to pressure Congress to stop backing Ukraine. So they put out this fake news that nobody on a disaster area is getting help because the administration is sending weapons to Ukraine. He says here, the MAGA and QAnon are willing pawns in spreading this information. And I agree with this. The MAGAs and the QAnons are spreading the information that there's missing dead kids, or missing do kids. It's like their cause of the day. And what it comes down to is a bunch of crisis actors bitching about money going to Ukraine. Skill says U.S. needs a separation of media and state. Yeah, that's a very important point. You have these atheists who are all about separation of church and state, and they don't recognize that media has supplanted religion. And the relationship between media and state is, well, they're one and the same, to be quite honest. It's pretty blatant in some areas, but it's worse than just the social media terms of service enforcement that encroaches on or approaches censorship. We're talking about worldview control and media being used as a tool of governance and mind control. Lieutenant Weinberg says, has Tim ever talked about the jet fuel hoax and maybe the contrail being a red herring from that? Yeah, I've considered that. When I first approached the idea that there's this compressed air and they're trying to hide the fact that they're not using jet fuel, I thought, there's a few things that could substantiate that. For example, how come every movie leading up to 9/11 that had any action theme featured jet fuel as like a main character? Like, did jet fuel ever get any kind of Golden Globes awards or Academy Awards? Because it's always a character. All these movies, things exploding, planes are just bombs. So that when we saw 9/11, it just made sense. Oh yeah, plane hits building, building melts and falls. It made perfect sense at the time. But I thought, they really want us to believe in jet fuel being consumed in this volume for a reason. And you can see the scam angle of it. But how would you distract people from the effects of compressed air jet engines that don't use fuel? Like, maybe they are leaving even more egregious contrails because of their nature or something. I considered that. I considered maybe chemtrail theory could be a good way to cover up the fact they're not using jet fuel. But when it comes down to it, condensation trails do exist. And it's easy to explain. And it's 18% of flights, and it correlates with certain altitudes. And in fact, lately, they've been saying that they're going to mitigate climate change by stopping contrails by changing altitudes and advising planes on where to fly so they don't leave trails. So there's not going to be any trails for chemtrail believers to point at in the near future. It's like, what are they going to be afraid of? You take away that fear, they're going to have to invent something. Like, they'll say, oh, stratospheric aerosol injections. I am personally going to miss condensation trails if they get rid of those. I like these long trails of cirrus clouds, ice in the sky. I like the fact that it's a natural phenomenon, man-caused, but I like it. It signifies that we have some level of control here, that we're able to write things in the sky, and that most people are traveling for leisure. Nobody needs to fly. Going through some comments, and a literist says Russian bots are everywhere. Well, look, Russian bots do exist. They're called MAGAs and QAnons. Like, you can't really separate these things. And I'm looking at it from this Metascript perspective. Like, look, you can't say that these countries are actually at war. America, Russia, China, North Korea, all of them share the big secrets. Whether it be the Antarctic Treaty or fake space or fake nukes. And fake nukes is the big one. That's ground zero. If you look at the story behind the Newsbenders play, it was basically the idea that media took control over reality with the advent of the atomic bomb. And when they convinced the public that they could blow us all up, they put us in a collective hostage situation, a circular firing squad, and a couple generations into it, we've been born with Stockholm Syndrome, in love with our captors, pointing these fake nukes at our heads. But what they did is they obliterated objective reality and put us into a dream world where they write the rules, a movie-enhanced, movie-based reality. The theater of Psywar. It was kind of a coup over the human epistemology, over our very perceptions. A very successful one. Joined by We says, hello everyone, thank you for joining Infinite Planes Saturday. I'll be opening up phones here soon. I found this clip. I don't think it was meant to leak entirely, but here is a mom forcing her child to cry on camera because their dog just died, but she needs a thumbnail for their TikTok, teaching him to crisis act.
Part of our family. So if you could pray for us, we appreciate it. I love you guys. Bye. Come here. Come closer for the video.
So she thought she hit the off button. She thought she hit the off button. This is so sick. So now you're going to watch for the next 50 seconds. Her son is crying over their dead dog. Like their dog literally died. But she wants those tears on camera while she's posing.
Come closer. I'm closer. I'm closer. Put your head right here. Come closer. Closer down. Put your head down here.
This inhuman narcopath doesn't know she's live. He says, no, Mom, I'm seriously crying. I'm not going to play it all because it's probably embarrassing for him. I mean, look what his mother has put him through. But basically, the whole thing is she's coaching him to crying. He's really crying, and she gets him to pose and look at the camera, and then she makes a cry face. She even tells him how to make his cry face.
Put your hand like this. But let them see your mouth. Let them see your mouth.
What is this, a crisis actor, moms? Crazy. It's probably how David Hogg grew up. All right, let us continue. I want to go through my notes at minds.com/Infinite Plane Society. We were talking about Musk saving the... Here we go. Elon Musk committed evil with Starlink order, says Ukrainian official. Ukrainian presidential advisor says deaths of civilians and the price of a cocktail of ignorance and a big ego. So there you have Musk setting an example, all by design. We're meant to see this. We're meant to see how we cannot trust people to get this rich. It's too much power. I got a letter here from Lloyd I want to bring up really quick. Del Bigtree, the anti-vax guy, was burned out of his home in Malibu some years ago and noted some weird anomalies. On the occasion of Maui, he isn't considering it dues. However, he's pointing to evidence that aluminum powder is in the chemtrails, and aluminum is a fire accelerant. He had Dan Wigington on regarding chemtrails. So there is this theory that chemtrails are being used to load the atmosphere so that 5G can eventually incinerate it. So if you want to imagine it more clearly, if you put aluminum in a microwave and you turn it on, like to a steak setting or pizza, whatever, 3 minutes or something, it's going to do something. And that's what they're going to do to your entire atmosphere because of, quote, chemtrails. That's what the chemtrail believers believe. I don't believe it. But if you have an aluminum foil hat, I would recommend removing it if you do believe it. You wouldn't want your... Like, do you think Tim Pool has some kind of lining in his beanie cap? Look, Dick Cheney says Donald Trump is the greatest threat to our republic in 246 years. Fascinating. You're going to see more of this. I got some Civil War rhetoric. And look, I've been talking about this for a minute. There's been some Civil War rhetoric building up. Glenn Beck had some anti-ATF guy on. ATF's the bad guy. And we saw something in the NFL predictive programming where it had these two football players adjacent to one another on its ad for Monday's game, 11 and 9. and it's Patriots versus Eagles. So you have this 9/11 and Patriots versus Eagles. And I take that to mean MAGA and feds, specifically because of all this rhetoric against the ATF, all of this time back to Waco, which is a relevant piece of the conversation right now. Trump kicking off his whole thing in Waco, all of this is, by design. So this Waco thing, the gun grab thing, and now here we are in Albuquerque, where they are pushing that line as far as banning guns, etc. But here's Dick Cheney, and listen to what he has to say.
Tried to steal the last election using lies and violence to keep himself in power after the voters had rejected him. He is a coward. A real man wouldn't lie to his supporters. He lost his election, and he lost big. I know it, he knows it, and deep down, I think most Republicans know it.
All right, greatest threat in 246 years. There's Dick Cheney, who's exactly 33 years older than Christian Bale, who played him in Vice. You couldn't even tell the difference. Christian Bale deep faking as the VP. I think the movie was called Vice. Okay, just a little ominous there. Now, if anyone here is still interested or looking into this idea of the missing Maui kids, I wanted to point out this really quick. There was this bit of disinformation years ago, had to do with this story from 1990 about invading Iraqi soldiers taking premature babies from incubators and letting them die on the floor. This is an old bit of propaganda, atrocity propaganda. Remember the Kuwaiti babies? And this is what's called, quote, black propaganda, which are basically lies. That, again, babies were pulled out of incubators and left on the floor to die. And this has been roundly exposed as a classic example of atrocity propaganda. And the Maui thing is atrocity propaganda. And you can tell because it's past. It's like their agents have kind of... we're supposed to believe there are... here's another one. I guess dead dew babies bobbing in the boiling ocean. And remember before this, they're like, the oceans are going to boil. It's global boiling. And we laugh. And a week later, the oceans are boiling in Maui. But look at some of these headlines. We have these thousands missing as Maui survivor reveals account of dead babies in the ocean. Is that even true? I didn't hear about dead babies floating in the ocean. Just sounds like, again, it sounds like Kuwaiti incubator babies. I'm just not buying it. And one more thing. I'm finding that most of the accounts are coming from these secondhand, obviously staged accounts. This is an example.
Some containers.
This lady claims that she saw 2,000 body bags.
Apparently over 1,000 body bags in Matson containers and refrigerated trucks on the other side of the island right now. The government's trying to blame them. They didn't.
She's claiming she saw 1,000 body bags and refrigerator trucks. I mean, she's lying. Okay, this is just lying. Emotional Maui dew attack victim claims the death toll surpassed 1,500. Massive containers, refrigerated trucks, 1,000 body bags. This is shared by a blue check, so you know it's true. But these are shills. Look, these are propaganda shills, and people fall for it. And this is an important point, too. People fall for these emotional pleas. And Mark Twain said, it's easier to fool a man than convince him he's been fooled. Well, that's because when you get somebody emotionally, they have a block that prevents them from intellectually analyzing it. You can't pry that belief away from them. Melatonia says, everyone should be very concerned about what's transpiring in New Mexico. They will institute a pandemic of the unarmed. Yeah, you pretty much got it. This is ground zero for something. In fact, listen to this. The governor of New Mexico has declared the First and Second Amendment do not exist due to an emergency.
Yeah. But your point is valid. You took an oath to the Constitution. Isn't it unconstitutional to say you cannot exercise your carry license? With one exception, and that is if there's an emergency, and I've declared an emergency.
If there's an emergency. So it's an emergency. You know, and I feel a little defenseless here. and unprotected. If you look at this photo, I went out this morning to the pollinator, it's this cactus garden, and I stepped on these goat heads. And I asked, will the governor ban goat heads? It's just not safe to walk around here. Many of them penetrated through my shoe. But yeah, they moved it through an emergency because of it's a pandemic, or it's an epidemic of gun violence, is what we're seeing here. That's how they describe it, an epidemic of gun violence. Okay, let's continue. I want to get through my notes. There's so much to go through. This is from an old movie. I guess this is easily 10 years old, but this is an example of early propaganda against 9/11 truthers. It's an interesting piece, just 36 seconds, and it's called, I think it's called The Beast. It's a new A&E show called The Beast. This is from 14 years ago, where they smeared 9/11 truth seekers as dope smoking terrorists. And again, this is like,
you here for my launch cards. Look, man, if I could just get what I came for, and
this is typical. So here he is at this guy's house, and you'll see the 9/11 truther is like very unhinged.
Oh, I'll be on my way. You a truther or a sheep? What?
Are you a truther or a sheep?
9/11 was a false.
9/11 was a false flag. This is like Alex Jones level rhetoric, and obviously, I'm not activated like this. We're not agitated because we don't believe these things to be true. The people who believe the nightmare do come off as unhinged.
Flag operation, man. Wake up. A self-inflicted wound to control the masses. You know there was no planes. All done with holograms and CGI. Yeah, man, look, if I can just... What's your rush, bro?
That is the scariest 9/11 truther I've seen in a while. Now, I saw this other show. I got to remember the name of it. But this man's talking to his son, and his son says, well, I hope there's no school shooter. And his dad says, you know, those are all fake. And his son grabs a knife and looks at it menacingly at his dad. And his dad takes it back. I love how they use entertainment TV to tell people how to behave. But look, the people who are scared of the televised PSYOP theater have been conquered. Like if you're screaming from the rooftop, it's about to get real, run for the hills. You know, you're basically a victim. I hate to say it. Listen to this. This is Ben Shapiro. And the other day I woke up because I was hearing Siri saying something, and I swore I thought it was Ben Shapiro, and I woke up to turn off my podcast. I was like, why is Ben Shapiro talking to me in my sleep? It was Siri waking me up. But Siri, for some reason, sounded like Shapiro. It says, it's rare, this is Ben Shapiro, he says, quote, it's rare to see actual biblical level events taking place in normal everyday life. But that's what's happening over at Burning Man. I called it. I said, look at the Burning Man disaster. The left is going to say Gaia did it, climate change did it, capitalism did it. It was Gaia's punishment for mistreating those activists who try to shut down access to Burning Man. And the right will blame God because they're having open-air desert orgies, which sound very uncomfortable and gritty. But why this bifurcated response? Because it's fake. Reality's not like this. Reality isn't split down the middle so neat and even like this. Got a comment from Lloyd Miller, and he said, the vast damage in the popular area had kids. Should we believe the MSM lowball estimates, or keep in mind that thousands might have been killed or incinerated? Should we ignore anomalous fire damage and the suspicion of direct energy weapons, and most likely microwaves? We know the powers that be lead the World Economic Forum and claim the planet needs to be saved from climate change caused by too many people. And the WEF lead real estate operators want to redevelop the burned land for billions of dollars in profit. Now, I agree with him that they're accomplishing all of the above, but they don't need real science fiction weapons or mass casualties to make it happen. In fact, that would make it more difficult, because then you'd have thousands of families fighting this agenda, saying, look, they're killing our kids and taking our land. Well, there's no victims. And more importantly, it's burden of proof. This is a burden of proof error. You can't say, do energies, anomalous damage, and reason back from that. No, you have to establish that these things actually exist, just like the person looking at the hovering bird, or people calling bears fake. You can't just judge from this cherry-picked footage. We need more information, and we did get more information, and none of it substantiated the claims of thousands of missing children. And here's a story from a few years ago. You may remember this. The number 1,500 stood out to me. I was searching for 1,500 Maui children, and I found 1,500 children from the border that were missing from a few years ago. April 2021, Alex Jones accused of staging a confrontation over a child migrant. I remember Alex Jones and Owen Schroyer went down to the border and they claimed that children were being trafficked. Now this all makes sense that he was involved in this psyop. Looking back at the Tim Ballard story, so Jones is down there creating a drama and saying that children are being trafficked, and it turned out to be a total hoax. The InfoWars uploaded a video where he confronts a driver outside Catholic Charities at the Rio Grande Valley in the city of McAllen, Texas, and accuses him of trafficking the migrant children he's driving. Again, a staged confrontation involving a claim of 1,500 missing children. Like, this is not new. This is textbook manipulation, is what I'm saying. Okay, I'm going through your comments. Melatonia says, everyone complains, but nobody stands up to the tyranny. January 6th was the ultimate stand-down order. Well, they don't have a frame of reference to understand the tyranny that exists, because it's not like what it appears to be. It's insane how they framed it as the deep state versus the good guys who are like traditionalist, nationalist. It's one of these things where I agree with this statement, the tagline from War Games, where it says, strange game, the only winning move is not to play. And then if you're talking about tyranny and oppression and stuff, what do you really mean? Like, are you being inundated with chemtrails? Are they really dangling nukes over your head? Are they really depopulating you and zapping you with direct energy weapons? Or is it all fake? That's why I embrace inactivism, and I take this kind of ivory tower approach, because so much of it is fake, designed to get you to overreact. Like, here I am in Albuquerque, where it's no longer legal to run around with a gun. You know, if I was a triggered red pill individual living in a nightmare where the government's coming for me, I would be doing some kind of Paul Revere stuff, I bet. Like, I'm waiting to see the big MAGA trucks running around, rolling coal and making noise to show that they have their weapons. Glenn Clark says, I've seen many videos of laser beams coming out of clouds and burning specific things, like the guy has a joystick. Well, last year that show came out on Netflix called Alice in Borderland, and one of the main themes were these lasers coming out of the sky and zapping people. And that theme, or that imagery, was also shown on the news, where they said this Chinese satellite was shining lasers over Hawaii, and this was last year. So it just seems like predictive programming. Then you look at Maui Dew Blast, the drink. It's predictive programming to get the people who don't buy climate change to reach for these far-flung conspiratorial views that can't be substantiated but are equally divorced from reality. Like Del Bigtree. Oh, it's because the planes are dumping aluminum in the air and it got lit up by 5G towers or some BS like that. Who believes this stuff? Well, a lot of people. But none of them know it to be true. Believers believe in unicorns. They don't know them to exist. So let people, I don't care what people want to believe, but what we're doing here is we're separating beliefs from fact-based, fact-substantiated knowledge. Very different. This is a world of believers under the thumb of a small minority of knowers. This knowledge disparity is a key component to their power, and they play upon the fear of the unknown and superstition. That's why this modern scientism paradigm is built upon the old religious template and encompasses all of the same fears and guilts and shames. You know, your carbon footprint. You should be ashamed of yourself for breathing. All right, check this out, a little predictive programming. Why did Warriors give Kamala the number one jersey when visiting the White House. The only question is, this is from Michael Letts, the only question is, when you're going to hear President Kamala Harris, will it be 9/12 or 9/13? This will be 33 years and 330 days since Gerald Ford told us how we would be getting the female POTUS, the death of the current POTUS. You may remember that. Gerald Ford had this clip where he discusses how we're going to get a female president when some old white guy dies or something along those lines. And here you have it about to come true. And if you look at this image, it's kind of telling. Because you have Barack Obama carrying number one, George Bush carrying number one, President Trump carrying number one from the Warriors jerseys. Well, Biden gets number 46. Kamala gets number one. How do you explain that? Again, this is posted by Michael Letts. You can find his channel at Michael in Truth on Disease X, which is the new name for Twitter, formerly known as Twitter. Okay, let's see. Elon Musk biography mentions this whole thing. Again, a new biography offers fresh details about the billionaire and his Ukraine dilemma. He had concern, apparently. Musk expressed concern over a mini Pearl Harbor that would have come to pass had he not shut off internet service at a crucial time. He says there was an emergency request from the government authorities to activate Starlink on the way to Sevastopol. He posted on X. This obvious intent being to sink most of the Russian fleet at anchor. If I had agreed to the request, then SpaceX would be explicitly complicit in a major act of war and escalation. So he had his reason. But you're seeing how the reaction is. Project Hondarod says, I thought Alice in Borderland was a great show. The final episode was a great mind bender. Yeah, interestingly too, it came out around the same time that a lot of the heart symbolism started popping up. As in the, like, Damar Hamlin, a lot of the conspicuous suddenly dead trending stories, and you had the Lamar Kendrick's Heart Part 5 performance piece. You had the Super Bowl built around this Rihanna performance where she's in red, surrounding people in white, and she's representing this lunar goddess. But the heart symbolism and the color red was a big thing throughout 2022, the second half. And Alice in Borderland is all about the Queen of Hearts, which is very significant in the bigger picture. And I think they left it open for a new season because the only card that wasn't played was the Joker. If you haven't seen it, Alice in Borderland, it's kind of like Squid Games in a way, I guess you could say. I mean, what are they getting people ready for? But one of the main components is some kind of an asteroid creating a mushroom cloud and taking out like Tokyo or something. The imagery is all there. The idea of some kind of a calamity that takes everybody out. Okay, let's continue. Trump or death banner unfurled at Yankees Stadium during the singing of God Bless America. It says Trump 1776 or death. 1776 is code. We've discussed this number at length. I believe, well, there's a few things we could talk about with that number. On the dollar bill, in Roman numerals on the bottom, it says 1776 beneath the pyramid. Well, 1776, America's founding, but also in the Anno Lucius or Masonic year, that would have made it 5776, which is the height of the Great Pyramid in Giza in inches. So you have the correspondence between the pyramid on the bill, the pyramid in Giza, 1776, the height, and the founding of America. But it gets even more interesting when you look at this Masonic calendar and you go back to the year 1776 Anno Lucius, when the Tower of Babel's construction begins. So what we have here is a pretty clear correlation that America's Babylon. That's basically it. And the number 1776 was invoked by Alex Jones when he said, When you try to take the guns, 1776 will commence again. Recently, he had convicted and sentenced Joe Biggs on InfoWars, who gave him a 1776 brother. Again, that's the year of the founding of the Illuminati as well, just a coincidence. But the point of it is, he said to Piers Morgan, when you try to take the guns, 1776 will commence again. And I'm thinking, this is interesting. Because you know what 1776 was also correlated with? That's the last time that Pluto was where it, well, the position of Pluto is where it is right now. So Pluto returned to the position it was at when America was born. We're experiencing our Pluto return. The significance of this is that Pluto is the lord of the underworld. So if you look at your ecliptic plane or your solar system, it's flat, with the exception of Pluto, who is 17 degrees below that ecliptic plane. So he's the lord of the underworld. And Pluto is Hades. Hades releases the Kraken. All this Kraken symbolism tied to the election, January 6, 11/3, the Kraken, the system, the Kraken as Gaia revolting against the oil rigs, like in The Rig on that Amazon series. This Kraken symbolism is about the crack and the schism in our system, right down the middle, that results in this break that they're bringing about, this crack in this, metaphorical dam. But it's coming to a head here. And 1776, then again, I would say would correlate with the Kraken, with Pluto's return. One more point. The Twin Towers go down, and this is symbolically linked to the sinking of the Titanic, which represents America, or the West, or Babylon, the sinking of the Tower of Babel. It's all symbolic storytelling over the generations. But they raised the new tower on 11/3, November the 3rd. And they opened it 13 years later. Another very significant number, but the point of it is, the new tower, the One World Trade Tower, is 1,776 feet high. 1776. Again, the significance there, Tower of Babel, One World Order, the year that the Tower of Babel's construction began, the year America's founding began, and the return of Pluto and the Kraken, and the subsequent fall of the Tower of Babel, which is what we're waiting on. And it all ties into the date, 11/3. The date the tower opened happens to be Godzilla's birthday. New Godzilla movie coming out, by the way. Godzilla, another reference to the destroyer in the abyss, referenced in Revelation 9/11. Abaddon, the Challenger, all these different terms that we've been saying that are describing what's going to take down the Tower of Babel, America. The Kraken is. And Trump is bringing the Kraken. That's what the election dispute in January 6th is about. 1/6. And here's some more numerology or connections. When Alex Jones said to Piers Morgan, 1776 will commence again if you try to take the guns, this is in the context of the DHS purchasing 1.6 billion hollow point rounds. 1.6, January 6. Waco was caused by the ATF going in because of 1.6 million rounds, a weapons violation. 1.6, again, January 6. Alex Jones radicalized by Waco. Leading figure at January 6th, Timothy McVeigh, radicalized at Waco. Trump kicks off his last battle campaign 2024 at Waco. And the day before this, Netflix released Waco, American Apocalypse, which in its trailer talks about the 1.6 million rounds. And this was at the time that Dominion sued Fox for 1.6 billion for defamation. So the 1.6 is a number that has been tied to this agenda for a long time. January 6th was not something that was planned on the fly after Trump lost or whatever. No, this was engineered a long time in advance, probably since this place was founded. I mean, how far in advance do they bend the news? We talked about news benders. They say 5 years, which I'd say is conservative. I would say 30, 40, 50. But if you look at the secret societies, the Lima, the Freemasonic organizations, they talk about periods of time that are far older than this nation. They talk about the ages, these aeons. They talk about things related to the precession of the equinox. And so we're talking about scales of time that they're aware of, that they're planning for. Okay, let's go through some comments. Echo Charlie says, how about don't take my First Amendment, crickets? Yeah, it's really tricky here because I've been targeted by government workers, government employees specifically to silence us in this think tank. When we talk about this all the time, we're in litigation with this individual, and it's not even deniable. Like, censorship is 100% real. But the real problem to me isn't the information being blocked. It's the information being flooded with irrelevance, and it's the minds which have been rendered incapable of properly contextualizing the information itself. Free speech means nothing in a time of philosophical crisis where words don't even mean what they're supposed to mean anymore. So we're in such a subjective state that right now the problem isn't free speech. It's a philosophical issue. And Infinite Plane Radio does dispense free mind war inoculation. We are the cure. Garrett Summer says aeons. Exactly. Aeons. Melatonia says this plan has been in effect for 3,600 years. Yeah, I had some inside intel. Before I joined the military, I was really, like, before you had access to this information as readily as we do now, I was just as obsessed with finding information. So I would be doing deep research, due diligence. I joined cults. I basically did whatever it took to find out what I wanted to know. And it was during this time that I made friends with people who were part of the Thelemic cult, the OTO types. And they told me then that in the near future you would see the destruction of the mother-father, the god and goddess, as they emerge this new order that venerates the child, the crown-conquering child androgen. And that this would be representing a fundamental shift in consciousness as we break down these old constraints, specifically the nuclear family. And this is revolutionary stuff, but we're also talking about an esoteric order that believes that their job is to lead mankind into this new age. And the plan for how the new age family, this brave new world, has been in play for a long time. It's not modern progressivism. Modern progressivism is the surface of an ancient order and their farming of mankind. Garrett Summer says Babylon will fall. Well, look at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York, largest cathedral in the world, and it definitely has New York as Babylon, and it has the towers being bowled over. It's all in the script. And I'll even go further. I was talking about the movie Barbie and Oppenheimer, and I watched them both. And here's what I've come to believe, because it all ties into the year 1946, the year of the Babylon working, and the year of the bomb. And I would say this, that Barbie Land is Babylon. If you didn't see the movie, it opens up with a scene where little girls are playing with baby dolls. And the voiceover is talking about the drudgery of motherhood and the slavery to the kitchen. And then Barbie shows up in a bikini. And she's free, she's got her own money, her boyfriend is a gelding, and she has nothing but herself to focus on. And what do the girls do? They bash the heads of their babies on the rocks. They murder their babies, mass infanticide. And Barbie lowers her glasses down and she winks. And this happened at the exact moment that, or in the scene where they were reenacting the opening to 2001: A Space Odyssey, where the monolith appears. So Barbie appears as the monolith and it inaugurates this new age of feminism. Now, my point of it is this. You cannot separate the advent of the Barbie, the bombshell, that archetype, from Babylon. And you cannot separate this from the bomb tests, Bikini Island, where the word bikini comes from. So you cannot separate bombshell from the bombshell archetype goddess. So what I'm positing here is that just as the atomic bomb reset geopolitics and put us into this alternate reality, this subjective reality where we're in this collective hostage situation, and it changed all of the power dynamics. But that came in 1946, and this Babylon working occurred. And so what I'm suggesting here is that Oppenheimer, or rather the bomb, and Barbie are representative of, right now, that's why you had Barbieheimer, Babylon and the beast, the god and the goddess. Moreover, the destruction of the nuclear family. The nuclear family split, the destruction of the god and goddess. Like, so, for example, the Virgin Mary, virginal, covered, is now the uncovered, Isis unveiled whore of Babylon. The male god has been, look at Ken, castrated. He's been labeled, quote, superfluous. So, in other words, what we saw with Barbieheimer is the destruction of the god and goddess, mother and father. The nuclear family split, and the child takes over. Horus, the androgen, the new age sun god. Whenever they do the one eye symbolism, it represents this new god. So 1946, Babylon working and the bomb. I think this is when it all really began. Okay, let me catch up on your comments. Melatonia says, you must understand that they who were chased off the planet are coming back, and that's what this is about. If you want to call in, I'll open up phones here. Who's coming back? Who are they? The Exists, according to the Church of the Subgenius, they believe that the creator gods are going to come back and harvest us in some way. You know, I just read this meme somewhere this morning that Fauci, and we heard this before, means sickle, like death, and the sickle, symbol of the harvest. Well, it's going to be a fat harvest, you know, because all the doomsaying about depopulation and the Georgia Guidestones didn't actually come true. The populations have exploded. And one more thing, when I first heard about these Georgia Guidestones, you know, I heard, oh yeah, these things will survive the apocalypse, and when we wreck everything, we're going to be able to build back better because we have these instructions on how to do things right. Well, how did that work out? Somebody blew up the Georgia Guidestones with a cherry bomb on 7/6/2022. Okay, let's see here. Skill says, New York City does not satisfy the criteria of Babylon. It's a decaying cesspit. Well, okay, we're talking about biblical symbolism, like Noah from the Bible, Noah's Ark, angry God. The new Noah, also symbolized by the dove, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, warning us about global warming and ocean levels rising. Okay, same stories. The Babylon represents the unity of all mankind, one language, in defiance of God, going from earth to the heaven. The tower. Well, the space program unites us all. And in defiance of Gaia, we're about to go plunder the heavens so Bezos and Musk can become trillionaires and bring down that wealth and disrupt our system and make it impossible for communists to ever get ahead. So you can see they've written this story in advance. And it's absolutely the case that the Tower of Babel is the space program. That's a big part of it. Like, think about this. On July 20th, 2021, we're talking about the anniversary of the Apollo landing. Bezos launched to space. Now, Bezos, A to Z, Amazon, has everything. I would contend that he represents the builder of the Tower of Babel, Nimrod. And I say so because he's literally building a Tower of Babel building in Virginia. He's Dr. Evil, who's got the Space Needle, another symbol of the Tower of Babel. He's even laughs like Dr. Evil, but he is Nimrod in his world stage persona. And when he went up on the anniversary of Apollo, well, Apollo mission, the whole walking on the moon, I would contend represents man's incursion into the heavens, walking on that turf. So he launches on that date, which would be offensive, and he launches at 9:11 a.m. So here you have Nimrod going up to the heavens, 9:11, sound familiar? 9:11 a.m. Think about the correlation, Apollo 11, 9/11. So you already have Bezos ascending to heaven on that date, very significantly 9 days after Branson launched on the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling. But the main thing here is the 9/11 correlation to the tower. And here's another Kraken reference and a 9/11 reference. In the Netflix series Inside Job, which is a 9/11 reference, season 1, episode 6, a Kraken kills Jeff Bezos, pulls his yacht underwater, his mega yacht. The mega yacht, this big mega yacht, is just another symbol of the Titanic, which symbolizes the West being driven by greedy rich people. So when you had the Kraken on 1/6 taking down Jeff Bezos, It's another reference to the same set of symbols and numbers and concepts. Melatonia says Washington, D.C. used to be called Rome, Maryland. Interesting. Melatonia says this is now what the Tower of Babel was. It's basically a psychic internet with implanted devices. Well, look, the tower concept to me is also, it's about this unification in defiance of the god, like Nimrod. So, for example, when Bezos was on his mega yacht that same year, he was publicly photographed walking around bare-chested with his wife or his girlfriend, and then he's surrounded by servants in masks. So it's the wealthiest man in the world on his big yacht. And yet, he just sent up his friend Captain Kirk to space, who said that when he looked at the Earth, he felt like he was looking at a funeral wake, that the Earth was dead, that climate change killed her. So here you have these perspectives from space that are saying we cannot go on like this, but down on Earth, Bezos is having the time of his life, popping champagne bottles on his big boat. So if you look at the modern construct, God has been replaced by Gaia. Global warming is a replacement for the wrath of God. Who is tempting the wrath of Gaia more than Nimrod? Bezos. Jeff Bezos Nimrod, who has the most money on Earth, is tempting the wrath of Gaia. That's why I think that 9/11 symbolism attached to his flight to space is very significant. And one more thing, if you look at Bezos's eye, he's always been photographed with one eye that's like somewhat wonky and wide open compared to the other. It looks like Dr. Evil. That's also by design. He has the most money on the planet. And if you look at the Tower of Babel, which he's the builder in this storyline, on the back of your dollar bill, what's in the triangle above the tower? It's the eye of Nimrod. It's the eye of the builder of the tower. And again, we're talking about money, mono-eye. We're talking about the reality monopolizers. This is the new monotheism. So the mono-eye symbol and the guy with the most money having a wonky eye being correlated with Nimrod, correlated to the single mono-eye on the bill, not coincidences. We're looking at sort of a, you could look at it as we live in, quote, biblical times, in the sense that the Bible metascript is absolutely being applied and superimposed over this because it's astrotheological, and it's I guess it's likely because they're updating our worldview, and it's the same people, but they're now giving it a more scientific and contemporary set of symbols. All right, let's continue. Melatonia says here, I would say Musk is more in line with the true Tower of Babel and his Neuralink ideations. Well, okay, Musk is an interesting one. I would correlate Musk because of SpaceX. And this all ties into his role as the Pope of Mars. Again, in von Braun's book, the first ruler of Mars would be called an Elon. And I put out this article actually 6 years ago, Elon Musk, the Martian Pope. And I said this, here's what the technocrats have in store for humanity. Wrath of globe, world communism, space utopianism. But in this, I'm describing Elon Musk. Here's, I said, climate change will be engineered or exaggerated in order to gain compliance for increased governmental controls over the private sector and the private individual. Now, in this branding of Musk, or in this composite character, he's part Iron Man, part Willy Wonka, part von Braun, part Tony Stark. But here I said he's like Constantine in that we're talking about the Martian Pope. Constantine did worship Mars. We're entering the age of Mars. Mars is Musk's pet project. He's leading us to Mars. But when you go to Mars, you're going to go into communes. It's not freedom. You're leaving behind your freedom. It's not sustainable. Screw your freedoms, like the Terminator said. So Musk is leading us into this space utopianism, which is a neo-feudalism, which is what Constantine's role was. And Constantine was also there at the amalgamation of the new worldview, the Bible, the consolidation. And here I'm pointing out how Musk's SpaceX, well, space is the new heaven, Pope Elon. that Musk's SpaceX is part of this new paradigm shift. And I even pointed out here that the X is the sword of Constantine. So I had already made this correlation with Musk and Constantine some time ago, before he bought Twitter, which he rebranded as X, which is the cross. And it's all about what? Everything, consolidating media. And he's already put rate limits. So he's already turned it into a closed system, because the new media is the new Bible. And they're just in the process of getting rid of extraneous content, non-canonical, apocrypha, conspiracy theory, anything that could be considered heresy. What's more, before he put the X, or he changed it to X, and he gave it a new logo, a new slogan. And the new slogan was, "Blaze your glory." But if you remember, on the night that he put the X on the building, it was glowing. I pointed out, this is the same thing Constantine experienced. Constantine said that he had a vision of a glowing cross, and he decided to unite the empire under the sign of Christianity. So what I'm pointing out is Disease X, formerly known as X, formerly known as Twitter, represents this Emperor Constantine's consolidation of media under the sign of the glowing cross. And it's ultimately about censorship. And that's what I pointed out earlier, is that here's an example. Musk is being used to say, look, we can't have too much power in the hands of individuals. Look what he's doing with the war. Look what he's doing with hate speech on the internet. Twitter bird to X, the dove and the cross, and the dog days veneration of Sirius, the blazing star. So during the dog days of summer, and the Masons call Sirius, which is the dog star, and the dog days are when it's behind the sun, they call it the blazing star. So during the dog days, Musk turned Twitter to X and said, "Blaze your glory." Again, Masonic blazing star. Sirius comes from the Greek word Sirios, meaning lit or glowing. So then Musk puts a glowing cross on his building. And I'm suggesting the shining X that night was actually a Sirius ritual, like the Doge star, the dog star, and that the cross and the dove have long been symbols of Christianity. The broadest understanding of the dove appeared with the advent of Christianity, so it preceded the cross as its symbol. And I'm positing that the bird to cross has an inner meaning that ties into the occult interpretation of these symbols. Going through your comments, Evolvement says Elon's son's name is X. Yeah, and X is letter 24. 2442. Musk is always putting the number 42 into everything. 42, 24, X. It's the cross, folds into a cube. You'll see, it's all symbolically connected. Musk wears that red suit of armor, the Devil's Champion. He bought at Abracadabra, which is a very significant occult term. But that was the armor of the Emperor, which again, he's the Pope, the Emperor. Red is the color of Mars. It had the ram on it. Ram is Aries. Aries is Mars. Everything about him correlates to his world stage role. All right, let's continue. CBS anchor asks Kamala Harris the death question, are you prepared to be commander-in-chief? Yeah, assuming Kuru doesn't bar her, that's probably going to happen. I have a theory about it as well, that it ties into something else. We're entering into the presidency's the race for who's going to be number 47. And I think there's some foreshadowing in Super Bowl 47. That's the one where the lights went out for 33 minutes. And I think the Blackout Bowl from 2013, Super Bowl 47, contains a lot of symbolism for what's going to happen with this next election. We'll delve into that later, just a heads up. But basically, Harris said, Joe's going to be fine. I work with Joe every day. Under her leadership, the administration has accomplished transformative things. I think the American people want a leader who gets things done. You know, another one of these Kamala Harris ChatGPT driven speeches. By the way, if you missed Woo's news on Infinite Plane Radio, I'll put a link in the chat. There are reports that Michelle Obama is going to throw his hat in the ring, says Melatonia. I've seen that as well. And all of a sudden they're attacking Obama. Like Tucker's talking to Obama's former crack buddy. It's like I find it hard to believe. I don't think so. I think it's a red herring. But it is somewhat conspicuous that all of a sudden, like I thought Obama had kind of faded off the world stage, nobody cared, now he's center stage. Now, on the Woo's News conversation, Infinite Jack commented, anyone who uses the word false flag instead of auto hoax is shill or shill adjacent. Now, Woo's News has called out shills. He's definitely an outsider to the J6 controlled demolition of our freedom of everything. But the word auto hoax, the concept of the auto believer versus the auto hoaxer, it's not widely understood or known yet, and we're the leading edge here, and we have been for some time. We are reintroducing a level of skepticism that has been sidelined for some reason because people assume all their info has been pre-vetted. We live in the live world order, and when people say false flag, it's because we've been given the terms to describe our reality by the people that control our reality. That's why we have to come up with our own terms to describe what's really happening. Over the weekend, Mike Huckabee accused President Joe Biden of trying to destroy Trump via legal actions, and he said, quote, here's the problem. If these tactics end up working to keep Trump from winning or even running in 2024, this will be the last American election decided by ballots rather than bullets. Again, Trump is facing 91 felony charges on 4 cases. Huckabee says, 2024 will be the last election decided by ballots rather than bullets if Trump loses. Nothing to see here, just more Civil War buildup. Again, it ties in with this ATF stuff. Eric Garland, this is interesting. Eric Garland has said, quote, Colonel Lindsey Graham, Air Force retired, may be subject to a court-martial because of his relationship with the armed forces after 33 years of service. So Lindsey Graham's been caught up in this. But listen to this. Under Article 94 UCMJ, he could receive the death penalty. Eric Garland, again, if you don't follow him on Twitter or anywhere, just to give you an idea of who he is, he's a geopolitical analyst, advisor to governments and corporations for 20 years, and he's got 300,000 followers. So Eric also put this out. He said that he believes that Mike Flynn will be court-martialed and given the death penalty. Fascinating. It's kind of funny, for all this time, Flynn and the QAnons and the MAGAs have been saying that the Democrats are all going to get the death penalty. They're all going to get tribunals. They're all going to be murdered in Guantanamo. And now there's open talk for Lindsey Graham and Mike Flynn getting the death penalty. Fascinating turn of events. A couple other things about this gun ban in Albuquerque. The MAGA king, not the King Tucker. There was actually a guy who said he was the King of America, named David Tucker in Arizona. Friends with the Queen of Canada, another one of these QAnon characters. But no, there's a MAGA king here in Albuquerque who was the mastermind behind the shootings of the homes of various political rivals. Solomon Pena stewed in Donald Trump's election conspiracies for years. He lost his own race last November. He allegedly contracted 4 gunmen to target the homes of his Democratic rivals. I am the MAGA king, he wrote on 11/9. He only received 26% of the vote. He claimed it was rigged. And he had a lot of his political enemies' homes shot. Nobody was injured. But again, MAGA king, local story. Another one here. QAnon believing Las Cruces, this is New Mexico, a resident charged with threatening a congresswoman. And this is also recent. So I'm bringing it up here that there has been a lot of this kind of drama here. So it wouldn't surprise me if we do have escalations here. Elon Musk said, at risk of sounding obvious. Deliberately violating the Constitution is next level illegal. How soon can this person be removed from office? So you have Musk chiming in. Is he even American? But he's chiming in here, basically saying, how fast can she be removed? Well, you know how that will be taken by people on the left. They'll see that as ominous. Okay, continuing through your comments. Cubstar says, the desolation of Obama Nation. Yes. Ball Earth says, false flag TV shill. Anyone who doesn't watch Auto Hoax TV is a shill. No, I don't agree with that. Although they're pushing a shill line. They're on no false flags. False flag theory it's actually a fallacy. The idea that it's real or it's a false flag presumes the event is happening and the media is recording it and reporting. That is a major flaw. That is putting the screen before your perceptions. If you want to exit the screened reality, and the screen is the monolith that was symbolized in the 2001 Space Odyssey. It's the monolithic worldview that you get when all of your perceptions are filtered through their screen. If you look at their screened reality, your only conclusions are it's real or it's a false flag. But when you step away from that screen, when you take a more subtractive and skeptical view, when you suspend judgment, then you arrive at this unscreened version of reality where you can see some things are not false flags, they're actually fake, just plain fake. Echo Charlie says, Woo's News is a January 6th footage expert. Yeah, look, what Woo's News demonstrated in part 1, part 2, and now the third one he's working on, what he has demonstrated unequivocally, and this is a fact, and you may not want to live with this fact if you believe in the psyop opera of modern politics. You may not want to believe what I'm about to say, but it's true. You can opt out of it and believe whatever you want, believe in unicorns. What he demonstrated is that January 6th was a simulated riot, and Donald Trump is the world's greatest Judas goat. He wasn't tricked. There's no room in this story for Donald Trump was tricked by a simulated riot or an instigated riot. No, he was part of this setup designed to destroy the last remnants of American nationalism, the final firewall and bulwark against global progressivism. Mission accomplished. Joined by Pengu33. Thank you for joining. Linda Curtis says, Psy Opera, good one. I think Mom with Sons coined that. I got this message from a Twitter account, Uvalde police are cowards. He said to me, you are a sick individual that needs help reported. My response is simply that I'm not sick. You, sir, are allergic to truth. And MindWar inoculation boosters are actually free at infiniteplane.live. You don't have to join. You don't have to pay. There's no cover charge. You can just, it's an open platform. All right, continuing through my notes. I think we covered everything in Minds for the most part I wanted to get through. Now, one of the things he said to me is that Uvalde was real. And here's what I said to him. I said, you believe whatever government tells you because you don't know who controls the media. You don't know how deep mind control goes. And I pointed this out. The Uvalde event was attended by 2 examples of concurrent predictive programming. Netflix put a disclaimer to season 4 of Stranger Things. And I watched it. Season 4 starts and it said, you may not want to watch this because dead kids. Because the opening scene has a bunch of kids being killed by the character Elle, who's playing with Tops. And this is right after the Buffalo shooting at the Tops store. All kinds of fascinating tie-ins. In fact, later, the main character Elle turns up to look exactly like Audrey Hale, who shoots up the Covenant School at 33 whatever Nashville. And the male guy, to her right, the male actor with the bowl cut looks like Adam Lanza. And the other character ends up looking like Robert Cremio, who shoots up the 7-4 2022 parade at Highland Park. All these characters have mainstream tie-ins. Now, when Uvalde happened, they also canceled FBI season finale. Why? Because FBI season finale was about a school shooting that was stopped by a rogue FBI officer. Well, what stopped the Uvalde shooting? Some off-duty border control officer who went in and did what the quote cowards wouldn't do. Because the guardrail narrative here is that the cowards didn't prevent the shooting from happening. The shooting didn't happen. It was a manufactured outrage. But the fact is, this manufactured outrage was attended by two concurrent examples of pre-recorded, pre-produced TV shows that happen to have direct connections and correlations. Okay, let us continue. We talked about the interesting phenomenon where people assume what they see on the screen to be real and they reason back from that, and people fall for things like hovering birds and fake bears. We talked about this being ground zero for whatever's coming next because Governor Lujan Grisham said her duty to uphold the Constitution is not absolute and guns are now not illegal, I guess you're not legally allowed to carry them now here in Albuquerque. Musk has chimed in on this. We talked about this crisis actor mom who made her kid cry on camera after their dog died and didn't realize she was still live TikToking. Completely normal. There's quite a lot of news going on right now, a lot of info supporting the idea that Donald Trump is the Antichrist. And look, Bezos is Nimrod. Musk is Constantine. And Donald Trump is the Antichrist. Here's a song that they sing in Israel, and it's called Super Trump.
And don't you worry, Trump is the same.
Super Trump is Jerusalem's prince. Hallelujah from the city of Zion. He will fight like a lion. Pretty good. Alright, let's move on. Trump's election heralds the coming of the Messiah, says Derry. If such a miracle like this can happen, we're already reaching the days of the Messiah. Therefore, we are in the birth pangs of the Messiah. This was November of 2016. There's actually quite a lot going back if you want to dig into this, and I will continue to dig into it. I found quite a lot to substantiate this. Donald Trump is the most predicted character of all world stage characters if you look at predictive programming. It goes back 60 plus years. There's no way he's real and organic. There's just no way. But again, believe what you want, but you don't know it. There's a big difference. Meltoni said this should be the IPS closing theme. Yeah, I like it. Let me show you this really quick. This is fascinating. This is the Moon Tarot card. And you see twin towers, a dog, and a wolf, which is kind of symbolic of the transitions, the changes associated with the moon, the cycles, even lycanthropy. And interestingly enough, you have the face of the moon looking down, and the empty negative space in front of the face is actually in the shape of a fetus, which ties into the symbolism of the moon goddess being pregnant when it's full. But I'm pointing this out because the astronomy picture of the day for January in 2021 had the twin starships with the wolf moon rising in between them. So you have the twin towers here and you have the moon, but it's the wolf moon. At the same exact time, Musk said Dogecoin is literally going to the moon. So you have Doge, which is a dog, you have the wolf moon, and then you have the twin rockets. I'm just pointing it out. It was an interesting period of time where these symbols seem to be aligning. This was also when the rocket number, it's like S8N, like Satan, crashed, had a number 42 on it. It was the 33rd day of the year, the same day that Jeff Bezos stepped down from Amazon as CEO. Nothing they do is accidental. It all has some kind of a narrative subtext. Like again, Bezos launching at 9:11 a.m. It's not hard to decode once you realize that you're looking at a movie. Okay, let's continue. Going through your comments. 777 says, here at IPS, we dismantle the current thing. Yeah, Infinite Plane Society is a fake news wood chipper. Just throw the news in there and we will parse it for you. All right, and if you want to follow me on Twitter, it's AutoHoaxology. The textbooks have started going out, so if you haven't been keeping up with that or you haven't heard about it, the AutoHoax 101 textbook is going to be sold in stores, mostly eBay. I might have it available on Amazon. We shall see. I'd like to only have it distributed though in the in the hardback format for a reason. I don't think we want it to be digital. We want this to be hardback. We want it to be on people's shelves. And I sent out the first batch, so if you ordered, they're just now getting out. And I'm ordering the second batch on Monday with only a couple of small minor changes. And the change is primarily going to be on the spine. And there's a bit of artwork I got from X-Pac, which is going to go on the back. But the book is out there, it's in circulation, so if you've ordered it, you can expect a tracking number soon. And if you want to order from the next batch, I can set aside a few that I'll put on Ko-Fi. There's a link in the description. But look, it's open season on auto believers as far as I'm concerned. Like the guy who said that I'm a sick individual. The allergic to truth guy. And here's what I'm saying. With these auto believers who make their arguments from TV and from the screen, you can push them off their high grounds, morally and intellectually, because they're the terrorists. It's like, oh, you're imposing upon people you love and know that we can all be destroyed at any moment because of a nuke or because of your lack of recycling or because of fill in the blank psyop. Yeah, that's spreading they're terrorism super spreaders, to be quite honest. Auto believers do not have the moral high ground. Do they have the intellectual high ground? Well, if their argument stems from, but my screen, no, they don't. And I never let liars or lie super spreaders downplay the significance of the big foundational lies. So I'm in this debate with someone, and I keep bringing up the fake moon landing, and he says, you keep using the moon landing as if it has any bearing on any argument that you think in your pea brain on voluntarism. Because he's like an anarchist. And he says, flat earth or not, it has no influence on anarchism. You are pathetic and cowardly. When will you grow up and move out of your mom's basement? It's Andrew Solver. And I said, regarding the moon landing, right, because world governments colluding on a hoax has no bearing on personal freedoms. Sarcasm, obviously. But to say that his anarchism is more important than the fake moon landing, in his subjective opinion, shows that he doesn't understand the significance of global governance hidden from the masses who don't recognize it for what it is. That you can't separate the worldview from governance. You can't separate the fake worldview imposed by government. And so your anarchism is happening within a reality bubble or a alternative reality. In other words, the world stage reality. It's like you're in a simulation. You're in a sim within a sim. And you're asserting that your little micro sim is far more significant than the macro sim. And I'm saying, no, absolutely not. This is all about the big picture. That's why the flat earth topic is so eminently bannable, because it represents a reset. It gets people to question their beliefs. And they don't want you questioning your beliefs because you're supposed to be a believer, not a knower. Yeah, there's going to be a new season of South Pole. Just a heads up, South Pole is this animated series that we've developed here. We've been working on for some time. And it was interrupted by January 6th because we got censored. But it's going back into production. We have a few new tools. For example, ChatGPT, Claude AI, Midjourney, Scribble Diffusion. So if you want to help or you want to work on South Pole, this next animated series, we're going to be working on it this evening. You just have to go into the Discord server, go to .live or .monster. 777 says, what happened to the flat earth troll flakes? They still exist. Troll flakes are what we refer to, what we call people who are trolling you. But when you give them any kind of blowback, they kind of cry like snowflakes. They melt. Angst G says, remembering the movie Sim 1 with Al Pacino. Yeah, Sim 1 with Al Pacino has been remade 50 times with Black Mirror. Excellent show. Cutting edge ideas, and it's the truth. The idea that you could just make a totally fake character and have people fall in love with it. In Black Mirror, Miley Cyrus stars in an episode where her aunt pretty much controls her career and then phases her out and replaces her with a sim. All right, we have 69 people cumulatively watching. Thank you all for joining. I'm glad that we could all make it for Infinite Plane Saturn Day to kind of parse through a lot of the news that we had glossed over or missed covering. I have someone trying to scrub me from Twitter for violating the terms of service because I said fake dead kids' lives don't matter. And I'm still waiting for someone to explain to me how fake dead kids' lives do matter. What about fake unicorns' lives? Like, do fake lives matter more than real lives? Like, a lot of people seem to be very, very confused. Well, they're deliberately confused. In fact, you're born in a state of confusion, or rather, you're brought up into you're inducted into a state of confusion deliberately. Cognitive dissonance, Kafkaesque, reality warping belief systems that do contradict your senses, because they want you to accept the screen as a primary sensory apparatus. Yeah, you have your sight, you can hear, you can touch, you can smell, all that's fine. You can think, yeah, sure. But if you just go off the screen, it kind of does all the work for you. Let me play a clip here. We were talking about South Pole, and one of our characters in the last South Pole was Mike Lindell. And the skit was based on Ye and Candace Owen and this White Lives Matter, where they're like, hey Ye, my friend Mike Lindell makes pillows. Maybe we can have him make some Klan hoods, because you're now the head of white nationalists, Ye, black skinhead. So Ye goes over to Mike Lindell and asks if they can put swastikas between the eyes on these newly repurposed pillowcases. And that skit got us banned. That's why South Pole kind of stopped. I was let down that we put so much work into it and they just killed it. Not going to happen this time, though. But anyway, Mike Lindell was going off during this Dominion over this he went off during a deposition with Dominion because they're suing over his claims that they cheated on the election. So here he is during a legal deposition, and somebody called his pillows lumpy. Now, I used to wake up when I was in between residences. I'd wake up and the TV was always on, and it'd be Mike Lindell. And the commercial, he'd appear in somebody's bathroom, like behind the mirror, and he'd compliment them. Like, hey, you guys look great, and your life looks great. How'd you sleep? I'm like, thanks for your pillows, Mike. So Mike's like this magic pillow guy. It's his whole identity. And here they are at a legal deposition, and some Dominion executive calls his pillow lumpy.
Okay, and I'm not asking about the lumpy pillow calls.
No, they're not lumpy pillows. That's not what they call on. Okay? That when you say lumpy pillows, now you're an asshole. You got that? You're an asshole,
Mike,
is what you are.
Mike,
no,
sorry.
he's an asshole.
No,
he's
it's
an
not-
ambulance chasing asshole. That's what you are. The lumpy pillows, kiss my ass. Put that in your book. No, they answer anything, any problem customer that wants to reach Mike Lindell. Those are the ones. I want to talk to Mike Lindell. I want to talk to Mike Lindell. They send them to here and they go, or they call about, maybe they didn't get their pillow on.
Again, he's very defensive because they've called his pillows lumpy. And he's defending his pillows. He's defending his reputation.
Nobody called because of a lumpy pillow. But good one, though.
You done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Now, he says he's done, but now listen. Listen to how he's not done.
What I'm saying
Obviously, you don't have a My Pillow, too. You don't, do you?
What I'm saying is, Mr. Lindell.
Asshole. What? Go ahead. No,
Obviously, you don't have a My Pillow.
I'm pissed.
I understand.
Yeah, go. When you're...
Yeah, obviously, you don't have a My Pillow. No, I understand though. I mean, that was a cheap shot. That was really a cheap shot. So good for Mike defending his brand. Like, I'm not going to be called a conspiracist. If I'm on a news media interview, if I'm ever interviewed, and someone says, "Oh, you're a conspiracist," I'm like, "No, I'm not a conspiracist. That's a term used to smear conspiracy theorists because the word theory makes you sound smart. Oh, you got a theory, you got ideas, you think. No, you're a conspiracist." Like, I would never abide by that. All right, here's Alex Jones and Jack Posobiec talking about how Elon Musk actually prevented World War III and how everybody's going to get assassinated.
Starlink coverage of that area of the Black Sea so that they couldn't sink a bunch of Russian ships in Russian territory, and the Russians, under their threat assessment and military doctrine, just like we have the same doctrine, would then see that as basically a NATO attack. So that's how close this is. And you're absolutely right. Every couple days, there is a psychotic Ukrainian response with the war.
Again, the claim here is that Musk has prevented World War III by shutting off the internet that would have allowed Ukraine to blast certain Russian warships, which would have created an escalation.
But there are a lot of intelligence people, at very high level, it's been admitted, that do not want to die in nuclear war and that do understand we're following the RAND Corporation's through.
Okay, now this is an important point here. Alex Jones believes in nuclear war. He's warning his listeners, we're going to get nuked. Nukes are real. What does that mean? Okay, now, is he a, quote, truther? No, he's a red pillar. He's a false flagger. What this means is, if you don't buy into the blue pill dream world, they have a more extreme version of reality that you can adopt. And then you try to wake up the blue pill. The red versus blue pill dichotomy is actually false. None of them are closer to the truth. It's a false awakening to say, oh, we're awake because we're red pill and blue pill are dreaming. No, you're all dreaming, but you're having a nightmare. You've lost control of the dream. And the truth of it is, to wake up, you have to step away from the screen. You don't go deeper in. And Jones is deep into the matrix, and all of his listeners are as well. And this is why they get dragged into that political horseshoe where they find themselves at the tip of it, Proud Boys facing the Soy Boys. They're in the political horseshoe, steered into a confrontation with the other, quote, side, instead of being steered off of the world stage itself.
Studied scenarios on the planet. They know exactly what they're doing, and it is insane.
1 minute, Alex, do you think that they would use this as a way to potentially cancel or suspend the 2024 elections?
Now, this is another talking point that they're going to suspend elections. We keep hearing that. Shouldn't it be World War V or VI by this point? I think it would be Civil War VI and World War XIV. I'll have to check.
Well, that was the main point you made on my show, and I should have gotten to that. Yes. You're 100% right, and that's all part of this atmosphere of...
World War XV, because we have to count World War Zero, which was declared by Senator Kelly and John Kerry and the Terminator. World War Zero.
Otherworldliness and lockdowns and bizarreness, and there's new COVID and mail-ins, and I think they might do that with the assassination of Biden.
There you have it. So here we have it. They're going to cancel elections.
They might do that with the assassination of Biden, to be blamed on Trump supporters. And I believe if they kill Biden, they will kill Trump within 1 week or try.
So we have assassination, kill. Fascinating. Now, this was also said before the prior election. Here's another one. We have crisis Nazis in Florida. It's Goyim Defense League, also known as Doobie Da Wop, failed rapper, now neo-Nazi, and the Blood Tribe, chanting Hail Hitler on the bridge. I'm not alarmed by this. They're not procreating. They're just mad that they're not procreating. But what are they really doing here? This is, to me, I think this is probably an operation paid for by the ADL. I think it's an inside job. I look at Doobie Da Wop, the rapper turned neo-Nazi. It's like, was he a racist neo-Nazi before he started appropriating black musical stylings and culture? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. These are all actors. The Glowy Defense League. All right, let's see here. Trump says he'll prevent World War III if you elect him, says T-Dog. I just want to get it over with. Like, no, don't elect Trump. Let's just get this World War III over with so we can start hyping up World War IV. And the Civil War thing, too. Can we do them both at the same time? Is there anything that would stop a civil war from happening at the same time as the World War? And here you have Enrico Tarrio, federal informant. He was going to get 33 years, but he only got 22. Proud Boy leader. Does anybody here believe he's actually going to serve a day? Okay, we talked about the one who was the lady named Bashed, who was bashed by a brick. Look at anti-cop Minnesota Democrat Party official was bloodied in a violent carjacking, and she's calling for stricter laws. So I want you to look at this bloodied face and ask yourself if you've seen better stuff at Spirit Superstore Halloween Supply or not. Like, this to me actually looks like dollar store fake blood. This isn't even Spirit Store quality. This is not a real injury. That is so fake. And I'm not going to do anything for comparison, but you can find many examples of people with head wounds who've been beaten. This is not how the blood actually dries on the face. This is how theatrical blood dries. But a lot of people are saying, that's what you get. You defund the police, criminals get you. That's what you get. Just like the brick girl. Slapping people for reparations, and then she gets hit with a brick. That's what you get. Yeah, this is obviously a hoax. That is so fake. Roseanne Barr says, war criminals and Satanists hate Trump. Why do you think we like him so much? All the criminals in Epstein's client list, pedos in the government hate him. Says much about you. So if you don't like Trump, you're a criminal Satanist, according to Roseanne. Let's have a little throwback to the pre-9/11 witchy chant of Steel Kite Building.
Now get ready. What word? Hit. Yes, hit.
Yeah, hit Steel Kite Building.
Boys and girls, sound this word out. Get ready. Steel. What word? Steel. Yes, steel. Read these words the fast way. Get ready. Play. Yes, playing. Get ready. Must. Yes, must. Let's read these words the fast way without making a mistake. Get ready. Kite. Yes, kite. Get ready. Hit. Yes, hit. Get ready. Steel. Yes, steel. Get ready. Play. Yes, playing. Get ready. Must. Yes, must. Boys and girls, pick your reader up from under your seat. Open your book up to lesson 60 on page 153.
Then he's told America's under attack. Interesting little event happening this is like probably 8:46 a.m. And we found a lot of examples of this type of thing. My most recent fixation has been on these billboards for the movie Collateral Damage, which had to be altered because it was so close to 9/11 in its content. And a few videos leading up to 9/11 where during the attack you see the billboard. It's perfect. 777 says Loosh harvesting these children. Gematria 101 says just a coincidence. Angst G says kite hit steel plane must. What does that even mean? I assume it's some kind of verbal sigil. And I've looked into this. Sigil magic. This is why they use anagrams like George Floyd, I can't breathe. I can't breathe is an anagram for a better China, which is a reference, I would say, to global communism. Because Gaia can't breathe. The poor can't breathe because Western chauvinism, Western Derek chauvinism is kneeling on its neck. And I think they use word magic where the words chanted in a certain way, there's no other way to explain it. I don't want to overly mystify it, but it's not an exaggeration to say that this place is run by wizards. Goats everywhere. Yeah, he was reading a pet goat story. Now think about this too. The story of Osama bin Laden was a story of an escaped scapegoat. So he's the scapegoat and he's hiding in the woods. Hiding in the wilderness. He's the escaped goat and he's got the goatee. Well, a scapegoat, the actual phrase refers to the biblical goat that takes on the sins of the village and then it's set loose into the wilderness. And so when we had all these reports of OBL hiding in the caves and all this stuff, yeah, that's the scapegoat story. The pet goat story that Bush was reading. Osama was his pet scapegoat. All right, this has been great. I appreciate everyone hanging out here and all of your comments. We are going to be delving into a few other topics here in our Discord server today. We've been looking into a 33-year-old Microsoft executive who died with very suspicious and symbol-laden circumstances. We are also going to be working on the next season of South Pole. So if you haven't been involved in South Pole, it is our version of a South Park style cartoon. And this next one's going to be about a few things. Nazis probably, aliens probably, but we tend to get banned very quickly. But this time we have a better plan for bringing it out. Season 4. And I put a link to the Discord server at infiniteplainsociety.com. And we will be back tomorrow. Join us in the Discord server. We'll be active likely most of this afternoon. And this is One-Eyed Jack and the Shells, Troll Flakes. Okay, let's go ahead and get started here. It's a Flat Earth report by MVP, the Hardware Vandal. Today is September the 14th, 2023. And the main topic today is truth hurts, but not as much as the lies. And I think that the auto hoaxers have been getting a lot of flack for a long time over our refusal to accept something without sufficient evidence. And it's looked at as a blight on our character, like we have the moral low ground because we don't automatically default to concern with the alleged victims. And what I'm suggesting here is that the damage done to the populations that are totally brainwashed is far worse than any hypothetical pain we might be causing a hypothetical survivor of any hypothetical event. My point being, the moral high ground is to those who seek the truth, not the believers. And I think we can make this case, especially when you consider the role of psychological operations in justifications of increased governmental control, hyper-realistic school shooting drills, basically terrorism. Like, if you really want to be honest about it, mass media is a terrorist. It uses fear-based mind control to conform, not inform, the populations. And with this, I want to start off with this conversation. Has to do with the Fakeologist show. So I'm listening to the Fakeologist, and Tim Truth is on. And in the middle of their live stream, Tim Truth leaves the show because he doesn't want to be associated with anybody saying nobody died on 9/11. So I want to examine this, and I want to ask, and anyone here is welcome to call in, was he justified in storming off Fakeologist over 9/11 fakery claims? So let's go ahead and go through this article, and you can read it at timosman.blog. And I also posted an audio version of it on Twitter. So both Tim Truth and Fakeologist agree media are liars, but they disagree as to the extent, at least with regard to 9/11. And there's a few points that have been raised here that I think are worth discussing. And it's not about judging anyone because we all have our different frames of reference. The default frame of reference is blue pill mainstream mediated. Most people who dig too deep, who don't reject the fundamental assumptions, get lost in what I call MSM plus, which is the mainstream mediated version and then some. The other version, which is what we would recommend here, is the MSM minus, the subtractive, where you don't even take their claims at face value. You have to first make sure you're not accepting any false premise that has been smuggled in, loaded questions, logical fallacies, etc. So let's go ahead and start off with this. My main point is that if anything is fake, if any part of an event is fake, the entire thing needs to be re-examined. The presence of crisis actors proves it was a movie set. And if they really killed people on a propaganda movie set, then all the actors and crew are now complicit and party to a mass murder, a conspiracy, a war crime. Real deaths, like murdering children to score anti-gun political points, would exponentially increase the likelihood of a whistleblower, and we haven't had one yet. And what actor, or what cameraman, or sound guy, or lighting person, what scriptwriter is going to be complicit in the murder of thousands of people? Because my contention, and I think our examination of the facts bear this out, is that we're looking at propaganda movies, hyper-realistic simulations presented as real. Now, Tim Truth left Fakeologist because he didn't want to be associated with nobody died on 9/11. And he used, and this is a common one I see, and I even see chemtrail enthusiasts use this one. It's called the appeal to motive, where you say, oh, the bad guys are so bad, are you saying they wouldn't kill people? Well, that's not an argument for real death. It's a prejudiced statement that assumes you know who they are, and that they're so evil they kill people, and you can just reasonably assume this. And this appeal to motive fallacy is considered a subset of ad hominem. But he never identifies who are these bad people. Muslims, Jews, Satanists, a cabal. Now, Tim Truth asserts there were no planes on 9/11. So he's not a purist. He's not a mainstream media purist. But he doesn't explain why didn't these bad guys kill the people in the planes. But he would have to agree that the official death toll is lower than the 3,000 or whatever, because you'd have to subtract the airline passengers. No plane at the Pentagon subtracts even more deaths. No plane at Shanksville, Pennsylvania subtracts even more from the death toll. So you can say right now, the death toll has been falsified. And given that 2/3 of the attacks, 2 of the locations, are misreported, in his view, then the entire thing needs to be re-examined in light of this information. It's a new filter you have to look through. And the burden of proof that people died is no longer on the truther, who has falsified the official story. But now the burden is on the ones making the extraordinary claim, the mainstream media. So if there are no planes, as he agrees, then where are those people? Those families need to be questioned. And how is this not just as offensive a proposition as the one that Fakeologists proffered? Is, quote, nobody died on Flight 11 less offensive than nobody died on 9/11? So the central contradiction, if nobody died in the planes that didn't exist, then he's admitting, at a minimum, that mass media can and did commit a hoax in these other locations. Now, to perpetrate a hoax, you would need A, mass casualty simulation actors, B, government complicity, C, media complicity. And this is a key point. When you look at this thing from an off-world stage perspective, you recognize that there's no separation between government and media the way its power is actually exercised. So, in other words, just in sum here, if he's going to readily admit that they're faking mass casualty events on that day, but he's leaving over a lack of respect for 9/11 victims because he has to push back against these claims. It's a contradiction. Pentagon attack, fake. Shanksville, fake. Twin Towers, fake, but some deaths may have occurred, so tread carefully on your nobody died claims. So now let's talk about burden of proof. And I see some comments, and I'll get to those momentarily. JT33 says, but my cousin knows somebody that had a sister that had a husband that died there. Yeah, exactly. Burden of proof. This is where we have to get into the nuance of it. So if the other two scenes are fake, then the burden for claiming real deaths falls on mass media and not on the skeptics. Just as you're not a climate change denier if you don't find the evidence compelling. You're not a 9/11 death denier. The evidence must come first to be denied. You do not have to debunk that which has not been bunked. It's sort of like the same conundrum we have with the chemtrail situation, which is if you load the question with what are they spraying, the assumption is there's a spray, and it rules out the possibility of this being an atmospheric effect of hot jet exhaust in rareable air in the atmosphere at that height. There are other explanations, but you rule it out with a question that says they're spraying something, because the condensation trail explanation is not a spray. So my point being, if we assume deaths, we're assuming that the TV is fundamentally telling the truth. And that's the screened worldview that I think you have to step back from. You cannot just accept it at face value, especially when most of the story has crumbled. At this point, it's grasping at it's grasping at straws. You're grasping at the death toll as the numbers shrink. And so to continue here on this point, the term denialist is a mainstream media weapon to unfairly shift the burden of proof, to demand truthers prove people didn't die to prove a negative, which is not a fair burden. In fact, Tim Truth had said that he doesn't agree. He says you should be able to prove a negative. And I'm like, well, generally speaking, in terms of debate and argument, it's generally accepted that the one making the extraordinary claim has to provide everything. But in this case, if you want to shift the burden of proof, that's fine, because in the 9/11 story, there are too many plane-shaped holes for us to accept that burden. There have been too many holes punctured in the story, even the fact that he's denying the existence of planes, which means, no, we no longer have to accept it. Show us the bodies or nobody died. Now, in the case of 9/11, it can be argued that the burden was shifted by truthers years ago, and anyone clinging to 9/11 deaths today is carrying water for the terrorist media. And this is an important point. We're talking about moral high ground. Well, if we know that this is used to scare the population into compliance, and you're upholding demonstrable lies, then whose side are you on? And this is another important point here, and this is one of the key points. I'm glad this conversation is happening because this is a very important point. 9/11 was not an anomaly. There were PSYOPs before, and there have been after. You cannot look at any of these events in isolation because the pattern has been established that nobody dies at these propaganda perception management events. If some people died in the Twin Towers, it would be anomalous. So, as a comparison, examining 9/11 in isolation would be like watching a convincing moon landing in 2024. Let's say that NASA improved their special effects. And you're like, wow, space is real. When all the previous lunar landings were clearly fake. So in other words, they don't suddenly just become real. This thing is a massive house of cards. Jake the A-hole says, I'm still sad about the 9/11 jumpers, almost as sad as the dude dead kids. Well, speaking of the dude dead kids, I actually got a message from someone. Here it is. From Holly, a QAnoner. She says, John Halpers confirmed. Space Force did rescue the children from Maui before the deep state attack. So before they did the do, they got saved. And one more point too, because this is key. Nobody remembers jumpers on TV the day of 9/11. It didn't happen that way. That was all later. That was like days later. So you cannot say you remember. It's like the Mandela effect. We've been deconstructing how people falsely claim to recollect things. The media Mandela affects you, essentially. So to continue, you cannot say, like, let's say they pull off a very effective moon landing tomorrow. You can't say, okay, the space program's real, without first explaining all of the fakery that led up to it. It's like allowing a liar to eventually trick you once he gets really good at lying. Or it's like that SNL skit where there's a land shark and somebody knocks on the door. And it's like, mailman. And the person's like, mail already came. So he knocks again, same voice. Pizza man, I didn't order a pizza. Then he knocks again. Plumber, oh yeah, we needed a plumber. They open the door, and the land shark comes in and eats them. Like, this is what I'm comparing it to if you're going to say, this event is suddenly real and all the other ones were fake. No, there's a pattern that's been established here. And the pattern, again, is that these are perception management operations, and everything about the event can be explained in terms of movie magic. In fact, my personal perspective on this is influenced by what I experienced in the military when I was stationed at Fort McClellan, and we spent some time with the smog generators, just military concealment fog, like what you saw on 9/11. That's what that was. It's like a blackout. It's like pitch black, but it's white. If you've never been in it, you wouldn't know what I'm describing here. It's literally that dense, but it's meant to block lasers, block any kind of radar. It's meant to allow you to smuggle large amounts of people and equipment through an area without being detected. That was concealment fog. Now, to continue here. It's undeniable. Movie magic was used on 9/11 to simulate terror attacks. And it's reasonable and logical to conclude it was produced, perpetrated, and performed by the same media that produced previous and subsequent psychological operations. And the programming, like the predictive programming, the concurrent programming with 9/11, is so voluminous that to exclude it from your overall analysis is negligent, and most people do. Most people don't know how interconnected these aspects of the monolithic media are, whether it's entertainment or politics or celebrity drama or psyops. It's all the same backstage. Now, the assertion that people died is based on mass media claims that do not hold up to skeptical inquiry. Appeals to emotions, like, what about the feelings of the victims' families? Well, the people who make these emotional appeals never seem to ask about the minds and feelings of the targets of the psy-war itself, the general public, the children. So the skeptics have the moral high ground. 9/11 was in fact a terrorist attack in one sense. It was a psychological blow to the media believers. Therefore, anyone insisting it was real is actually on the side of the state terror apparatus. And this would include the general public who have Stockholm Syndrome and they're in love with their captors. The state terror apparatus, we call it the PSYOP entertainment complex. It's the monolithic media's true nature. And it gives it, the government, and I'm saying government of the world, it's not plural, it gives it worldview shaping power. So defending media psyops is actually justifying all the controls they take, both over your liberties and over your minds. So enough of the official account, and death toll has been falsified. The burden of proof, not that it ever should have been, but it's not on the skeptic anymore. A few other people have jumped in the chat here. We'll be addressing this, and you can also call in here. We're just about through this article. I just want to catch up on basically what happened with the fakeologist and Tim Truth conversation, and Tim Truth left. And I'll give you my opinion on it at the end of this. Now, the ungate-kept inquiry, this is my final point. If it's beyond the pale to suggest something's fake, and if we all played along, we would never have thought ourselves out of the mental labyrinth they put us in. Appeals to emotion are manipulative tactics to bypass critical thinking and silence critics. The mass media long ago lost benefit of the doubt with good reason. And look, their primary power, and this is the key point, is fakeability. They faked a nuclear bomb to place humanity into a collective hostage situation, obliterate objective reality. and reframe geopolitics into a fear-based paradigm around those who have the power to fake reality. They keep teasing World War III to remind us that their finger is always poised and ready to press that button that assures mutual destruction. They use fear to paralyze thought. Ignorance keeps that fear alive. Gatekeeping the truth keeps people in the dark where they're prey to weaponized superstition, emotional manipulation, and contemporary myth-making, which is what 9/11 is essentially about. So my take on it is that we have different frames of reference. You have alt-media truthers who are MSM+, you have mainstreamers who are MSM, and then you have auto-hoaxers, true skeptics who are MSM-, who take the subtractive view. So I will never personally allow an alt-media truther or a mainstream liar to tell me to respect the dominant narratives as real until proven fake. It's fake until proven real because we have already established that mass media are actually a worldview shaping mechanism that promulgates myths, superstitions, and paradigm shaping explanations. We've already established this. So my point of view on it is simply that, was he justified? Well, yeah. He was justified given his frame of reference. Just like when I was debating Fight the Flat Earth, and I brought up the Challenger explosion, and he started weeping. He started crying. And he said, I had to end this debate. I'm like, well, I understand. From his perspective, that must have hurt. Truth hurts. Truth hurts to those who hate the truth. Okay, let me go through some comments. Jennifer Reeves says, I signed up for a year on IPS. Oh yeah, thank you. I appreciate that very much. In fact, the reason why this think tank keeps going and growing and why we're expanding is all of the supporters, not just financial, but the comments, the calls. This is all content generation. It's all valuable. It's all useful, and it all moves the mission forward. And a few days ago, I put out a newsletter that I was going to take a workcation for September, but it took me like 2 hours to get a job. So I'm actually starting work in a few days once the background check is through. Hopefully Flat Earth doesn't turn up. No, I'm in about 4 more days. And it's a full-time. It pays way too much for what's expected of me, but it's going to finance the IPS Insider publication. Issue 1 is going to come out on 10/4, the day of the emergency broadcast that's going to be on every phone or whatever. So just a heads up, that is going to be going on. And I'm going to maintain that job because it's going to give me a more rigid schedule. I can work around it. It's not going to tire me out. But it's going to finance not only our publication, but also the legal battles that we have. And that's another topic, the legal thing. So we'll move on from this. If you want to call in and give me your opinion, was Tim Truth justified in exiting the show? Feel free to call in. The numbers on the screen. Is it time to leave the fake dead behind? Can we just say that fake dead people's lives don't matter? You know, I was tweeting at Alex Stain when he went to Uvalde, and he was crying at the city council meeting about the dead kids that weren't protected. And I tweeted him and I said, hey, fake dead kids' lives don't matter. And he blocked me. Apparently some people find that offensive because no one is more important to them than fake dead kids or fake dead people. All right, let me go through and see who has joined us. Yeah, we started a little earlier today, joined by Let's Go. Says we need more music from MVP, 737. Let's Go, involvement, Demetrio 101, Ashy Dog, Northern Girl, Clockwork 113, JT33, Linda Curtis, thank you for joining. Napoleon Wilson says fakeologist rocks. Well, I thought he was respectful. And he was bringing up a number of things, but ultimately what it came down to, it wasn't necessarily a debate, but I think we witnessed what I describe as these various frames of reference. You saw MSM- and MSM+. And I actually have a diagram, like a chart that I'm working on that explains this even better visually. Okay, let me go ahead and open phones here. Infinite Plane Radio. Can you hear me okay?
Are you still live, Sam?
Yes, and so what do you think? Did you get the gist of the conversation about the dispute over 9/11 deaths?
No, I missed it, but I'll tell you what, if you tell me where to find it, or if you can put it in the chat somewhere. I don't know, it was a couple days ago. I'll look for it and I'll listen to it. I can't believe you got into it with Tim Truth.
No, I didn't.
Has been buddies for years now.
No, I'm saying is that he was on a conversation with Fakeologist, and basically what happened was he didn't want to be associated with the claims that nobody died, so he left the call. And I'm raising the point that he disputes the official story more than any mainstream person. In fact, he goes so far as to say no planes. So if you're saying no planes, you're saying that the death toll is falsified. Therefore, how can you still defend it?
I think a plane hit, but I don't think a commercial aircraft hit. I think something like a drone hit. It could have had explosives on it. But honestly, I came to this conclusion. I don't know if anybody knows anything about this. It could be true. I think a lot of buildings are built from the ground up. Bridges, buildings are built from the ground up with explosives already in them because they know they got to take it down someday. Nothing stays up forever, so you just build it from day one, so you don't have to put all the charges in 50 years from now. All that shit, like the Hoover Dam, the Empire State Building, they all have explosives.
They're all explosive. Okay, so let me ask you this then: if I say that, if I'm going to contend that nobody died, that it was all a demolition dressed up with theater, what is your response? Is that beyond the pale?
I agree. I agree with you 100% because I've been listening to the show for years and it makes sense. But I do have a good friend of mine that swears to me. We were both in the Army. You and I was a parachute rigger. My friend Gio, he was a ranger. And he swears to me. I was in when 9/11 happened. I was in AIT at Fort Lee rigger school. I had friends that were in there from mortuary affairs too.
Wait, you were at Fort Lee? You were in what, 23rd Quartermaster?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I was
23rd.
I was with them when I was in training there. So I spent time with the parachute riggers. It wasn't my gig, but I was in their barracks.
I was a red hat.
Okay.
But anyway, a good friend of mine swears to me that on 9/11, I was in AIT. It's like I don't know, somebody comes and knocks on my door, and they're just like, "Hey, Cordone, you got to see what's going on over here." I come downstairs in the day room. I'm watching it happen. I'm like, "Oh my God." So years later, I have a friend now. We're gun guys. We like shooting. We go to the range and stuff. He's like, "Nah, man, I was there. I was there when it happened. I was pulling bodies out of the rubble. How dare you say that?" And I'm like, "I don't believe it, man. I think it was just a big movie." So there's some people that are just like, they've been telling a lie for so long. People I know, people I care about, they've been telling a lie for so long that it becomes a part of their identity. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or they're just bots.
I've seen it too. I've seen it too. It's interesting. I mean, a lot of it is, I think, a form of virtue signaling. Like, you get these politicians who are like, "I can feel the climate change when I'm on an airplane." You hear people say things that are, to me, it's just, they know it's going to be accepted.
I saw the curve from the window in the airplane. You could see a curve from the window. I've heard that one from people. I have relatives that won't talk to me because I'm from Connecticut, and I swear to them that nobody died at Sandy Hook. Like, look, that school was closed down. It's all bullshit. It's a big act, you know?
Right.
To try to like get people to become compliant and you know, just weak-minded little sheeple. I guess that's just me being paranoid. I don't know.
Well, no, you have a point here though. So the thing is, and I attributed this to frame of reference. Your frame of reference includes the existence of the Psywar. You know about these things. You know what exists with mass casualty events presented as real. Whereas your family and friends, their frame of reference is only the TV. So their MSM.
Fake. Yep. Fake dead kids' lives don't matter. That needs to be a T-shirt, dude, with a freaking penguin on the back, dude. I'm telling you, I would buy that for $50.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to design that. Fake dead kids' lives don't matter. I have to design it because it sends the right message.
It's one of the best lines I've ever heard, man. I mean, it's brilliant and funny, and if either you're going to be disgusted by it, but maybe later on you'll think about it and say, "I need to research this," or you're just going to laugh at it because you already know.
Exactly. And then it's like, are you going to defend fake dead kids to me? Like, there's no such thing. It's a hilarious proposition. But I appreciate your call, and we can debate this stuff all day long. Some people think there were drones. Some think holograms. I think it was all video overlay. But the point of it is, I think...
You don't think anything hit the building at all? Like, not even a rocket? You think it just blew up? I don't care if you think that. I don't know. I've heard people say, "No, I saw something that looked like a military plane hit the building," people that were there on the ground, which could be totally bullshit.
I
You
think my
know?
take on it is
I
this.
think some guy.
There's a couple of things that you could attribute this to. I look very closely at Gelatin B, the group that was there.
There's space lasers. There's space lasers, bro.
No, yeah, the direct energy weapons. No, but this is the thing. They can get you chasing these red herrings. Who did it? Or what did it? Instead of asking, did it even happen? So we're just reverse engineering a magic trick at
Oh
this
my
point.
god. They're harvesting their loose. What are they doing?
Right. Well, look, it's 22 years later, and one other point that I brought up here is that there's so much predictive programming that you can't keep this in the realm of pure reality. I mean, it's insane. Like what happened with the Aaron Rodgers on the anniversary of 9/11 New York Jets. He collapses at like 1119. Like we see so many instances of symbolism, predictive programming, and everything that's like, no, this is part of a continuous meta-scripted movie. You can't take any psyop out of context.
Like the CIA is the government. Like they're in charge, or at least they're a big piece of it. Like nobody that's in charge that we think is in charge. None of those people are in charge. They're all actors. It's all one big movie. We don't get to know who the director is, and it's just totally crazy. Let me ask you this. I was thinking about this the other day. Operation Mockingbird, that's the one like back in the day where they basically took control of the news and the media, right? That's Operation Mockingbird?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. What if it never ended? Why is it that there's so many people that I watch, even in podcasts, people that are comedians, as you hear them talk, or just, sometimes news people, you find out that their father, their grandfather was in the CIA. Like, I think some of these people are people that we think are genuine people that I'm fans of, probably people that I even subscribe to on YouTube. They could still be Operation Mockingbird puppets. Alex Jones. I love Alex Jones. It's entertaining. You can't help listen to it and not laugh at it, but he's probably just another actor too. Joe Rogan. I've been listening to Joe Rogan since like 2015. He's probably in on it. His best buddy, I forgot his name. He's always talking about how his dad was like high up in the government. It's just weird, Why are all these entertainers and artists the sons and children of government?
That's a fascinating point. And Miles Mathis raises this question a lot. He says when you look at these psyops and who's around it, you can actually see it's kind of an elitist thing, and people are born into it at a certain level of security clearance. You could look at it that way.
That's what I love about our little group here, is at least I know we're genuine people.
Yeah. Well, hey, thanks for calling, John the Plumber. Appreciate your insights on this, and call back
Take
anytime.
care, bud.
Thank you. Have a nice day. All right, that was John the Plumber. We should probably put his number up here at some point, or his contact info, in case anybody needs him. Violet says, I'll wear that shirt. Fake dead kids' lives don't matter. And Echo Charlie says, I cannot listen to AJ, he's toxic. I listen to him and I hear World Wrestling and entertainment. I hear entertainment. He is entertaining, but it's also a good example of where entertainment crosses with politics. Like, you got to remember, he's like the main character at January 6th. They de-emphasize it. Owen Schroyer's going to jail, but Jones isn't, when he did far worse. Joined by Thirst for Truth, Z Proxy, thank you for joining. Pengo33 says 100% a movie. Clockwork 113 says, it's not a lie unless you believe in it, says George Costanza. Yes, I call this the lie world order. It's a big pyramid, but if you look closely, it's actually a house of cards shaped like a pyramid. But nobody at the bottom has the wherewithal to start kicking at the cards at the bottom so the whole thing crumbles. They just let it get bigger and bigger. This is the Tower of Babel. This is the unifying deception. I think it's slated to fall, but I'm not an optimist. I'm really not. Like the way I kind of explained this to that documentary team a couple weeks ago is I see us going deeper into simulation and augmented reality, which is very dystopian, where many people cannot tell you the difference between real and fake when they're basing their judgment on what's on the screen. And if that's your primary sensory apparatus, you're pretty much in a delusion. You're in their world stage with their fake nukes surrounding you. And those of us who are calling out the fakery, we do have the moral high ground. It's insane how those of us who are basically calling it like it is are somehow maligned as cruel. No, if you think the truth is cruel and you're defending the lies, and the lies are much crueler, I just think it's something you got to reconsider. Like, I really think there needs to be a shift here. Like, the truthers think that they have some kind of insight that non-truthers don't, but if you really look at it, their frame of reference is just as blinkered. In fact, it's deeper into this matrix. The way I describe it is the general population have their nose to the screen. They have their senses. These are compiled in their mind and they make sense of the world, but then they filter that through the screen. The conspiracy theorists say, hey, that screen is not telling the truth. So they step through it. So now they go deeper than just the blue pill. Now they have all these red pill truths, which are scarier. They've entered into a nightmare. It's a fear-based paradigm shift that is meant to coax them back into the blue pill, but a lot of them stay in the red. That's why Alex Jones always sounds like he's Paul Revere. The sky is falling. World War III is happening. We're all going to die. It's because he's got the red pill in him. And to me, it's designed to be toxic, to send you back to the dream world. And that perspective only makes sense if it's based on what they showed you on the screen plus whatever you added. And these pluses are things they gave you. Like, they gave people the idea that direct energy weapons were killing kids. They give you these alternative explanations so that you never get to the truth that you got to step away from the screen to see how fake it all is. The subtractive view, the truly skeptical view. And nobody in mainstream takes that. By definition. No one on the world stage has that perspective. The off-world stage perspective is unique to the auto-hoaxers. And there are only a few groups of us who have really put it all together. But there are a lot of us out there. It's just very scattered. And my objective here in the coming months is to network with anybody who has a clue. And you'll see the numbers much, much higher than I think anybody here even would imagine. We are joined here by Scotty Smith. Thank you for joining, Cubstar, over there in D-Live. So let me point this out. This was an article I posted yesterday. The 9/11, on September the 11th actually. The 9/11 PSYOP and contemporary myth-making, the hoax of a century. Now it's probably premature. I'm sure they have many more hoaxes lined up. 9/11 jumpers are a total fabrication. Yet most 9/11 truthers don't grasp the fakeability of it. They underestimate how much of our reality is augmented with movie magic. Not one jumper in the literally hours combined West Street footage, not one of the 200 plus jumpers were seen on live TV, despite 5 choppers circling for 102 minutes. All of the jumper footage was released later. And what's more, the famous falling man photo was taken by Richard Drew, AP photographer who also shot RFK falling to his death 33 years prior. Jen Oakley 42 posted this on Twitter. So I was watching Men in Black from 1997, and I found this scene to be disturbingly reminiscent of a certain event on September the 11th. And this is fascinating. So if you look at Men in Black, the movie has a lot of interesting symbolism, Corona tie-ins and everything. But there's a scene where a man is in front of one of the towers, upside down, being yanked around by a tentacle, like a kraken. And it looks just like the falling man. The significance here has to do with the kraken, the destroyer, the challenger, the various ways this entity, whatever it happens to be, I think it's a reference to the nuke. But whatever brings down the West has been consistently symbolized as a kraken. And here you have like a kraken-like tentacle with reference to 9/11 falling. So this is deep symbolism. We could follow this thread. But to continue, anyone still claiming people died are merely espousing a personal belief in a state-created myth. Some people believe in the crucifixion, and this frames their view of the world. Predictive programming doesn't mean the event was real either. This is another important point here. So we're talking about what people believe, and it's not what they know. But a lot of people who recognize predictive programming still believe it's real. And I want to point out that just because it's loaded with what I contend is just conditioning doesn't mean it's going to happen. And this is a common and purposefully spread misconception among truthers, that mysterious forces are foreshadowing these events before they happen. No, they're not foreshadowing events before they happen. They're foreshadowing the simulated event before they simulate it. And the reason why is that what they're simulating are usually impossible things. The events of 9/11, if you just examine it logically, a lot of the stuff falls apart. These aren't realistic, but they made it seem real through conditioning. They use predictive programming to burrow neural pathways in your mind to accept the thing you're seeing as real and inevitable. It's not a coincidence that Donnie Darko's director, and the movie contained predictive programming for 9/11, even in the marketing materials. Not a coincidence his dad works for NASA. I mean, I'm bringing this up because what John the Plumber mentioned about how interconnected these individuals are. We were talking about Pete Davidson earlier in the Gilded channel because his father died and supposedly he died at the age of 33 in the towers. And we were just talking about how many instances we can find of just questionable accounts, but it's being propped up by celebrities. It's being propped up by predictive programming in movies that reaffirm it to be real. And I'm just pointing this out because if they weren't preconditioning you to accept these things, you might actually question them. So the literal belief in 9/11 and its martyrs will reframe the world for the believer. Just like if you believe in the crucifixion, that's obviously going to change how you see things. So the 9/11 event, if you really believe it literally, it's going to change your view. So now you're looking at a world with an evil government, or evil Islam, or evil Israel, or evil whatever scapegoat that you've chosen to go with. And now you have to contend with the terrorist. The terrorist now exists on your nightly news, and you have to account for it. So now they believe in evil, an ideologically spawned evil that kills people, and the need of the world to unite to fight it. What I'm saying here is 9/11 was the elders of this village showing themselves to us in their monster costumes to scare us back to the center of the stage. Reference from the movie The Village, where you have a commune that is in the middle of the woods, and the children born in the commune don't know there's a world outside. They're told the village is all there is. The elders, the protective, benevolent elders, actually put on monster costumes and prance in the woods at night to keep them scared. And when we see a big terror event, a shooting, a 9/11-like event, yeah, that's just your elders. And I use the term elders advisedly, putting on their monster costumes to scare everyone back into the center of the village. The event we call 9/11 represents the merging of man's mind with the movie screen reality. And this was symbolized and predicted in 2001: A Space Odyssey, when David Bowman merged with the monolith. The monolith is the screened reality. That's why I say the monolithic media. It encompasses every form of media that comes from above, not just the news, not just the entertainment, but the celebrity dramas, all the video games. It's all interconnected. So the monolith is the screened reality and the world stage as depicted by your elders, your power elite. And they showed us the world stage with the space program, where they went out to space and they showed us the world. And this was a major step forward in controlling our collective inner space, our minds. And I've said this before, that NASA was never about taking you to some distant paradise in space. It was always about world view control, mind control. So they showed you the world. Oh, this is where you live. These are the conditions, and everybody that rules each region has a nuke. Collective hostage situation. Intergenerational Stockholm Syndrome. We're in love with our captors. We're in love with the elders who are actually our terrorists. So the world stage is their village construct, and 9/11 was a friendly reminder that we need to huddle for safety in our communities and listen to the elders who will protect us from outside alien threats. Here's a bit of symbolism that is really fascinating. Just to underscore some of these points, Project Gemini program. NASA's second human spaceflight program, conducted between Mercury and Apollo, started in 61, concluded in 66. It carried a 2-astronaut crew. Now the 2 representing twins, the Gemini, and if you look at the Gemini logo, it's the Roman numeral 2 with a couple stars on it, which looks eerily similar to the Twin Towers and their impact zones. Now, to address what the caller, John the Plumber, had said about the planes or whatever hit the building, it's the loaded question thing. Like, what are they spraying with chemtrails? Well, who says they're spraying anything? What hit the building? You can make the argument that it might have been pre-rigged in order to give the appearance of a plane-shaped hole. And then you have the superimposition of video compositing and false eyewitnesses to give the illusion, a complete A to Z, something hit the building. But no, just to answer that part of it, I think that these were not impacts from outside. And I think it's very important that they had it hit strategically because it matches up with so much of their symbolism that I don't think they would take any risks of missing or not hitting the right spot. But now, what I'm continuing on here, I'm pointing this out because 2001: A Space Odyssey has a couple of scenes that are really pertinent here that have to do with Ground Zero and the monolith itself. At Ground Zero, the Hilton Hotel. And if you look at the Hilton logo, it's obviously, clearly, Twin Towers with the planes flying into it. But I want to point this out. This is a scene from 2001: A Space Odyssey where there's a plane flying into these twin cylinder parts of a space station. And here's what chartword.com had to write about this particular scene, which looks very similar to one of the planes flying into the tower. He says, quote, Kubrick was subconsciously programming all of us with the idea that 9/11/2001 would be a mass media ritual executed on a movie screen, both literally on television and in our collective subconscious, which would begin our inner space odyssey and rebirth into the new age. So this is intriguing here because I've been talking about how NASA, the space program, it's all just allegory for controlling our inner space. And they control your inner space, they control your mind by controlling your frame of reference. The frame of reference is the screen, is the monolith, the monolithic worldview shaper. It's the Bible for the NWO. It's purely digital. It's your black mirror. Now the controlled opposition still maintains it was a false flag because the purpose of the event is trauma and fear-based mind control. So anyone telling you it was real is either mind controlled or a mind controller. They use lies to control your minds. The elders say there's monsters out in the woods. You have to stay home. You can't leave. They controlled the people in the village with fear. So if somebody says to you, oh no, this was real, you should be afraid. It's like, okay, well, either they're trying to control your mind because they're a mind controller, or they're mind controlled and they're spreading the fear. So they want you to kneel. They want you to cower in fear like a good human sheep. And the belief of the fundamentalist belief in 9/11 can only happen if you're ignorant and manipulated. So I don't allow believers the moral nor intellectual high ground here. And when they invite me to genuflect and grovel before the New World Order's power, I'm like, no thanks. So the secret the shills and dupes conceal is the fakeability of this reality by the power elite and their monolithic media. This is what they're defending. Anybody defending a psyop or denying or gaslighting any evidence that contradicts it, they're actually concealing the fakeability of this reality. That's their main power. Going through your comments here. Elephant Tusk says, if it's true or fake, it still accomplishes the same agenda. Yes. No, but the bigger point is this. If they're faking it, it means something that's huge. It means that media are not reporters informing you about events. It means they're producers. And you can actually remove the idea that there is any objective media. It shows you that media is actually just the handmaiden of government. It's the tool that government uses to pacify, nullify, and frighten the public into compliance. Continuing here, Maddie33 says, as Macho Man once said, in my moment of glory, I'm living in a nightmare. A lot of people find it hard to let go of the nightmare. The red pill. The red pill is a false awakening. It's laced with menthol. Then you have some who go with the black pill, everything's bad. Well, the black pill is just a blue pill without the candy coating. The truth doesn't require a pill. A pill just means that a third party is giving you bits, like little clues here and there. And to me, being spoon-fed is the problem, because you're being spoon-fed by the screen itself. The real solution here is to step back from any mediation whatsoever. And pills just are representative of mediation. Do you take mainstream mediation or alternative mediation? Red or blue, false dialectic. How about no mediation? How about self-mediation? Okay, let's see. Echo Charlie says, the traumatized me was the firefighters caught in the collapse. Yeah, the whole story is traumatic. But some people are unwilling to accept that you have a lot of lying firefighters, a lot of lying cops, lying doctors, lying coroners, lying politicians. It's all the way down. It's the lie world order. And if you can't accept that, it's perhaps it's naivety, but you have to remember, you don't have the moral high ground for becoming a believer in their lies. You actually lose it because their whole system is based on fear-based terrorism. Unless you think Stockholm Syndrome is good for the kids. Cubstar says, I predict we will enter Libra on 9/22 and there will be a news story that references it. 9/22 is the day we enter the dark half, the dark side of the year. We slide into Hades. The spring maiden Persephone gets kidnapped and taken underground. That was reenacted on the world stage with Gabby Petito, a Sandy Hook video actress. She was one of those in that Sandy Hook follow-up video. But Gabby Petito's story of her kidnapping and then her death and her body found on 9/22, yeah, that was all about the journey of Persephone into the dark side of the year. It was all fake. 212-816 says, I hope everyone is having a great day. Thank you for that. Cope says, keep IPR broadcasting. Yeah, if you want to support the channel, you can go PayPal, Infinite Plane Society, or join us at Patreon, Infinite Plane Society, or go to Ko-Fi/Tim Osmond. We are, this is like fait accompli. We are going into print. And this print publication isn't going to be distributed like preaching to the choir. I'm not just selling it to people who listen. What I'm doing is I'm working a full-time gig. It's not going to be a distraction. And I'm self-financing the tabloid and a freemium version, which will be truncated but fully integrated with the website. It will be distributed through our press pass carriers. And I'm going to be working with those of you who have press passes. I want to update the press passes, send out stacks of these, and we're going into distribution on 10/4. So it's going to happen. And it's going to happen monthly. And if we get subscription up and it actually takes off the way I think it will, maybe further down the road, I could probably pull back on the side gig. But I don't want to take any chances when it comes to a publication and subscriptions. They've got us before. See, I was looking at this. This is weird, but last year on 9/15, like a year tomorrow, I was working on the same exact project. I was like, let me start off this tabloid, let's get it distributed, and let's have a go with it. And right after I started, my Spotify was yanked. And then I had a bunch of accounts hacked. And I kind of got distracted. So it's kind of interesting. I'm starting again, but this time I'm not taking any chances. We're self-financing it. Maddie33 says, what do you think will be the next 9/11? Space Needle, Hoover Dam, or Golden Gate Bridge? Fingers crossed, Space Needle. But there are many indications that the Hoover Dam has got to go. Golden Gate Bridge has a lot of predictive programming as well. But Space Needle seems to be it, and it's got to be the nuke. Joe Fiora says, maybe the VAXXX was an alien parasite injection. That's another one of those interesting red herrings. Although there's a really good movie on it called Sputnik. I mean, they're trying to inspire confidence in our medical establishment in the middle of a pandemic and everybody's dying. and Putin releases Sputnik 5. He wins the vax race. And the same day he releases that, a movie comes out of Russia called, I think it's called, let me get the name of it, Sputnik. Yeah, it's the same name as the vax. Unbelievable. So the movie Sputnik comes out, and it's about aliens that enter the body like a virus. And they take up residence in your esophagus. And while you sleep, they crawl out and they show themselves to people in order to elicit fear, which they feed off of before they kill the person. And then it crawls back into your throat. And then you find out, not surprisingly, that the government had actually started a deal where they're giving human victims over to the aliens in exchange for technology. Sputnik, a 2020 Russian science fiction horror film, is about a young doctor recruited to the Soviet military to assess a cosmonaut who survived a mysterious space accident and returned to Earth with a dangerous organism living inside of him. It was going to premiere April 2020, but it was postponed to COVID-19's pandemic restrictions, but then it was released on, so anyway, this came out in 2020. Now, look, it says, in 1983, during the last hot period of the Cold War, 2 Russian cosmonauts engaged in orbital research. Now, a couple of things about this. The phrase Cold War is funny to me, because I think the whole point of the Cold War was the commies convincing the West it had a cold, so it could lock them down and effect a communist revolution without having to burn everything down. And they did. They gave us a cold, or the perception that we all had one and had to stay home for a year. And then they effectively did their whole redistribution of wealth from the bottom up. The opposite of what the communists claim they're really for. And I use the word communist kind of loosely. I mean, we could call them space communists. Okay, now listen to this part here. This is fascinating. It says, the creature is affected by hormone levels. Now, this all ties into the adrenochrome narrative that was all throughout 2020. It says here, the creature is affected by hormone levels, and she discovers the horrifying truth. It does not feed from whatever the astronaut eats, but it eats live humans, prisoners. The creature shows itself to its victims in order to augment their fear, which makes the human brain release cortisol, from which the alien obtains its nutrition. It turns out that the real reason that the government is hanging on to them is they want to find some way to, quote, turn the alien into a weapon they can control. So to go back to the commenter's statement here about how it was an alien parasite injection, yeah, it could be a Russian alien parasite injection. Echo Charlie says that movie's a masterpiece. Russia phobia dominates the boomers still in power. Grown, they're led around like everyone else. Yeah, they're all on the same team. They're all on team fakery, which is the big point here. If they're sharing a space station, they're probably united against the deceived. I don't know how compartmentalized they are at all levels, but there's a point where they're all in the same, what I call, capstone. Thank you, Crack Gwyn. We at the IPS appreciate the support. IPS.monster if you want to get on the newsletter and get all the archives sent directly to your inbox. NA Literalist says Penguinati pills. If you did go out to the edge where the penguins are, you would find the truth. There wouldn't be any pills, but you would find out either you come around the other side of the ball or there's something else. And what is there? What's at the edge of the world? What's at the edge of the solar system? You ask these questions like people assume that they have all the answers. What's at the edge of the universe? I don't know. They don't know. Edge of the solar system, just empty space. But if you posit that the world isn't finite, then they mockingly say, well, what's at the edge? Why assume there's an edge? But if anything, it just means that our ignorance begins much closer. Instead of light years away, it's a few thousand miles away. Dwayne Garrett says, I had a childhood friend who was a psycho liar. I was thinking about liars and how prisons are full of liars, manipulators, psychopaths. There are evil, narcopathic liars at every level of society. And I'm working on a manuscript. I've been working on this for actually about a year now, just off and on, where I've done a deep study into the phenomenon of gaslighting and psychological manipulation, marketing, and how all these things are intertwined. Logical fallacies, sleight of mind, how you short circuit somebody's ability to think critically, what you could call lesser magic. My point being, it seems to me that the mass media is a tool of government. And the way that they constructed its, quote, personality is they've given it a narcissistic, abusive personality. It's a narcissist. And the reason why is that that's a dynamic that's created that turns its captive audience into compliant sheeple. It's one-way communication, and its way or the highway is how it goes, because if you question it, you're out of line. So that dynamic is actually set up intentionally. You could say Big Brother is a narcissist. Symbia says, thank you, IPS. Excellent show as always. Awesome. Thank you for joining, Symbia. A lot of great things happening in the near future. And what I want to do with this paper is create the meat-verse counterpart to the IPS, and even beyond that. We're pretty much taking this whole thing above ground very soon. We're not underground media, but there are parallels to the underground dissident media in the Soviet Union with what we're doing, because the media has such a monolithic control. There isn't a parallel media outside of what we're doing. And you do have a lot of people who have the truth, but it's been drowned out in a sea of irrelevance. They don't have a framework, they don't have a structure, they don't have a network. And so we are building that network, but we have to maintain a high bar. You know, we can't mix with false flaggers because they are either dupes or they're dupers. You can't follow agents, and you can't follow people who can't see through agents. So our raft is pure. It's auto hoax or GTFO, and it's not out of anything other than maintaining the purity of our parallel media long enough to aggregate a sizable chunk and effectively create a schism. And that's where we're going here. Joe Fiore says, oh my God, Cold War means cough and Cold War. Yeah, exactly. They gave us all a cold. Clever. Spirit Jordak says, I'm visiting Vegas. I went to MGM. Half the machines are out. Yeah, I heard it was hacked. I may be going to Vegas next month for the Flattoberfest. I think it'd be fun. And there'll be some live music. And I want to do interviews for the IPS Insider. So if I don't go, we're going to have a reporter go. And if you want to go, we will crowdfund your ticket cost and everything. And beyond that, we will also be paying for the interview crew that you would need, the camera person, etc. Okay, continuing. Violet says, Sputnik in 2020 was 113 minutes long. Nice. Sledge 3000 says, penguins huddle together. Well, they raft on the water, which is a way of what we're doing. It's a way of staying afloat on the sea of irrelevance. And our raft is growing. The huddling is what they do in the dark, at the edge, in this harsh environment, in the cold, where they breathe together to create hot pockets in the middle. Well, if you think about it, that's conspire, breathing together. So penguins conspire. And I see ice as symbolic of censorship, darkness as ignorance. So it's interesting to me that penguins are at the edge. So if anybody has a view of what's at the edge, it would be them. They are conspiring against the censorship. That's the symbol here, surviving in this really harsh environment. And one other thing that really makes them distinctive is that they are the deepest divers of all birds. And what we're doing here is really fundamentally deep diving into all of these topics. So we've adopted the penguin as our mascot because it does represent everything cutting edge and, well, cutting fringe. Okay, continuing. Blyat Earth says, great title, guys. What is the title today? Oh, yeah, Truth Hurts, but lies are much worse. And I maintain we have the moral high ground. Maddie33 says, the virus and aliens have been linked in Men in Black. Men in Black were against the bug, and the finale was at Corona Park. Enter the Stars looked into this link a couple years ago. And there was like a Space Needle thing there. And remember, this whole thing started in Seattle. And the Space Needle can't be separated from the Vax Needle because we're talking about a symbol of salvation. Yeah, Corona park. Very interesting. I'll have to watch that. There's a clip. Okay, this is relevant here. Do you remember the scene? And I haven't watched Men in Black except for 2 clips. One where he talks about Elvis, and another where he talks about the hot sheets. So this is important because we're talking about the IPS Insider. And this is exactly what we are creating. And the first one will be out next month. This is a clip from Men in Black.
Anything about that seem unusual to you? What would scare Regic so badly that he'd risk a warp jump with a newborn? Let me check the hot sheets.
Let me check the hot sheets. So here you have a number of tabloids.
These are the hot sheets? Best investigative reporting on the planet. Go ahead, read the New York Times if you want to. They get lucky sometimes. Thanks, Manny. Then I believe you're looking for tips in the supermarket tabloids. Not looking for. Found.
Not looking for, found. And so he's looking for tips in the supermarket tabloid, the hot sheets. Well, what we are creating... Oh, look, Elvis seen in the White House. What we are creating here with this tabloid, the IPS Insider, is exactly this. It's a tabloid that will have the literal truth that nobody will believe. Thirst says Stavely would cry if penguins showed up at Flufftoberfest. Well, hopefully he'll sit down for an interview. You know, I really want to talk to some Mendozold for the documentary. Fakeologist says, Tim, did you hear the Tim Truth interview meltdown on Fakeologist? We discussed it, and that's my question for callers. Was it justified? Was it a meltdown? I want to make this point too. Just because somebody says it was real does not mean they're a shill. All it means is they have a different frame of reference. My parents aren't shills, and I'm sure they believe the mainstream version of everything. So the default perspective is you have the screen in front of your face. The conspiracy theory perspective, which usually comes from a place of being very conscientious and you care, is MSM+. It's scarier. It's worse than they say. You can never get over it. You're always investigating. But our perspective is subtractive. We've definitely stepped back from the base assumptions provided by the screen. So we have different frames of reference, and I'm not going to say anybody's a shill, but I will say that it's very contradictory to claim that you don't want to be on a show that says nobody died, but then you're saying that 2 or 3 of the planes were fake, which means that those people didn't die. Well, what about their families? So it's kind of a contradiction. But what does it mean? You know, I leave it up to people to decide, but one thing is I think it's important to recognize that we are in a psy war, and they have operatives to convince you that the mainstream media is lying, but they're just covering up these essential facts. But they don't tell you the mainstream media is a lie. And there's a difference. Our position here, off-world stage perspective, it goes beyond left-right politics. It goes beyond red pill. Fakeologist says, thanks to all the IPS commenters in my chat last night. Yeah, one other point, and this is like the main thing. The main takeaway that I got from this today is this. You cannot examine 9/11 as an anomaly. It is part of a continuum of psychological operations. Saying that this event was real, but all the others were fake, is like saying that the last lunar landing with India was real, even though the other ones were all fake. Even though that one was exceptionally fake looking. So there's a continuity error here. It would be an anomaly to maintain someone died, and especially if you've already broken the central myth. Like, you're no longer fighting for 3,000 dead. Why are you going to cling to 1,000 or 500 or 300? If you already know that there are legions of liars out there with regard to the other scenes, why are you going to defend the hypothetical offended families of the people who died here? Do you see what I mean? It's a huge contradiction. It's not really defensible. Rock E. Shepherd says, staged event using crisis actors. Yeah, and here's the big takeaway from 9/11 in general. The big takeaway is that media worldwide is united. It's actually controlled centrally. Now, good liars don't lie to you all the time. They only lie strategically for advantage, but they're honest the rest of the time to gain your trust. If they lied with every breath, you would never trust them. So what the mass media has done, it has convinced you that it's always telling you the news, but then at any moment, and they also pretend like they're on different teams, but at any moment they can uniformly pull off a hoax. For example, after the Connecticut shooting, I was saying, wow, why are the right-wing NRA types not calling out this hoax? Then I realized, okay, there's a reason why. Because the left wing doesn't call out the terrorist attacks that seem to serve the right's agendas. So each side has its own psyops. But what I concluded here, it wasn't like they're weaponizing psyops to gain an edge politically. No, they're both controlled by the same psyop department. And then find that this same department exists in the space program as well as politics, and it's also across the world. It's uniform. All right, let's continue. Going through my minds.com/Infinite Plane Society. Oh, no, this is great news here. Hunter becomes the hunter. This is a little inside baseball, but let me just go through this really quick. It's not a lot here. It's basically this. A California lawsuit accuses Garrett Ziegler of improperly tampering with, manipulating and altering and damaging computer data in violation of their state's computer fraud laws. Ziegler was a White House aide under Trump, and he's the front for Marco Polo 501c3. This is the organization that publishes copies of Hunter Biden's laptop and 4,000 naked pictures of him. Now, gross as it is, none of it is adrenochrome, satanic rituals, or child abuse. It's just gross. Now, this is interesting to the IPS because Marco Polo, this laptop operation to bring down Biden by attacking his son, it's actually financed by Marcus Paul, an alias of Marcus Goldfinch, the guy behind George News, the guy that I sued for cyber squatting, the guy that was hacking my accounts. Goldfinch is a huge QAnon influencer with 300,000 followers on Telegram and a huge Twitter following. And so I've been trying to pin this guy down for cyber crimes for years and for his suppression of this channel. He was the one that contacted YouTube and said he was me, that my voice was his, and he was able to claim rights over my content, and he shut down our channel. Look, we're on channel 160. So I've been trying to pin him down, but this White House associated reporter works with the Trumps is very difficult to find. But now that we know he's behind this Marco Polo thing, it's very interesting because he is one of the 10 unnamed, so far, defendants in the case of, I guess it's going to be Hunter Biden versus Marco Polo. So once the Hunter Biden legal team recognizes that there's a MAGA anon, a MAGA QAnon type behind it all, they're probably going to shine a light on him. So again, Marcus Goldfinch is soon to be a named defendant. Here's a couple other clips. They're talking about this. This is the thing. It's a 501c3 that's not following all of the IRS rules. And he's broken a number of rules by politicizing it and by having an unnamed team. So it says here, plaintiff will seek leave to amend this complaint to allege the defendants' true names when they have been ascertained. So Hunter Biden's team is going to try to find out who's behind this thing. And Goldfinch is the one who paid for all of the print copies. So this is legitimately a target on Goldfinch and George News and everything else. So this is great news for us because once I get his name, once it's out there, I will be able to, through his legal department, through his legal team, through their lawyers, I will be able to serve him. And I got to serve him civil, cyber squatting damage claim, no trial needed. And then I need to leverage the court of public opinion in the spotlight to shine a light on his crimes that have already been reported to the FBI. Fourth degree identity theft, felony identity theft. We're talking about a number of hackings that I have evidence to back it all. So just letting you know. Junders Plunkett says, signing off, will this be archived? Oh yeah, absolutely. Just go to ips.monster and I'll send it out via the newsletter. Good news for Donald Trump. He's been promoted again. He went from president to Jesus Christ to Moses, and now he's King David. Here we go. And this is from 6 days ago. Donald Trump was given a Torah crown by the Israel Heritage Foundation. And this is after Jim Caviezel says Trump keeps his faith private, but he's just like King David. He was chosen by God. So Jim Caviezel, JC, who played JC at 33, and then showed up again with Sound of Freedom, with the Save the Children thing, which nobody cares about anymore. Yeah, he said Trump is King David after he was elevated to Moses, after he was Christified. But interestingly enough, in July, he was actually given a Torah crown.
President Donald J. Trump for his extraordinary and heroic efforts. I like that very much. To help the state of Israel and the Jewish people. He and his family should be blessed eternally from the Israel Heritage Foundation, July 10th, 2023. I want to thank you.
Someone else asks, where does the Saudi magic orb fit into this religiosity nonsense? Well, Donnie Darkin says what we're seeing here is Donald Trump, the new King Cyrus, building a new world order of light. This is all some kind of second coming predictive programming. More on that later, I'm sure. But congrats on the promotion. Okay, let's talk about this for just a moment here. I think I was the first to call this out. I think I was the first to notice that there was something going on the political right with the white nationalists where they seem to be not only anti-feminist and trying to assert that we're running out of people and we need more babies and birth rates going down, but I saw a lot of calls from the far right, from the very top, that the age of consent's a problem. Well, here's Nick Fuentes, full-blown groomer mode, not even hiding it anymore, saying the quiet part out loud.
Grooming. You know what? I'm going to say something controversial. I'm not against grooming. Young men and women being groomed for marriage, and they should be thinking about that at an early age. Because, of course, young men and women start to become sexually mature in their adolescent years.
So here he is talking about adolescents and getting them ready for marriage. Remember, this was the guy hanging out with Ye on his presidential campaign. This was the guy on InfoWars. And this is not out of context. He's a lead voice in the alt-right or far-right white nationalist. Ollie Alexander is associated with him, and he's connected to that entire blackmail ring at the center of the GOP. And I'm just pointing it out here that, look, I don't believe this is a real feeling he has. I think this guy's a fed. I think he's an instigator. But these ideas have been specifically promulgated into the far right for a reason. And it's part of framing up the far right, the MAGAs, as some kind of MAGA ban.
And that's when they should be thinking about marriage. Their adolescent puberty. The right is, in a perverse way, adopting the left's paradigm on sexuality, where they're saying, don't sexualize our kids. They got to be 18. And I've been on this crusade about age of consent unintentionally over the last couple weeks.
So they're against the age of consent because it denies them the ability to control a woman and impregnate her, or control a girl and get her pregnant and keep her from the job market. This is all insanity, if you ask me. But it makes sense if you just think about it in the terms of it being MAGA ban, the American Taliban. MAGA representing the ultimate in traditionalism and conservatism versus progressivism and the Great Reset and transhumanism. So these are just like parodies. Like I look at Klaus Schwab, yeah, he's a parody. This guy is a parody. Parodies of extremism. Does he really believe it? I don't know. I kind of think not. We says that's a guy. Yeah, that's a guy, and some lucky girl is going to end up marrying him when I think he said he's waiting until he's 30 to find his baby's mama, whatever he's going to his what do you want to call it? It's just like broodmare for the state. That's how they see it. It's insane. But he's not the only one, and I'm just mentioning it. I called this out before they were saying the quiet part out loud. Okay, there's been a lot of these airplane dramas, and this is making me give a double take to that MF isn't real. So I'm going to play a short clip here. Flight attendant uses the wrong pronoun and a passenger gets upset. Now I want to point out that this video was viewed 9 million times.
Hey!
What? He'd probably be
Do
more
not
than what?
get up in my face like this. You do not want
we
to
can't
be
talk
playing
man to
this.
man? We can't talk man to man?
I don't think that's possible.
That's not possible? Why?
I don't think it's possible because
Why?
there's only one man standing in this aisle right.
So you have a misgendering happening on an airplane, and it looks real, sounds real, but the instant I saw his shoe, I thought, okay, that's an actor. He's probably not even getting paid. It's for his reel. That's like a cheap, I don't know, $20 pair of slip-on sneakers. That's not what a flight attendant would wear. So 50 seconds in, I knew it was fake. Most people thought it was real, and they were mad about the whole gender thing. Well, at the very end, they come out and they admit that this was fake.
Comment down below. I can't wait to read your comments.
So they admit it was fake. So I pointed out the shoes gave it away, and I highlighted the shoe. And someone in the comments says, I thought the end of the video where they said it was a skit gave it away. And I said, sorry you wasted your life. I didn't have to wait till the end. And my point being, I didn't have to wait 4 minutes. I didn't have to waste 4 minutes of my life to know this was fake, nor did I walk away halfway through the video thinking it was real, responding to it as such. No, I saw the shoe, thought it was fake, and I walked away from it, and later I found out, yeah, if you stick to the end, if you can stand it, it's actually admittedly fake. But most people didn't stay to the end, which is my point. Garrett Summer says, where is the think tank? If you go to ips.monster or infiniteplane.live, there are links right there to get into the Discord server or the Gilded. Okay, continuing. Paper mache aliens in the age of augmented reality. Yeah, apparently somebody has taken these, God, this is so terrible, these supposed aliens, and they put them on the Spirit Halloween catalog. Skeleton alien, $12.99. But it is exactly what they look like. So you may have seen this story about disclosure and these aliens being revealed. And it's just the fakest looking thing. You know, you're expecting Project Bluebeam. You want to be blown away. You want to have that to look forward to, at least, after the disappointment of 2020. But no. The alien mummy appears to be a fraud perpetrated by Mexican journalist and grifter Jamie Mousen. So if you had your hopes up that the aliens were here and they looked like little ETs made out of paper mache, sorry to disappoint you. These things are totally fake. Here's the actual picture. They're in these little coffins. And they were found in a mine. So they were dug up or something, and they were brought out. And yes, admittedly, these things are a hoax. But for some reason, it went viral before anybody fact-checked it. So here's Travis in Flint says, so no one's going to talk about the fact that Mexico just unveiled 2 aliens in Congress during an official meeting. The government is literally showing people 2 alien mummies found in Peru. So he's just blown away that nobody cares. Only he's got 3 million hits on it. I love how people say nobody's talking about such and such when everybody's talking about it. Like nobody's talking about the missing kids in Maui. And now nobody is. Well, anyway, the government is literally showing 2 alien mummies in Peru. You go through the comments, a lot of people believe it. A lot of people want to believe. But they appear to be a mix of looted body parts. So it's worse than just paper mache. Apparently they were looting actual body parts and then reassembling them. So the guy who did it is, quote, a delinquent, well known to the police. He's looted archaeological sites for more than 20 years. Mummy looting. Well, I hope he monetized the traffic. I mean, he definitely dominated the news cycle. Going through some comments. Not Shock says, Tim Half-Truth has always annoyed me. Again, I'm not quick to assume that I know a motivation. I just think a lot of people are wrong because they're using a frame of reference that is demonstrably wrong. But I don't hold it against people. But I think we're at a point where the standards for the parallel media are so high that I don't give any benefit of the doubt. In fact, I have a few other things I wanted to get to about that date. Let me see if I can pull up a couple of things. Oh, something else. We were talking about the person who was hit on the head with a brick. Her name was Rhoda Bash, and she got bashed with a brick, and that was obviously fake. Somebody exposed it. It was actually some kind of allergic reaction. So this is the story here. If you remember, I called this one right. I talked about this on the last live stream. She was slapping white men for reparations, and then later she shows up in a hospital with this awful head wound, and she claimed she was hit on the head with a brick. And a lot of people were saying, karma, she deserved it. And I was like, that's fake. Well, update. She scammed everyone who donated $40,000 to her GoFundMe. No evidence of her getting hit. No police report. And people in the medical field said that the side of her face is more consistent with someone having an allergic reaction. It's an allergic reaction. But she got $40,000 out of GoFundMe, so good for her. Although her name is Rhoda Bash, and she got bashed with a brick, so I just think it's a PR stunt. And here's a similar one. You had this Democrat defund the police type who was carjacked and beaten up, and she posts her face on social media so you can see and feel bad for her. Nice selfie. Nice Spirit Halloween store theatrical blood right down the aisle from where you get the fake aliens like they put on parade there in Mexico. Get this theatrical blood. Well, I had called this fake when I saw it because there's no injury, and that's not how blood runs. Well, Miles Mathis did a very good takedown of this piece. You go to milesmathis.com/Shiva. He says, so InfoWars apparently still has trouble recognizing moulage after all these years. This has to be the worst fake blood I have ever seen. It looks more like strawberry jam, not even close. Blood doesn't run like that. You've had a bloody nose. Surely you know this. I knew the story was fake in a split second. And how creepy is that woman? Yeah, I agree with him. It took me half a second to know it was fake. Andy doesn't know. There are so many people that are falling for this. I'm glad Miles Mathis is calling them out by name. These big popular influencers are auto believers. They don't know how to determine real or fake. Anyway, he goes on to talk about how this is clearly some kind of a psyop and manufactured to make you beg for more police and more funding. He even suggests that the defund the police narrative was meant to backfire and cause more police after, which is a fascinating take. Sledge 3000 says, any new dates coming up of interest at the world stage? Looks like they're going to perform for our entertainment. Yeah, 10-4. 10-4. 10-4 is going to be some kind of, quote, global emergency broadcast. And, we talked about the movie Sputnik. And, the Sputnik satellite, the space age actually began on 10-4. But on 10-4, there's some kind of emergency broadcasting message that we're all going to get, and that's the date that we're releasing the IPS Insider. Rocky Shepard says, don't you think there are any missing children other than the complete staged event using thermite on cars? Possibly. There could be dead unicorns. Bigfoot might have been in Maui, and he might have been, incinerated. But I guess the question here is, can you demonstrate that there were any deaths, first of all? Can you go to the morgues? Because what we're looking at, by all indications, is a closed movie set. And every indicator of a real death it's tantamount to hearsay. All we have is hearsay. And then when you weigh the hearsay against predictive programming, against the Maui police chief's former assignment with another mass casualty event in Vegas, you're like, okay, I'm sorry, but their official story is already flaky. You can't hold me to the burden of proof. You got to actually provide it. You got to show me some bodies. You can't say, but my dead children. What about the 70,000 children being trafficked under Los Angeles for their adrenochrome? What about the Sound of Freedom children? And then the Maui children. Now they're gone. What about the children who were killed in the epidemic of mass shootings in schools? Like fake dead children are everywhere. Both sides use them. So if you want to create hypothetical fake dead children, go for it. But you're doing this at the expense of the real children who are actually being impacted by the Psy War. Okay, continuing. So much to cover today. Some people think that Oliver Anthony killed bin Laden. The hero who killed bin Laden does look sort of similar to Oliver Anthony, who doesn't have a dollar. He ain't got a dollar, and he ain't going to sign an $8 million contract because that banjo song in the woods is so worth it. Okay, let's move on. Oliver Anthony's an interesting character. I listened to him on Jordan Peterson. I didn't know Jordan Peterson was just a liberal. I thought he was some kind of arch-conservative traditionalist. No, he's a moral relativist, liberal. Somehow he became popular among the right as some kind of intellectual because he objected to pronouns, which was like a controversial stance at some point a few years ago. But I listened to it, and it's just gibberish, to be honest. I don't know how these people become thought leaders. Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life. That's too many rules. Okay, going through my minds.com, I had a number of important things earmarked. And look, I know it's not Twitter anymore. I'm trying to remember the new name. It's Disease X. So if you want to follow me on Disease X, it's Auto Hoaxology. I guess the big news here is that Elon Musk saved the Russians from an attack by cutting off the internet service of Ukraine.
Musk blocked access to his Starlink satellite network in Crimea in order to disrupt a major Ukrainian attack on the Russian Navy there. In other words, Musk effectively sabotaged a military operation by Ukraine, a U.S. ally, against Russia, an aggressor country that invaded a U.S. ally. Should there be repercussions for that?
Jake, I can't speak to a specific episode. Here's what I can tell you. Starlink has been a vital tool for the Ukrainians to be able to communicate with each other, and particularly for the military to communicate in their effort to defend all of Ukraine's territory. It remains so, and I would expect it to continue to be critical to their efforts. So what we would hope and expect is that that technology will remain fully available to the Ukrainians.
Anyway, no surprises here. Musk bad. Musk is the leading purveyor of space junk and mind space junk. Alright, continuing. And look, I'm well aware of how fake it all is. Low Earth orbit, space wars, and how predicated on us believing it. You know, it's like this whole idea of space wars necessitates that everybody's plugged into this thing, and the people who are skeptics at our level are just very inconvenient. But even though I know it's fake, I pay attention to what they think is going on, because this is mind war. This is a concerted attempt to keep everybody in a very specific world view, and I like to know what people believe, because if everybody's believing that aliens are imminent, they will bring out these Spirit Halloween Superstore plaster models, and people will believe it. It's just a matter of whether they decide whether or not to fact check it. So here's the New Yorker, how Elon Musk went from superhero to supervillain. Interesting. Here's Michelle Obama and Barack Obama at the site of the 9/11 Ground Zero reflection pool. It says, today is a day of reflection and most of all remembrance. For those we lost on September the 11th, may we never forget their stories. And I'm just like, okay, nothing to see here, just praying at the bottomless pit to King Abaddon, which is what I think that represents, the reflecting pool. But I thought the term reflection was interesting because we're talking about the monolith, the screen, and how the movie screen is a reflection. In fact, it's similar to a mirror. And mirrors are very consistently used in symbolism that's attached to mind control. And you'll find mirrors are a common facet in Stanley Kubrick's work. And recently we were talking about the predictive programming in The Shining and in 2001: A Space Odyssey that reference 9/11. And what's interesting is there was a sequel to The Shining called Doctor Sleep, which involves a prediction of 9/11. Just another interesting twist. There are so many pieces to this puzzle, but what it shows you is, the consistent level of predictive programming shows that these things are part of a continuous storyline, a plot, that you cannot look at any of these events in isolation. You just can't. That's why I say metascript. You have to look at it holistically, big picture. Okay, quick update here on Q. Apparently some people think that JFK is going to run with Trump.
Run for president again in 2024.
I don't know if he'll run for president in 2024, but he's going to be an important part of moving forward with all this, between him and JFK Jr.
Between him and JFK Jr. So, if you didn't know, there are still some people out there hoping that JFK Jr. becomes Trump's VP. So the copium, spelled with a Q, is still flowing. The hopium addicts are still out there. And this monstrosity is circulating on the web. I can't read the artist's name, but it says, "Surely the righteous will never be shaken" by Patriot Freedom Project. And it has Trump with a cross. He's carrying a cross with an American flag draped over it. So I talked about the Christification of Trump, which started some time ago. They fused him with MLK. They've been using all kinds of martyrdom programming all around him. Then JC, Jim Caviezel, designates him Jesus, himself Jesus, and Trump Moses. But now Moses is King David. Like I thought,
Trump will run for
I thought he
president
was going to
again.
go from Moses to God. Like I thought it was going to be full-blown apotheosis. But no, he's King David now. Okay, there's been some news with football. I briefly touched on it. The guy who called Aaron Rodgers' injury before it happened was suspended. Interesting. Somebody created a JFK account and called the moon landing a hoax. That account was suspended. But the Aaron Rodgers thing is interesting, and we'll see more about that. Here is the tweet. Aaron Rodgers is going to tear his Achilles on a rain-drenched MetLife turf in 2.5 hours. Did it happen? Yes. I'm still waiting to see if there's any way that could have been faked. The date changed. I don't trust it, but it's there. A lot of strange things about the timing of it, and also the symbolism of it just being the date. Continuing. Yeah, she meant, oh no, she didn't mean RFK Jr. She definitely meant, because she said Trump may not run, he's part of what's moving forward. She definitely meant JFK Jr. And it's RFK Jr.'s fault that people believe in JFK Jr. or that he's still alive. And he may be. But another thing, RFK Jr. is running as a Democrat. He's not even running as a Republican. Okay, there's so much more to cover here. No Utah National Guardsmen were hurt in the making of this earthquake. This is fascinating. A fakeologist posted this one, and it raises the question of fakeability. Like, is this another Illuminati playing card? Another fakeable natural disaster? If they have demo teams in place? I'm going to play this clip really fast here. When we hear about these mass casualty events, well, here you have National Guard in Morocco.
Deadly earthquake in North African country of Morocco that killed more than 2,000 people on Friday night.
Yes, several members of the Utah National Guard were stationed in that country at the time, with more now on the way. Governor Spencer Cox saying today those guardsmen stand ready to help.
News specialist Brianna Chavez is live with more on the Utah's pledge to its longtime strategic partner. Brianna.
Yeah, guys, several Utah National Guard troops just so happened to be in Morocco during this earthquake ahead of a training exercise that they have there.
Anyway, this is just about how there were National Guardsmen who were already there in place just by coincidence.
What the Department of Defense calls the State Partnership Program.
Every year, troops participate in a disaster response exercise called the Murak Mantlet. And by coincidence,
this year,
by coincidence,
was a earthquake scenario-driven exercise.
20 troops already in Morocco.
So they had an earthquake scenario-driven exercise going on when it happened. And I found, this is by Fake Nukes over on BitChute, and I found the comments very useful here. For example, maybe the National Guard also trained their demolition skills, knocking down old brick mud buildings. Interesting comments here, but I'm just bringing this up. What is the fakeability level of an earthquake? What would it take? Widespread demolition, crisis actors, a bunch of CGI pre-planning. Is it all that difficult? Is it fakeable? Do earthquakes fit within the realm of fakeability? It's another one of these things where can they take a natural phenomenon and add on to it? Look what they did with the Maui thing. Fires are going on, so they orchestrate a fire to happen during that time. Mel Gibbs says you can see his Achilles tear on video. Yeah, well, video is not evidence, and it may look like it tears, but doesn't mean it's evidence. We have to continue to look. But any indication of predictive programming, any symbolism, subtracts from its realism, in my view. Oh, look at this. Maddie33 says, cannot access Fake Nukes channel in the UK. See, this is an interesting point. I'm glad you brought it up. They use the excuse of Christchurch to start blocking BitChute in a few places, to start blocking other platforms. Because what they first did is they said, hey, you're not welcome on YouTube, so go quarantine yourselves. So they got a lot of truthers to quarantine themselves, to separate themselves from the body politic, thinking they were safe. Well, no, they weren't. They were petri dishes. Their Discord servers were infiltrated by fake Nazis and other things in order to destroy them, to undermine them, and to censor them. Negative branding. So this is already in place, and I've been saying for some time that what they're probably going to do is they're going to do an online version of a pandemic, where they're going to say, in order to continue to have a global internet, we're going to have to lock down, and we're going to have basically a mind vax operation. We're going to have to mask your minds in order to share a commons. Everybody's going to have their license. They're going to have something. Lose anonymity, whatever it is, it's coming. And it's going to be a cyber pandemic. And they've already tested it out. They said, look, this shooting was televised, and that's our rationalization for shutting this down. And they're going to say, look, mind viruses need to be stopped. Okay, continuing. This is an interesting tweet by Human Vibration. She says, in my bones, I feel they want us to see the theater curtains, to open our eyes to the absolute absurdity, the ridiculousness, the divine comedy of it all. I believe things will continue to escalate until we, the audience, have no choice but to recognize we're watching a live TV play. And this was in response to the aliens being unboxed, where commenter says, look, Mexico just unboxed not one but two aliens. 2023 could not get any stranger. Now, I don't share her optimism. I don't believe that they're dumbing it down in order to precipitate some kind of mass awakening. I don't think they're doing us a favor. I think that the audiences are that dumb. And it's not to impugn their intellects. I'm saying that they're blinkered by logical fallacies, sleight of mind, and subjectivity. We're in a state of philosophical crisis, where if you say panda bears don't exist, that actually gives people pause. They don't know how to instantly debunk it. They can't just categorically say, sorry, extraordinary claim, no evidence, or limited context have to reject it. No, people are like, wow, maybe they are fake. Because we've been so gaslit that we will believe whatever we're told. Not we in this chat room, but the consensus will believe what it's told. So no, I don't share any optimism. There isn't going to be an awakening. If anything, there's a dumbing, and it's happening right in front of our eyes. O.J. Simpson, who didn't kill anybody, he's totally innocent, and he knows it. He's playing the role of a guilty man. It's all a psyop. He didn't really kill Megyn Kelly. He had some words about Aaron Rodgers' injury. Very insightful.
Going to be good. They got that defense, and that kid learned a lot from Aaron. Unfortunately, 9/11 is just a bad date for New York, you know.
9/11 is a bad day for New York, LOL. It's O.J. Simpson. Okay, let's move on. Past the alien mummies. This is interesting. All sports are rigged. This is really getting out there. And maybe a lot of it originates with Jake Gibson's work, but this is another important point I wanted to get to. Has to do with fakeability. They can fake nukes. They can fake 9/11s. Can they fake sports? Well, here's a short clip. This is from All Sports Are Rigged. Take a listen.
There is this account on social media called All Sports Are Rigged 2023 who points out different plays that are just too sus and make you think something has to be up. Like this missed tackle by the Broncos against the 49ers, which helped them hit the over. Or this throw by Stetson Bennett, where the blocking for the pick six is already set up before the defender makes the catch, while there are no Rams players in the area. He also points out some interesting coincidences, like how the NFL has just magically predicted the color of the two teams to reach the Super Bowl.
Yeah, this is the interesting part. On their Super Bowl logos, he's showing how the colors of the teams were already lined up. And we've seen a lot of this color symbolism with these Super Bowl teams. And Super Bowl 47 is coming up. Isn't that the one? No. I'm sorry. The presidency number 47 is coming up. And I think it might be interesting to see if it correlates with Super Bowl 47, which was the Blackout Bowl, where it went dark for 33 minutes. It's got to mean something. And I think it correlates with whoever's going to be president number 47. And I think a key figure in all of this is the quarterback in Super Bowl 47 was Colin Kaepernick, who started the whole kneeling thing. And I think the kneeling, which was later adopted by Derek Western chauvinism and then picked up by BLM, is about the kneeling, subjugated underclass rising up. Anyway, check this out. Color of two teams to reach the Super Bowl predicted.
The last 2 years, ever since they started making Super Bowl logos before the season. So get ready for a Ravens 49ers or Chiefs Vikings matchup this year. In the NBA, you got former refs like Tim Donaghy who admitted to rigging games for Vegas, and players who have won rings like Andre Iguodala have also said the league is rigged. While in baseball, you can't watch compilations like this and think that professionals are really capable of messing up this badly in key moments. So while I don't think it's all rigged, there are definitely some powers up top that heavily influence games, like when this call in the NBA Finals wasn't overturned even after a review, so they could try and...
Now, the key point here is this. It's like with the media. They convincingly portray enough reality to where you just assume that's what they do. So then when they lie in a concerted way, you aren't able to connect the dots. And sports too. You have a meta script, maybe they can make these big choices about the direction it goes, but they can't control the small plays, or they can to some degree, but to say it's rigged doesn't mean every single move is controlled. It's really about strategic lies, strategic plays. So is it riggable? Absolutely. You ever seen the Harlem Globetrotters? Like, in principle, yeah, it's all fakeable. It's all riggable. And then you have people who are going to believe anything. So that makes it easy. Here's Aaron Rodgers making his devil hand signs and Masonic hand grips. We've all seen this before. They're all part of a club, which has a lot of explanatory power here. Human Vibration said, what are the odds that in 9/11 matchup between New York and the Jets, the quarterback would collapse with 11 minutes and 19 seconds to go? Interesting. Interesting take there. All right, moving on. We talked a little bit about Hunter Biden's lawsuit. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. In fact, we're just going to wait and see. But if those 10 defendants are named, things are going to get very, very interesting. Noel posted this in Gilded. He said, I wonder if he thinks there were victims in the World Trade Center 1993. He's talking about Tim Truth. The official story claims 6 deaths and 1,000 injuries. And this was more to my point, that you can look back at these previous events and you can see they're just as fake. In fact, oftentimes faker. Honestly, I think they've improved their game because of us. I think the critics of the world stage have actually improved the performance quite a lot, that they've had to up their game. But you can look back and you can see the acting has always been terrible. I'm not going to go through all of it, but I've gone through a lot, and you can see a lot of basically fake blood and coaching. But my point being, no PSYOP happens in isolation. You can't make that mistake. Like, we recognize it's easy to see in outer space. If space was faked from day one, then every subsequent mission is fake. The space station is fake. You can tell me the next space station might be, the next mission is real? The next rocket to go supply it is real? No, it's fake. It's on a edifice of fakery. So you cannot just say 9/11 was real when it's reported by the same agencies that have given you the predictive programming and who have consistently hoaxed you in the past. Sean Dexter says, nah, it's every play. Yeah, it could very well be. It could very well be, because one of the point here is, like, it's not like just the quarterback is in the club. No, every single player at a certain level is part of this industry, and it's not like what people think. It's not egalitarian. Not anybody can get in without signing their name in blood, some kind of NDA. Okay, moving on here. We talked about the hot sheets. Again, 10/4, date to look forward to. That's the date that we're going to be coming out with the new tabloid. There were some strange things, other strange things we can get to about Aaron Rodgers. Like, he said some kind of cryptic statement about how he was going to rise after the darkness. Very cryptic, very strange. And the fact that he's kneeling, take that into account as well. He was kneeling, and the significance of that. Here's a tweet from Warrior Code is Never Surrender. He says, are you kidding me? Jets running back Hall runs for 127 yards on 9/11. Well, 9/11, what happened? Building 1, Building 2, Building 7 on 9/11. Very interesting. Running back Cook wears 33, runs for 33 yards. Now let me point this out too. 9/11, 19 hijackers, Building 1, Building 2, Building 7. Pearl Harbor, and 9/11 was called a new Pearl Harbor. Before 9/11, you had that terrible movie with Ben Affleck called Pearl Harbor. Well, Pearl Harbor was actually called Operation AI, which is Operation 19. Think 19 hijackers. And what was the date? 12/7. So another kind of connection there. Okay, well, we started off talking about the disagreement between Fakeologist and Tim Truth about how fake it is, but they both agree that there's some level of fakery. But saying no planes is still taboo for some people. Saying nobody died is taboo for some people. And I'm saying that we're past that point. We no longer have to kowtow to the mass media's assertion that they are the default truth. Not at all. Violet says he has Rod in his name, like Rodney King and Theismann. Very good call. Yeah, Rodney King hit with the rod, the baton, 33 times. The name King is very interesting in that context. We're talking about the symbolism in that event, which ties into the recent event with Terry Nichols, who was killed in a Rodney King-like way. His protests and eulogy, his funeral attended by the daughter of Martin Luther King. It's just intriguing and fascinating. But the name Rod, very interesting. We're talking about the kneeling thing. And if you don't know about Theismann, on 11/18, and this was 2019, and then 11/18, 19, it was at 85. You just had these like was it? Yeah, it was at 2018. Let me bring these dates up because this is just too much. You have the football player Joe Theismann, and his name sounds like Theismann. And he gets an injury to his leg on the November 18th, 1985. And exactly 33 years later, on November the 18th, 2018, it happens to Alex Smith. Here it is. Joe Theismann is so upset for Alex Smith after leg injury, exactly 33 years since his own injury. Now, what's interesting about them both suffering the same fate is that it wasn't just the same injury. It was the same yard line. It was the same teams. It was the same scores. Like, there were just too many parallels. The same injury occurred exactly 33 years later to another Redskins quarterback, Alex Smith. Not only that, but he was watching when it happened, and he commented on it. So Joe Theismann watched it occur and noted all the, quote, eerie coincidences with his career-ending injury. And the coincidences have been remarked on pretty widely here. And there's even more. It gets even stranger, and I'm not going to go too deep into it because it gets so redundant. Now, you know who replaced Alex Smith is Colin Kaepernick. So there's a few little connections here between who coaches him, but the main thing is this. Alex's leg is exactly like mine 33 years ago. It says here he suffered a compound fracture of the tibia and fibula in his right leg. And then you can find other things that are comparing the two things. Again, the dates, 11/18/85, 11/18/2018. This is from NFL Memes. Washington Redskins, both happened in Washington, D.C. Final score, 23-21. Same yard line, caused by the corresponding same players. All the same. Sean Dexter says Smith is almost Theismann phonetically as well. Well, there's something else too. Joe Theismann said he had a nephew, 33 years old, who had let me see if I can find that part. Look, there's, like I said, it gets redundant. But what I'm pointing out here is that these are not coincidences. He says, and this is CBS's joke about Alex Smith, I was the 166th game for Alex. Mine was the 167th, so it was basically the same place in the field. Heck, I have a nephew named Alex Smith who's 33. The whole thing is crazy, Theismann told TMZ. So now you have another Alex Smith named 33? Like, what is with these people? You know, that they're starting to sound like they're doing gematria. Like, the way that they're talking about this, like it's just coincidental. It's got to be gloating of some kind. But yes, lots of 33s. But now the kneeling thing with Aaron Rodgers is the key point here. There's something interesting about that, the kneeling thing. Because remember, Alex Smith, okay, now this is actually intriguing. Because the taking of the knee is what Colin Kaepernick did. The kneeling, giving up his career. Career-ending injury to his leg, Alex Smith. Career-ending injury to his leg, Joe Theismann. Career-ending taking of the knee, Colin Kaepernick. There's a consistent theme here. And again, Kaepernick was the quarterback during the Blackout Bowl. And he's the titular head of BLM, if you want to look at it from the perspective of who's their thought leader, you know, who's the probably most preeminent example of systemic racism in high places. I mean, there's a narrative attached to him that feeds into this. But the 33 minutes of darkness at Super Bowl 47, I contend, may be some kind of foreshadowing for what's going to happen with the next election. Okay, moving on. If anybody wants to comment on this, was Tim Truth justified in storming off Fakeologist? Sledge 3000 says sacrifice and kneeling. Well, yeah, you know, this is interesting too. Colin Kaepernick was part of this Nike advertising campaign where it was like sacrifice everything, believe in something, even if it means sacrificing everything. That was the catchphrase. So you see a lot of sacrifice all around him. A lot of Christification attached to Colin Kaepernick. But this whole theme of sacrifice was part of a, here it is, believe in something even if it means sacrificing everything. It was Nike's Dream Crazy campaign. Now, the interesting thing about Dream Crazy is that it was an Emmy Award-winning ad campaign, and it was awarded to both Kaepernick and the designer, whose name was Kennedy. Last name Kennedy. So I found some interesting connections here with the award that he got for that, for Dream Crazy, and then he also got the R.F. Kennedy Award. So there's a couple connections here I've been finding that I don't want to get too deep into it now, but yes, the sacrifice motif is part of what they added into this individual sacrificing his career with the kneeling, which then became associated with the oppression of the lower classes by the chauvinists, the Western chauvinists, symbolized by Derek Chauvin. Elephant Tusk says, the fake sports are more about rituals and energy harvesting. Yeah, it's all Baal worship. And I use the word Baal, B-A-A-L. It's definitely that. There's something to it. Even the hypnotic induction implicit in every countdown, the counting down the shot clock. And then you have the obvious use of colors. And we talk a lot about rituals and the numbers and the different symbols and stuff, but colors are like really the dominant part of it. We're mostly visual, and it's something I probably understate the significance of. But the names of the teams, it's all there. Javo82 says, if you think about it, pro players are like our gladiators of the day. Yeah, bread and circuses, exactly. And it's almost like hypnosis or something. But it also shows you that the people who think they can retreat from the mass media and just wrap themselves in something objective and real and pure like sports, yeah, even they're getting hoaxed. That there is no escape from the world stage. Okay, continuing. Elon Musk posted this image of a glowing X over the ball Earth. And I bet a lot of people think it's real, but it's obviously CGI. But I'm making you, I'm drawing your attention to the X in front of the sun and the glowing X, and how one of the personas that Musk embodies, in addition to Willy Wonka and Tony Stark, Iron Man, and Von Braun, is Constantine. And right now, they're consolidating the new Bible. That's why he bought Twitter X, or Disease X. And I call it Disease X because they're going to use this as the pretext for locking down the internet for some kind of cyber pandemic. Disease X is this platform. But Constantine had a vision of a glowing cross before he united the empire under Christianity. And what Musk represents in the modern paradigm is something very similar to an emperor, to a pope. The popes have the keys to the heavenly realm. They have the big obelisk. Well, that's what Musk is. He's the Martian Pope, his rockets that take you to the heavens. He's a savior in that sense. His space arcs. You know, if there is a real flood, if God floods us or Gaia floods us, you got to get in the space arc. But he represents Constantine, who had a glowing cross vision before he consolidated the empire, and Musk had his glowing lit cross during the dog days of summer just about a month ago, above the headquarters there. And this is just reaffirming that, yeah, they're at the point where they're going to consolidate the Bible. That means they got to get rid of the Apocrypha. They got to get rid of the non-canonical texts. Whatever you heretics out there are posting, you conspiracy theorists, it's got to go. And once they have it consolidated, it is in fact the world view stamped with the approval of the highest authorities. And that will be your Pope Elon. And I say Pope Elon because in von Braun's Mars, A Technical Tale, the first person to colonize Mars is a dictator called the Elon, who sets up a structure analogous to the papacy in Rome. Going through some comments. Sledge 3000 says, looks better than real. Well, it must be real because it looks so fake. Okay, we talked about Nick Fuentes. Sorry for that. I wish I had some ear wash. There was a cyber attack at the MGM. Obviously, this is probably a controlled opposition thing, or a psyop, if you ask me. Getting us ready. You know, it's around 9/11 time, and they're getting us ready for the next big thing, which is going to be a cyber blackout, cyber pandemic. There's a lot of blackout symbolism. That's why I brought up the Blackout Bowl. They actually call Super Bowl 47 the Blackout Bowl. 33 minutes of darkness. And I'm pretty sure it was just Beyonce and Obama and a few other people having a pizza party beneath the bleachers. Probably nothing that bad. Oh, let's see here. This is nice. I haven't seen her in a while. Jen Psaki. And does Psaki mean circle in some language? Because she was the one who always said circle back. Let's circle back. Well, she's apparently still out there in media. And she is referring to unborn babies as lumps of coal.
A rebrand. Pro-life now becomes, in the words of Indiana Senator Todd Young, pro-baby. Pro-baby. Okay. I hate to break it to you, but if you call broccoli candy, it's still just broccoli. If you tie a really nice bow around a lump of coal, it is still coal under there. Because
yeah, that tells you a little bit about how these misanthropes see us all. Very sick. I think we've covered everything I wanted to cover for today, and I want to make a point here that we can be very critical of the media, and we can be objective without having to impugn anybody's intentions. Just because somebody's wrong doesn't make them a shill, and all these points are debatable. However, facts are facts, and they don't care about feelings, and the moral high ground doesn't go to those who defend establishment lies, because we know for a fact that establishment lies are a form of terrorism against the ignorant masses who don't know the difference between real and fake because they've been conditioned into this new dark age, this digital dark age. I got this really scary clip of this is pretty bad. Kenneth Copeland. Now, I don't understand exactly. I think this is some kind of, I think it's charismatics. It's a branch of Christianity where they go into these laughing fits. Anyway, this is Kenneth Copeland and Carol Arnott.
Gloria! Gloria! Come on up here!
It goes on for several minutes until he falls on the ground laughing. I don't know what it is. A demonic possession, perhaps. I picture that they all do this stuff probably naked and covered in blood behind closed doors. Anyway, a little nightmare fuel for you. This has been great. Thanks for joining. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. Auto Hoax, or GTFO. And again, it's nothing personal, but we are creating a schism in the mass media paradigm that requires a bit of rigor that most red pill friendly conspiracy theorists aren't really up to at this time. But I think they'll all catch up. Have a great afternoon. This is Chief Crow. I'll put a link in the chat. All right, welcome. It is September the 16th, 2023, Infinite Plane Saturn Day. Bringing us in was COVID Cooties by Symbia. Now, phones are open, 505-349-0420. Open topics, a lot of things to talk about today. Trending news is Russell Brand. Yeah, Russell Brand is in the news. I looked on the Drudge Report. Horrible accusations against him. Andrew Tate level stuff. And we'll see. We'll see. I mean, the fact of it is, Russell Brand is in Club 33. I believe he even has the number 33 tattooed on his hands. And he has a copy of Manly P. Hall's The Secret of All Ages, The Secret Teachings of All Ages on the wall behind him, which I noticed it years ago when he first started his live streams, but interestingly, it's never moved. Like, he's never read it. But Russell Brand accused of rape, assault, emotional abuse, etc. The usual stuff that it takes to get into the club. I don't know if it means that he's been cast out of the club or this is some kind of controlled opposition, but the fact of it is, given his markings and everything else, I think he's somewhat royalty. I mean, didn't he marry JonBenet Ramsey when she grew up and became Kate Perry? I think so. All right, we're joined by Mom with Sons. Benton says, call Tim Truth. X322, Lord Laney says he's married to a Rothschild. Cub star John Cordone's in the house with his plunger. And look, about the Tim Truth thing, it's not about him. It's about frames of reference. And some people take the screen at face value as an argument from authority. Auto hoaxers do not. Conspiracy theorists not only take the screen as a frame of reference, but they add their own sauce on top of it, just pile all kinds on until it's a nightmare. It's just a concoction of all kinds of conflicting beliefs to try to explain the inconsistencies, the gaps, the glitches. But we, auto hoaxers, true skeptics, are not encumbered by any of that. Technically, the term is ataraxia, which is the state of mind of the harmonious cognitive harmony one achieves when they no longer give a damn about things that don't matter and that might not even be real. And you can't get there until you've overcome the screen, the media itself, the mediator, which is the government of this world. There is world government, not governments. And as long as they all agree on the big lies, you can safely assume this to be true. Joined by happy Saturn Day. Thank you for joining. Again, we go by Saturn Day on Saturday because we want to just remark that our new paradigm is based on the old paradigm, and your planets are all named after basically like Roman and Norse gods. Thor's Day, Frida's Day, and we ought to go through these one by one. In fact, I'm going to put that in my notes. I've been looking at symbolism and overlapping sets of symbols from different belief systems and how they all seem to attribute the same characteristics to each of the planetary deities. It's pretty remarkable. Okay, let's see here. Mom says Tim Truth made an S sandwich. Well, my point of it was this. He's MSM+. Alex Jones is MSM+. They don't approach hoaxes, or if they do, they don't look at it as part of a continuous succession of hoaxes, as though that's the standard operating procedure, as we do. They see it rather as an anomaly, like once in a while they trick us. But they debate as to how fake it is. So it's real until proven fake, and you got to scrape away at the reality of it. No, that's the inversion. It's fake until proven real. They have to substantiate it. And to his point about not proving a negative, well, in the case of this event, he also agrees that many of the deaths can be discounted, that it's already been falsified, just on the basis of removing the planes from the equation. But this is one of the things I've noticed with a lot of individuals, and you can't say they're shills. You just have to say they have a different frame of reference. Like, the blue pill mainstream mediated mind believes whatever's on TV. MSM plus red pill just believe in a little extra stuff. But one of the things that I noticed that seems very inconsistent is when people can deconstruct one event and show it to be completely phony. But then the next event, they judge it again as though it's real. And on the ground, it's not so pronounced as logically inconsistent. But imagine if someone was like, Apollo 11, yeah, totally fake. But Apollo 12, yeah, they nailed that one. There's a gap here. It's like they're building a house of cards and they put a new layer on it. It looks more stable than the previous one, but it doesn't erase the fact that it's still built on a house of cards, a flimsy basis, an edifice of lies that now reaches up into the heavens. In fact, that is the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel is the unifying worldview. It's in your head. It's not an actual physical structure. But they ritually dramatize it with rockets going to space, or their edifice, the Space Needle, the One World Trade Tower. We talked about this last week, how the One World Trade Tower is 1,776 feet high at the top of the antenna, and how that number ties into the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill, which relates right back to the building of the Tower of Babel, 1776 AL, which refers to the Masonic year, starting with the Anno Lucius year of light. In fact, someone in chat today said they said the year was 5184. Or no, 5984, 1984. You just add 4,000. But it is 1984. I mean, you might think it's 2023, but no, it's actually been 1984 this entire time. And it always will be. I don't see it changing, to be quite honest. And by that, I mean the fluidity of this reality. I think Napoleon Bonaparte said that history are lies agreed upon. And I think today we can say the same is true for media, which is nothing but history, but it's a lot more immediate now. I mean, what's the difference between history and the news? Time. How much time has elapsed? But there's this fascinating phenomenon here where the more time that has elapsed, the more that they assume the story has, quote, settled. That if there was any problem with it, somebody would have poked holes in it by now. So the older it is, the more remote it is, the more dogmatically they assume it to be true. The more of a thought crime it is to even question it. And questioning the fake histories, or the possibility of how fake history could be, or how it's actually constructed, is one of the specialties of John LeBon. And he put out a video the other day on this subject, which I'll get to here in due course. I do keep up with all of the auto hoaxers, and again, I don't judge someone negatively if they don't agree with me. I don't call people agents. I don't consider my family to be agents or my friends, and everybody I know believes the official story. They're all dreamers. They dream in the blue pill world, and I'm okay with that. All right, Reverse History has joined the raft. Symbia is here. My Third Eye is here. My Third Eye says, repetition of the lie makes it true after a while. Marketing 101. Yeah, absolutely. Like the way that after a fake event happens, Hollywood will create a dramatized version of it. Interestingly, like right before 9/11, that horrible movie Pearl Harbor came out. And the movie, I think, had a lot to do with inspiring people to enlist in the military after 9/11. But the movie was pure fiction. But the fact of it is, and this is something JLB has brought up, that much of the footage that you've seen from Pearl Harbor is recreation, miscontextualized, put into your textbooks. Like, you'd be amazed to see how much of your worldview is based on cartoons or dramatic reenactments that you just weren't told about. Let's see, joining here by Demetria 101, Plain Decoded, says, was IPS on break for a bit? No, we've been censored this entire time. You really do have to go to ips.monster and get on the newsletter. It's free. You'll get alerts and you won't miss anything. Our channel's been targeted this entire time, and it's just safe to assume that if you're not receiving a daily newsletter, the miscommunication or it's on your end. Because I'm always sending out the signal, but yeah, they definitely suppress us. Not that we care. I mean, YouTube is not even relevant to anything. There's no useful information on YouTube that isn't brought by, pretty much auto hoaxers. It's just for entertainment. One place where I do have a pretty good archive of this material is on Rofkin. Again, you can get all the links if you get on the newsletter. Okay, so let's move on here. I came across this tidbit of information and symbolism here. I was stalking one of my stalkers, and he posted this article about St. George, the patron saint of armor. And interestingly enough, check this out. The patron saint of armor, St. George, is a reference to Ephesians 6:11. And this is the one that says, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against rulers and blah blah, put on the full armor of God." Put on the full armor of God. So 6:11 from Ephesians is that. So now, the significance is this. 6:11 is of prime significance to the white nationalists. That's Timothy McVeigh's execution date at the age of 33. And most of you here already know the backstory to all of that. But the number 6:11 is what I'm drawing your attention to because it's an inverted 9/11, and it references the domestic version of the terrorist, the domestic extremist versus the external 9/11 terrorist. The recent Batman movie had Gotham underwater on 11/6, set off by the Riddler's radicalized online activists who went out and bombed a dam to flood the polls. And this was when the midterms had the slogan, "Flood the polls." The Riddler's obviously a QAnon reference. My point being, 11/6, 6/11, it's consistently associated with the same exact theme. The movie Sound of Freedom, which was a QAnon movie, was really based on the verse Timothy 6:11, which is another Tim McVeigh reference. So to find 6:11 and armor of God associated makes perfect sense considering how this is something that's often referenced by Alex Jones, by the QAnoners, Richie from Boston. I mean, it's a very common thing, but the number code is what I'm drawing your attention to. And we'll map that out. When we add it into the mind map, you'll get the full import of it. Okay, moving on. Just, one more point here. The fact that there's Bible code and references is very consistent. It's very on brand with the Metascript. Just pointing that out. Like 9/11, for example, is clearly a reference. In addition to being the Coptic New Year, it's a reference to Revelation 9/11 with the king Abaddon in the abyss, the Antichrist or whatever you want to call it. But we've delved into this, and one of the key components of this Metascript, which is what I call the news-bent reality that they superimpose, like they write our news in advance. This is not even disputable. We can prove this. They produce movies and TV series to be released in the future to correspond with news that has already been written in advance. But one of the things about this script that all the other scripts fall beneath, this Metascript, is that it's borrowing largely from the Bible, Old Testament, New Testament. And it makes perfect sense considering that those borrow from older texts that are all based on the astrotheological template and the personification of these various luminaries, which is why Infinite Plane Saturn Day is referenced here, because Saturn is one of their primary deities, and the various ways they represent him on the world stage is something we discuss here quite a lot, considering that it's one of the primary symbols of their cult. Saturn seemingly being the ruler over, I would say, time and space, or the life-death reincarnation cycle. Okay, so we were talking about Richard Brand. Another story we may get into here, Lauren Bobbitt is trying to out-trash MTG. So she's at the Beetlejuice play and pretty much going to third base with her boyfriend and vaping in the face of a pregnant woman before being kicked out, and she says, "Do you know who I am?" So here's Lauren Boebert. Again, she's the Colorado representative. She's basically, again, trying to get some attention. I guess everyone's doing it right now. Like, how do you get attention in this day and age? RFK faked like he was going to be assassinated. They got some crisis actor supposedly carrying a gun, and suddenly these people are saying it was an attempted assassination. It's like he's trying to milk the Kennedy name. Other big news, we have the real aliens that were unboxed, and some suspected they came from Spirit Halloween store. I think they looked like they were plaster, but a lot of alien people actually believe this stuff. And I have to really emphasize they believe it, because they want to believe it, but they don't know it to be true. But it just shows you how dupable people are. It's pretty sad. In fact, this was a conversation that I heard on Rofkin today. Let me go to this really quick. This is Brian Staveley, Mandela Effect guru, who has encountered this fake video where someone says, if you buy an old BlackBerry phone and you look through the video screen, the camera, you will see the old version of various logos, like before the Mandela Effect changed them. And he's pretty mad about it because, well, it shows that a lot of the people who believe the Mandela Effect are visually illiterate and they believe anything they see on video. Well, I looked at it and it was clearly fake, hardly worth looking at. But why is it so popular? Well, because, of course, they are assuming the screen to be an authoritative source. Mandoozled, says Thirst for Truth. Well, the Mandela Effect doesn't have any legs, and I was listening to one of his recent talks about it, and I thought it was fascinating. He was talking about how mad he is that people aren't jumping on board. Like Owen Benjamin referenced the Sistine Chapel and put his two fingers together to show Adam and God. And Staveley said that's a Mandela Effect, because God is supposed to be above Adam, but now they're at the same level. That's apparently a reality shift. I mean, I know these things don't sound interesting to people who aren't in it, but he said that what they're going to do is they're going to start excluding people who don't believe. So they're shrinking into a smaller group, is what I'm saying. Or they're trying to insulate themselves as a group of Mandela affected. The main problem with that is the Mandela Effect is like the second most popular conspiracy theory in the world, heavily promoted by the media. You can't say it's an oppressed, marginalized group, but this cult-like group that he's formed is almost a separate body, and they wholeheartedly reject CERN and Fiona Fitzgerald Broom, who created it, and they've kind of created their own spin-off that isn't really even about Nelson Mandela at this point. It's about what they would just consider to be reality fluidity. And I take credit for coining that. I called Brian Staveley reality fluid, and he's adopted it. And I see nothing wrong with that term, but I want to point out that everybody in this blue pill world stage version of reality are in fact reality fluid. They will believe whatever they see on the screen. Humanity's been reality fluid since the advent of the atomic bomb, probably. That's when they really hijacked everything. That's when the mass mind was taken hostage. The bad guys had this weapon. They could just kill us all with a push of a button. It reframed geopolitics. But more importantly, or more significantly, it obliterated objective reality. It doesn't exist anymore. Objective reality doesn't exist for anybody who hasn't achieved a off-world stage perspective at some point. And how would you even get there? Nobody's showing the way. Joined by Allison Chain says, is this live? Yes, it's live. If you want to call in, phones are open. Demetrio101 says, first man to walk on the moon was Neil Armstrong. Neil A., alien backward, joke's on us. Yeah, and Buzz Aldrin's mom's name was Marion Moon. Mary, night goddess name. Yeah, we're definitely live. Tim Osman says, don't transdella me, bro. Well, I've been saying that the transdimensional demographic out there, the Mandela affected, are trying to play into the grievance politics, the victims politics that a lot of identity groups get into. Like, we're so oppressed, we're the Mandela affected, and we're not taken seriously. It's like, go have a parade. The fact of it is, you have the most popular conspiracy theory in the world because it's not a threat. In fact, if you can convince all of the skeptics out there that reality is no longer objective, they're no longer skeptics. You've nullified anyone who could see through this thing. I say we have already thought ourselves out of this box that they put us into, and anyone trying to drag you into the mire of subjectivity, whether it's a new age belief like the Mandela effect, or false flag theories, which are just variants of the mainstream, they're misleaders. Agents or dupes, take your pick. They're either getting paid to mislead you, or they're dupes and they just believe it and they're doing it for free, which I respect less. I have more respect for agents that are getting paid than people who are carrying water for their own enslavers. Talk about Stockholm Syndrome. Humanity has Stockholm Syndrome, and the WHO has Munchausen Syndrome by proxy. Now, if you look at the screen, this is posted by Violet. This is a Chevy truck posted in front of a mural of a nuclear bomb mushroom cloud, and beneath it says PSYOP. This is from the movie Stray. Now, this is very similar to some clues we saw in Call of Duty that said something like, the V is a hoax. Allison Chain says, are we in year 7 FE? Good question. Good question. How many years? I mean, it's pretty clear to me that we're in year 1984. It doesn't even matter at this point. And the people who run this place don't even use the same calendar you do. They add a few thousand years to it. They start from AL. Again, the year of light. Joined by Clockwork 113. Happy Saturday. Thank you for joining. Okay, we'll go ahead and go through more of the notes here. There's just the rundown of the predictive programming of the day. This was sent to me this morning by Mr. Trustworthy. He said, we got to look at this crisis actor name. He wants to give this guy some kind of an award. He says the man's name is He's Lion. So here it is. A firefighter from 9/11, Thomas Richard Kelly, is also Sandy Hook parent Neil He's Lion. Oh, I see. His name Neil, like alien, like Neil Armstrong, it's Neil, kind of like lion backwards. And his name is He's Lion. Not bad. Could very well be. And they do look the same. Now, I wonder how they're affected. How are the crisis actors affected by this Hollywood strike? Like, are they still getting their gigs? I've been kind of wondering about that. All right, moving on. The QAnons are hilariously calling themselves lions. MJ Lords 123 posted this. It's no longer our job to wake the sheep. It's time to wake the other lions. How are they calling themselves lions? They're obviously sheep in this whole situation. They've been fleeced. And here's their sharing, like Jack Straw. He shares this. They believe that Kelly McKinney, the one who was the White House press secretary under Trump, that she's a secret Kennedy baby. Because they believe that the Kennedys are magic. They have magic Kennedy blood. Really. Anyway. This is so silly. Side note about Kennedy blood. We were talking about the Kennedy-Lincoln coincidences, like Lincoln's blood all over the Ford Theater, Kennedy's blood all over the Ford Lincoln, like these funny little things. But they took Kennedy to Parkland Hospital, where he died after, I think, 17 minutes after he arrived. They said he was dead. And Meatloaf was there. You know the singer Meatloaf? Yeah, Meatloaf he was there at the JFK assassination. He was skipping school that day. He told the story to Mike Huckabee. And he said that he actually put his hands in Kennedy's blood. When he was 16, on the day of the assassination of John F. Kennedy, Meatloaf, which is a Mandela effect, by the way, according to Brian Staveley, it's one word, not two. He has seen the president when he arrived at Dallas Love Field. After hearing about the assassination, they drove to Parkland, where they saw Jackie Onassis bloody getting out of the car. He tells his story. It's really boring. I'm not going to make you suffer through it. It's with Mike Huckabee. He takes 20 minutes to tell the story. It's not even interesting, but it tells you one thing. The guy's a lifetime actor, crisis actor from the time that he was a kid. That tells you something. Well, here we are looking at QAnon 2016-2023, and they are called QAnons. A lot of the cult members will say, no, there's Q and there's Anons. I'm like, no, you're a QAnon. And if you say you're not, you're a cult member spelled with a Q, and you need to put down the crack pipe, also spelled with a Q. Joined by Northern Girl, Penguin Doctor. Yep, they are. Adaptavia is here from Twitch. Excellent. I'm glad we have some Twitchers in here. Anyway, Kayleigh McEnany is apparently a Kennedy baby, according to Jack Straw, who's a very trustworthy anonymous source, and he says, soon, at any moment, a turn of events will trigger the unbelievable. The government will be invalidated. Biden, Harris, members of Congress, and the Supreme Court will be removed. Laugh if you want to, it's going to be a new beginning. Again, this is hopium, but this is bad hopium. This is Mentanol. This is literally a mind-killing strain or a mind-killing variant of the regular Mentanol. So Jack Straw, predictably, has way too many followers for the level of garbage he puts out, and his name is just a bunch of numbers, totally random. A lot of these guys are just feds, federal informants. Just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that they're calling themselves lions and they're waking each other up. I think it's funny. Oh, here's some good news, or it's really bad news actually. If you're hoping to find evidence of 2,000 missing, incinerated, Maui dew-blasted children, you're not going to find them. Sorry to say. And if you're hoping for a high body count, so you could grandstand on top of those bodies, sorry, it's actually lower. News from NBC. Maui wildfires say fewer people died than previously believed. Look at this. Fewer people. It's now less than 100. And this is from the officials. The death toll is less than 100 people, fewer people dying in the fires than previously believed. And yet it's so many people who are like, but my Dew children. Let's go find the Dew children. What about the Dew children? Where's Tim Ballard, I was saying? Is he still looking for the tunnel children or the children at the border? Like, they're always about the missing children or the unborn children. It's like this obsession they have, which I don't think, look, I understand. You're supposed to care about the innocent. It's the only thing that really matters in this world. But that instinct to protect innocence is being hijacked by the army of crisis actors and influencers who steer you into their mainstream media melodramas. By the way, Tim Ballard, who's probably a death faker, probably Paul Walker, Tim Ballard is in fact, I think is he running for something? Let me pull this up really quick. I know there's a hole out there in the system. Yeah, here we go. I think he's going to run for office. I know Mitt Romney stepped down. Here we go. Tim Ballard considers a run for state. Sure, this is just coincidental. Operation Underground Railroad spent years downplaying criminal investigation. This guy's kind of fallen off the map. And then his friend Jim Caviezel, who played him on TV, the 33-year-old JC who played Jesus for Mel Gibson. Yeah, Jim Caviezel, and I say Caviezel, I spell it with a Q now. He has, I guess, upgraded or no, promoted Trump. So he was the one who said that Donald Trump is Moses because he was Jesus. Well, that's no longer the case. Now Trump is King David. I think we talked about this a couple of days ago. But anyway, Tim Ballard is going to run for office. By the way, the whole production company behind Sound of Freedom is just some kind of culty, religious thing anyway. Does anybody know what Paul Walker's charity did? Just a side note, in case they are the same person. I know he was going to some charitable event before he fake died, and I wonder if it was a Save the Children thing. And they look the same. Reach Out Worldwide, disaster relief. Yeah, very psyopy. If you don't know the theory here, it's basically this. Paul Walker's death was fake, and he came back as Tim Ballard for this fake QAnon promotional movie that failed and flopped. And now he's getting into politics. I think it makes sense. Okay, going through your comments. So many people have piled in the last few minutes. We've got 56 people here on YouTube. Many more listening over on... Hey, look, there's Fakeologist over here on Odyssey. Okay, Fakeologist says, soon the death count will be 0. Cubstar says 0 or 6 million, it's hard to tell. Right. Yeah, the number is going to be really screwed up if you try to get the toll, like the not just the death toll, but maybe the total number of like missing children. Because if you remember, the elite are trafficking children for their adrenochrome, presumably, assuming Tim Ballard's right, because he also believes in Wayfair. Like you pay for an overpriced cabinet from Wayfair and it's named Sally, and you get some kid named Sally inside of the cabinet. Like they were actually preaching this stuff. So it's like, wow, they're full-blown QAnon child trafficker stuff. It's like part of their whole mythos. And those children being trafficked, though, how are you going to get a total count? Because a lot of them are already past voting age. They've grown up. It's 2024, practically. They've been hunting the missing children since 2015, 2016. They haven't found a single one. 8 years later, any one of those, a lot of them were probably 12, 13, I assume. So they're of voting age. They're voting Democrat. You're never going to get the full total. You didn't save the children. Fail. The Shill channel says, someone who did an interview with Tim Truth soon after he appeared said that he caught him in a big lie but won't say what it was. Well, he's somewhat caught in a big lie called 9/11. And it comes from the lie stream media, which is 100% what it is. And truthers may have good intentions, but if you're only countering the mainstream lies, chances are, actually it's a certainty, you're standing behind controlled opposition. The only place where you have uncontrolled opposition, or even uncontrolled non-combatant conscientious objectors, is out here. The cutting fringe. The off-world stage perspective. John Cordone says, I watched Dark City again last night. I wanted to watch it. I saw something recently. That movie, They Cloned Tyrone, actually borrows quite a lot from Dark City, and they include Keith Sutherland and had a couple of interesting references. But yeah, Dark City, and it has all these individuals called the Strangers that rearrange reality when we're sleeping, and they all look like Klaus Schwab in his Darth Vader costume. And then it's got that Jennifer Connelly in it, right? Who is the one who was in that Bowie movie about the labyrinth. And when you get into these actors, and this is one of my favorite things to do in this area of research, is to note how actors will carry roles or propaganda lines, bits of predictive programming across multiple movies that aren't even connected. These actors are themselves basically carriers of very specific memes. Jim Carrey, you can find it's very pronounced with him. Now, if you're looking at the screen, this is Dark City, 1998, and you're looking at the Strangers. These are the ones who rule the world, and they all do happen to look exactly like Klaus Schwab. Explain that. All right, moving on. Leighton Stone says 9/23/23 Santos Judgment Day. Oh, is Santos Bonacios putting forth that there's going to be a Judgment Day on 9/23? I've been hearing that since 2017. And the person who told me this, he said, look, the world's going to end on 9/23/2017. Write that down. I'm like, all right, cool. Let me borrow your car. I'm going to need it from 9/22, and then I'll get back to you on the 24th. And he just kind of shut up. I'm like, I don't think you really believe you're about to get raptured. And you know what he said? He said, well, no, I mean, that's when the tribulation starts. And that lasts for 7 years. So apparently on 9/23, it's good news. The tribulation's over. 212816 says, have any of you heard of Ed Chiarini from the WellAware.com? He was outing characters on the stage using ear biometrics. Yeah, I like Ed Chiarini. I think his work is great. His actor-driven reality, I think he's done some superb work. However, I think his methodology is flawed. I think that he may even be a disinformation agent unwittingly, because what he is ascribing to cosmetics is easier explained through synthetic realistic masks and makeup, special effects. So in other words, he's like, this person is this person. You can tell because the ears were lowered and you can look at the veins on the hand. It's like, no, we know now, as of 2015, since it's been declassed by Jonah Mendez, who was the director of disguise at the CIA for 27 years, that they have masks that are so realistic that you could have half a dozen Saddam Husseins in the room, and none of them are the real one, but they all look like him. My point being, that was not disclosed until recently. Meanwhile, the well-aware one is pointing out anomalies, but he's ascribing it to surgery. There's no way that's what's happening. I don't know if he's reframed it to include the new information or not, but there were some hits on there that are worth looking at. For example, he's the one who drew attention to the fact that O.J. Simpson is innocent, and he didn't kill Megyn Kelly. He didn't kill Governor Newsom. Is it Ron Goldman? You ought to look at these comparisons. It's unbelievable. But I do like his work, actor-driven reality. In fact, I mean, it's cutting edge, but what's tricky is whenever you get into any specific individuals, I'm always like, let's just look at the intel, the information, and give credit where due. But it's difficult to say. I'll have to see where he's at. Maybe we'll research him. I mean, if you're right, you're right. It's plausible that you could just misinterpret how they're actually faking this or that, which is a lot of what we do here. We're analyzing the fakery, deconstructing or reverse engineering. Again, that's good news for those of you who aren't morbidly obsessed with fake dead kids. Fewer people died in the Maui fires than previously thought. And just a friendly reminder, and this is going to sound like hate speech to a lot of the virtue signalers, fake dead kids' lives do not matter. Fake dead people's lives do not matter. Fake lives don't actually matter. But not as much as real lives. And not in the same way. Like they're a totally different class of categories here. So when people are saying, you know, you have to care about these, it's like, look, let's start with the premise that it's fake until proven real, and they're using human shields, and many of these are just digital constructs or wholly made up characters. So here's a shirt that I had designed. It says fake dead kids' lives don't matter, and in the background it's a bunch of AI generated children that do not exist. I am considering selling it, but I don't know if anybody will print it. And wearing it, I mean, that would really mess up a Thanksgiving. Okay, continuing here. Allison Chain says the John Fetterman replacement rolled out the other day was so obvious it had to be targeted by the mainstream blue-pilled. Any thoughts? It looks to me like truth or bait. Like, let's make all the people who are calling people fake look dumb. So I'm waiting to see. I mean, I find it kind of strange that his tattoos appear to be missing, but we saw the same thing with Damar Hamlin, where sometimes the tattoos don't show because of the lighting and where the camera's focused and exposure. But with Fetterman, yeah, I mean, it's, at this point, it's Fettermen, it's plural. I actually have a compilation meme of all the different John Fetterman heads, and clearly, he used to be a lot brainier, and then after that, somehow it drained out. Now, you could say different camera lenses. How come he looks like a Ferengi here? How come he's Uncle Fester here? How come he's Walter White here? How come he's Randy Quaid here? I can't figure it out. Like, really, you're going to just say different cameras. There's a point where, I don't know. And look, the QAnoners actually think that this is John F. Kennedy, and this is some kind of sick joke. No, John F. Kennedy Jr. Yeah, JFK Jr. is playing some kind of sick joke, and at some point he's going to rip off the mask, and we're all going to say, oh, please be our president. Because that's how things work in the real world. Okay, continuing. Echo Charlie says, Stavely found a big tragedy he'd never heard of. Some spies blew something up. He's talking about the Black Tom, that, what was it? There's an attack on the Statue of Liberty or something. I'm not really sure. But not remembering something and then suddenly learning about it, or rather, never having memorized something and then encountering it, means that you were simply ignorant of it. Now you're not. But to the Mandela effect, it means it didn't exist until I experienced it. It's amazing. It's total subjectivity. It's exactly where Big Brother wants you. Okay, let's move on here. The Infinite Plane Society is a Trojan penguin. I had this rendered the other day. We have a lot of new art coming out. So if you haven't joined our newsletter yet, I recommend it because you won't have any blackouts, and I'm putting forth a pretty consistent stream of art and memes. And I also want to point out too that the IPS Insider, which is a tabloid, is going into print. First issue is going to be scheduled for 10/4, which is the day of the emergency broadcast, and that one is going to be distributed through all of our press pass carriers. But it's happening, so just letting you know, if you want to participate, I put out a newsletter for anyone who wants to contribute, whether it's art, memes, mid-journey renderings to accompany the various themes that the issue's about. Just hit me up via Gilded and we'll move forward with that. Okay, this is the story about RF Kennedy. Now again, this has got to be a PR stunt. Marjorie Taylor Greene maxed out on fake swattings. Trump pretty much has dominated the mugshot game. So how do you get attention today? You have that politician in Virginia doing sex acts on video. Then you have, what's her name again? Lauren Bobbitt, whatever, the one from Colorado, making out and groping her boyfriend at the Beetlejuice play. So like RFK is like, how do I compete? More shirtless push-ups? Nope. Here's what happened. RF Kennedy assassination scare. A heavily armed man who posed as RFK security was arrested at a campaign rally. Here he is on camera getting arrested. Still has his shades on.
Officer, we have a bomb dog. You want to take a look at that bag really quick before you guys get into it?
Again, I'm suggesting that this is a crisis actor. This is not a legitimate assassination attempt. He's not even trying to run or fight. This is such an obvious PR stunt. I hope he got paid well. This is what I was wondering. Like, the Government Actors Guild, the crisis actors, are they still getting gigs while the Hollywooders are on strike? And apparently they are. So good for him. The video of the man who is impersonating RFK's security, which is somewhat true. No, he's impersonating an RFK security impersonator, or he's impersonating an assassin impersonating a security guard. But nowhere in there is it actually real. Okay, and who would have done it anyway? Who would be behind it? Would it be a Democrat? Would it be a MAGA? It doesn't even make sense, especially because RFK is with the Democrats, which is the deep state party. How does that not bother the QAnoners and the MAGAs? They love him because his name's Kennedy and he has the magic Kennedy blood, but like, he's on the deep state side. Let me play this clip. This is from MSNBC, very reliable source here. And they're talking about, and this is Nicole Wallace, about how Trump is going to set off violence with his extremist follower base.
Something really bad is going to happen. Okay, shit's about to hit the fan in this country. Fox News had to veer away from a lunatic spewing hatred and death threats for Democratic officials in New York because of the migrant caucus. Everyone is on, I don't even know the word. Everyone knows that we're walking into something hideous and no one will do anything. I refuse to believe that nothing can be done. These are people getting their information in part because of the vacuum being created by people with, I don't even know if we call it a spine anymore. That might be an insult to spines. But there are still people out there with followings. He can go.
That didn't even make sense, what she said. But for the most part, they're setting people up to accept the premise of whatever happens next. And so now we're getting ready for some kind of MAGA-based attack likely. This is just all set up for whatever patsy they have. Nothing new here. We're going to go ahead and gloss over that. This is not new, it's just adding to the chorus, and it's been building. Okay, moving on. We talked about 611, the armor of God, and how that ties into the set of symbols associated with the far right. Now, here's something that might be a bit of a Freudian slip. It has to do with Maui. This was just sent to me a little while ago, and this is from the Jimmy Dore Show. And take a listen. This is the Jimmy Dore Show just a few days ago. This individual happens to say something about the people who were in Maui at the time.
How he's open. When you go by the airport, Jimmy, there are lots of just cars that would normally be on the road, rent-a-cars that are all there. And the rent-a-cars are ridiculously cheap. It cost me less than $200 to rent a car for my whole time there. And the plane tickets, cheap as can be. The Airbnb is a little bit pricey because of the people living in there, the crisis actors, and then some of the, not the crisis actors, the people who are living through the crisis.
Okay, so the rental cars are pretty cheap. And the Airbnbs, though, they're kind of expensive because, of course, it's the who's staying there again?
A little bit pricey because of the people living in there, the crisis actors, and then some of the, not the crisis actors.
Right, okay. Now, the idea of a Freudian slip, and I think this is true. I think you can tell a lot about a person. They say you can judge them by the company they keep. I think you can more accurately discern where someone's coming from based on the words they use. People do tend to mirror each other's language, or you can know what's been in someone's recent frame of reference by what they let slip. And I would say this is a slip, that the whole place was some kind of, I don't know how they pulled this off 100%, but I think it'd be reasonable to assume they did something like they did with the S-hookers. You move a bunch of people in advance. Take a listen again.
Of the people living in there, the crisis actors, and then some of the, not the crisis actors, the people who are living through the crisis and the people.
Right, okay. Anyway, what's his name? We'll see if he turns up dead anytime soon. Too good. Now some people here are so hopeful, like Miss Maskless. I think it's a scripted disclosure. Definitely scripted. Look, you got to stop that. You got to stop apologizing, or rather rationalizing, the abuse. And that's what's happening. You're being mentally abused by a gaslighting mass media and all these operatives and federal informants who are pushing these lies to conform you to whatever their agenda happens to be. And when you see a slip and you say, oh, they were just showing us because they want us to wake up. No, that's not what's happening. That's you responding to cognitive dissonance with a little mental band-aid because you can't take the pain of recognizing just how closed this system is and how dominant it actually is over you. That's kind of what I think it is. Like, you want to believe, oh, these are good guys. QAnoners have been saying this for some time. One of the persons who tried to get me into that cult, he said, you got to stop calling these things conspiracies. It sounds bad. They're pro-spiracies. I'm like, what do you mean? Yeah, he said the good guys, the white hats, which, by the way, Masonic 33-degree members have their white hats. But he's like, the white hats are on the inside and they're saving us. Really. And they've been saying this for some time. That's why I say it's hopium. There is no scripted disclosure. There is no disclosure. The fact that you see anything at all is really because it's exoteric. It is in your face. But it doesn't mean anything unless you have the decoder ring. I posted a blog article last night, Puzzle World, Do the Pieces Fit? And what I try to explain here is what the real question is about here. That we're not really talking about the shape of the world, but rather about your relationship to the filter that we're all expected to share. And how the filter presents you with a falsely completed puzzle. And if you look at it, it's like, yeah, there's the whole puzzle, all the pieces fit. But when you get really close, you see the gaps. And conspiracy theorists go through those gaps and look for more explanations, and they get lost. And I'm saying that no, the puzzle is not a complete system. We can't even take it for granted. We have to go ahead and remove all the parts that were forced fit in there and then just leave it as an open system. We don't know what the full picture looks like. You don't start with the model and then let your cognitive bias or agenda lead you to build that model, which is how the world actually works these days. And what I'm suggesting here is that calling into question the big picture doesn't mean you're replacing it with an alternative model, but rather you're dealing with the absence of a model in a very agnostic way. But the open system is open to new findings, new perspectives, new facts. So it's an incomplete puzzle, but since we don't have the big map to go off of, we are not trying to make it fit a predetermined shape. And this is what the Flat Earth movement did, which was erroneous in the very beginning. They said, oh, Earth is a disk with an ice wall and a upturned salad bowl on top. And we don't want to talk about what's outside of it. God. I'm like, okay, you guys just replaced an already terrible model with an even less complete one, the archaic one. And neither of those propositions include the possibility of more information, more land, etc. Okay, moving on here. Echo Charlie says he's into conspiracy theories, that's all. Honest slip. See, I don't think so. I really tend not to think so, because the establishment conspiracy theorists or the alternative media conspiracy theorists, they never talk about crisis actors. They probably have some forms they signed. They're not supposed to. They will only talk about things in the context of it being a false flag. All right, continuing. 212816 says, I've been reading The Way of Weird. Is that how it's pronounced? W-Y-R-D? About a Christian scribe guided by a wizard and taught about the magic regarding the elements in the spirit world. Very good read by Brian Bates. The band Sabbath retold the story with their album Dreamweaver. Okay, well, the word or weird, W-Y-R-D, is actually, I've seen this before, and it was explained to me as being a rune that's blank. It has some special meaning here. Here we go. And I think it does have a phonetic resemblance to the word weird, which is actually relevant here. It's a concept of Anglo-Saxon culture roughly corresponding to fate or personal destiny. The word is ancestral to the modern English word weird, whose meaning has drifted towards an adjectival use more general to mean supernatural, uncanny, or unexpected. I'll take a look at that, but I have been looking at runes and symbolic systems and the correspondences, or rather the overlapping nature of it all. Syncretism. I would contend that the modern paradigm of scientism, which is our new world order religion, is a combination or syncretized bastardization of all these other previous traditions amalgamated into one. It's the Tower of Babel I referenced earlier. But they unify everything by corresponding like with like, and it's pretty much all the way. I think you can look all the way back, and I was pointing this out to the documentary team. I'm like, in my view, you can't tell me there's a difference between Noah from the Old Testament and the modern counterpart, which is telling us about global warming, you know, the one with the dove symbol. All right, going through some comments. If you want to call in, phone number is on the screen. It's 505-349-0420. I got a few reactions from people about the post I made responding to Tim Truth and Fakeologist. And if you didn't listen to it, essentially, and I recommend it, it's on my blog. You can find the link. They had a disagreement over how fake 9/11 was. Like, is it okay to say nobody died? Apparently not for some people. But it is okay to say the planes weren't real, but people died. So to me, these are both in the same category, but for some reason it was some kind of dispute. And someone remarked here, can Tim prove that deaths happened on 9/11? What about Lahaina? He has no problem believing deaths occurred, but gets triggered when these beliefs are challenged. And this is the reason why people, and it's not just him, anybody who adopts the screen as an authoritative source, their perception of the dead kids is entirely an emotional response. That's why they're constantly telling the right to save the children. It's an emotional response. And as Mark Twain said, it's easier to fool a man than convince him he's been fooled. Well, if you shoehorn some false premise into someone's mind by tapping into their emotions, you're going to encounter that same emotional intensity when you try to pry that false belief away from them, and they will cling. I mean, I'm a non-believer in MSM lies. I'm not a religionist, and it is a religion. It's the de facto world state religion. And I don't respect beliefs as sacrosanct. I think that they're all just, as long as you categorize them as beliefs, I don't care what they are. Believe in pink unicorns, which we know are fake. Only white and black unicorns exist. Like, believe whatever you want to believe. That doesn't matter to me. My issue here is the conflating of beliefs with knowledge, which is what happens when you have that TV screen or that ubiquitous screen in front of you at all times, thinking it's a window to see the bigger world, when in fact, this entire time, it's been a filter. Echo Charlie says, science can take us and has taken us far, but only so far. We benefit from science. Yeah, I'm not anti-science whatsoever. In fact, I would say that the false model that we've been given is anti-scientific. There's a point where it becomes dogmatic, like history, settled journalism, settled science. There are things here where if you can't bring new facts to bear and reevaluate, then you're not dealing with objectivity anymore. And science is meant to be objective. But my point here is that anti-science is not the answer. The issue here is that we're so visually illiterate that much of our, quote, evidence is basically cartoon. We've been deep-faked. Like we talk about deep fakes. Oh, they put Tom Cruise's face on Rosie O'Donnell. It's a deep fake. Well, no, they deep faked our entire reality. And it's a bigger philosophical crisis than we can even, I think, describe here. It's pretty hard to encapsulate all of it. That's why I keep referencing newsbenders. We're talking multi-generational, news-bent reality, intergenerational Stockholm syndrome. Everyone being unified into some hive mind by what is a monolithic media mind control apparatus that is the government of the world. But scientism is a very specific term that goes into the area where you're making an argument from science as an argument from authority instead of assessing the facts. Like what Neil deGrasse Tyson promotes. He says, 97% of scientists believe in global warming, therefore it's true. No, it's not about a number of people believe something to existence. You guys aren't wizards. Yeah, the wizards have a consensus today that the sky is blue, so it's blue, but if they decided otherwise, it would be otherwise. No, that's 1984 O'Brien Room 101 level rhetoric, where he's like, he was telling Winston Smith that if they wanted to, they could have everyone believe that the stars are holes poked in the sky. It's kind of an interesting part in the dialogue where he's just describing how it's 100% subjective, the reality that they put everybody into, and the torture that Winston Smith goes through in Suite 101 makes this point, that you have to accept 2 + 2 is 5. You can't even entertain the possibility of the truth, that your senses are all routed through Big Brother. Infinite Plane Radio.
John the Plumber, reporting in Florida.
Hey, what's up, John the Plumber? We've covered a lot of topics today. Anything in particular you calling about?
Kind of Maui, but I want to tell you why I appreciate your show, and I consider our group, the Infinite Plane Society, the tip of the spear, because it's so easy for us to get sucked in. They find little narratives, like Westworld or something. They find things in the game that we could all get sucked into emotionally. I mean, do I love the story of Adrenochrome? They could make a movie. They could make a Netflix show about it, and we would all go watch it. But you remind us, like, well, we all chip in, we call in, and we come up with, we realize that they're just trying to suck us in. It's all bullshit. I went to go see that movie like the night it came out with the kids. I was like, oh my God, somebody needs to do something about this. But then I realized, no, it's just part of the movie, man. Don't get sucked into the story.
I watched it too, and it's a huge emotional appeal, but it's separate from the reality of the situation. And I never see any of these individuals saying, we got to save the children. Well, get rid of the institutionalized marrying off of children in certain parts of the world. Child brides are still a thing. Like, let's get rid of that. Like, get rid of these things en masse, not these little isolated incidents that they sensationalize and probably create. I think Tim Ballard staged his rescues, but that's just my opinion.
I wish they made a reboot of Dark City and made it like a whole show. Like, I hate to say Netflix because I canceled my Netflix account, but somebody needs to make a series or reboot, like a 12-hour mini-series of Dark City. Because in my opinion, I think it paints some kind of parallel to the world that we're living in. For example, like in that movie, they show parts, not only do they rearrange the characters and give them different memories, but they rearrange the whole city. And I think our world kind of shows that they do move pieces around. Like I think all deserts were once the bottom of an ocean somewhere, and that's why there's just sand. It's not like the land just dries out. No, that was the bottom of an ocean once, and that's why there's no trees and it's just sand everywhere. So somebody's playing with our world. That's why I love Dark City.
Look,
John Murdoch.
I think you may be onto something with this, because the Great Reset, the whole concept is moving us into this new green paradigm, this new green world order. And if you look at it, it's nothing more than taking humanity out of the equation and putting us into zoos, enclosed little cities, and then rewilding everything. And I'm like, that's kind of like they want to make Earth Mars or something, but I'm definitely with you on that. I think that there's a periodic resetting of everything, and once they have everything digital, they can have a blackout and all of our books are gone. This is worse than any book burning in history.
Who's running this place, though? Is it biological? Is it digital? Is it like the Matrix? Is it a biological entity that's just older? Maybe they're from this realm, and they're just as human as us, maybe a little bit better, and maybe they're millions of years old, and that's what's on the other side of Antarctica. They sectioned part of their world off, so they know how violent we are, how destructive humans can be. I don't know. I love science fiction, but I wonder who's in charge of this place.
Well, that's
or is it demonic?
Isn't that that's like a consistent theme throughout a lot of science fiction, is that mankind is allowed to grow and develop on its own to a certain extent, but then once we start tampering with nukes, the aliens have to come in and regulate us so we can be integrated into the Galactic Confederation or something. And that's a reoccurring theme, but it's interesting that 1946, first UFO sighting, 1946, atomic bomb. Like, you can kind of find how they've made these stories correlate, that we're reaching a point where there's going to have to be a divine intervention or we're going to destroy ourselves.
The good aliens, the Vulcans will show up and save us from the Borg or something. I don't know. I loved Star Trek when I was a kid. That's where I got like the whole idea of simulation, was just like watching Next Generation. Every season, Picard would go into the holodeck and be Sherlock Holmes. I just couldn't help but think, I'm like, what if I'm just one of those characters on the holodeck and I don't even know it?
Yeah, it's an interesting analogy regardless. Hey, Rock E. Shepherd says, Satan runs this joint. What do you think about that?
I think that there's something bad that definitely has a lot of power in this world, because they leave evidence for it all over the place. But is it Satan? Is it demons? I don't know. I've been going to church for the last year just because it makes me feel better. My son loves to go. But I'm not married to anything. I put it in the category of belief and not really knowledge.
Well, I'm cool with belief in the context of, personal searches for truth and church and all that. I have no issue with it. I just think that belief
making
needs
friends.
But yeah, it needs to be outside of science and political discourse, or at least when we're talking about these events, there's a point where we need to be more fact-based. But when it comes to religion and church, I think it's very pro-social to go to church. It's actually it's one of the few pro-social things you can do. The internet religious people, though, are a bunch of psychopaths, in my opinion.
I don't like to tell anyone what they have to do with their lives, what they should believe in, where they're going to go, because I don't really know anything. I'm not like one of those, I don't go up to tell people and say they need to get right with Jesus or else they're going to hell. There's a lot of other people they can do it. I don't do any of that. But Tim, you know what I wanted to know? Here's why I called it. I weigh in with my 2 cents every once in a while. But man, when Lynn calls in, it turns into a show, for real, because she knows all the characters. Between the both of you, you guys know all the names, dates. I want to know what she knows about Maui. She hasn't called in since Maui, has she?
No, she hasn't. Not about Maui. No.
I'm thinking Maui, even if it's a PSYOP, I'm going to say this is the biggest event of 2023. We might not realize it now, but 30 years from now, people will talk about Maui burning, and I'm sure we're not getting the whole story. I didn't even think about it as crisis actor. So you just reined me back in. I was getting all crazy. I was like, man, they freaking got him with the space lasers. I knew it. But no, it's all bullshit. Those are all crisis actors.
Yeah, look, it's a great event though from our perspective, because it illustrates that not only do they give us the mainstream version, but they put in predictive programming and influencers to promote the alternative view. So the reason why direct energy lasers is even brought up is because they wanted it out there, because I think it distracts from the fact that the whole thing was staged with movie magic.
It's almost like it's not a movie. We're in a TV show, and it gets seasons. And every year's a new season. They got to have a new plot twist, characters, crisis actors. So we're in the 2023 season of Crazy World.
Yeah, Mystery Babylon Theater. And remember too, the chief of police from Maui was also presiding over the big Vegas mass casualty event. So there's another factor to weigh in here as to whether or not the thing is real. It's like, oh, look who's right.
See, that's why I feel like it's like Dark City. That's why it's like Dark City, Tim. We're like that character, the crazy cop in Dark City that catches wind that they're moving people around. What if these people aren't crisis actors? They're just people are being moved around, and we're the only ones that can see it.
Wow. The strangers are the ones in control there. Fascinating. Hey, let me run this by you. I had this synchronicity, and this is why I leave the door open to discussions about belief. I just separate it from our media breakdowns, which are based on objective reality. But I have these synchronicities all the time. And here's one. Like, I was at a four-way at an intersection, and I see some graffiti. And it was like with Sharpie marker, and it said, "I am God." Well, then I stop at a park that I'd never been to, and a car in front of me stops, and its license plate is John 146. I have no idea what John 146 is. So I'm walking around the park thinking about the I am God thing. I Google it. John 146 is I am the way.
Okay, the way, the truth, and the light. That's pretty cool.
So,
a lot of my buddies love that one.
So I'm like, well, what does this mean where I see I am God, and then I have the I am the way verse in John 146, and I didn't know what that was, and I had to look it up. So it's like a synchronicity that I couldn't have chosen with bias confirmation.
Hey, is that your painting I saw with the penguin looking over the cliff?
That was generated by Dolly. Dolly. Dolly is it's a text prompt based image generator, and I said, draw me some penguins at the edge of the world, and it definitely prompted some pretty interesting looking Art Deco style penguins.
You know what you could do, man? Here's what I started thinking about. I'm going to get a projector. I was looking on Amazon. You can get a decent projector for like $300. A tripod for like $35. Just say what you're thinking in an AI whatever, and it'll come up with something. Penguins looking down at the flat earth or whatever. And you would get an AI-generated image. You can project it, outline it, and paint it to the best of your ability. That's how a lot of commercial art is made. People use projectors all the time. I used to do art when I was a kid. I haven't done anything creative in probably 20 years, but I started thinking about it. I was like, you know, I can't draw as good as I used to, but maybe I'll get a projector, whip something up.
When I was doing murals and sign painting for a living, I use projectors because if you make an error, it costs you hours, and hours is money. So I couldn't afford to make any mistakes. So I used to use projectors exclusively on large works. Totally worth it.
Now they have smart projectors. They have smart projectors that you can hook up to your phone, hook up to the internet. You know, you could do big canvases like, 12 by or 8 by 4 canvases, and you'd make dough, man. And what you do is you use the projector as a tool. Use the AI as a tool to come up with the idea. It's going to think of things you never thought of, and you just stencil it out and then paint it out, come up with some crazy ideas. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I use it. I think that now, instead of looking at it as the death of art, you can actually enhance what you're doing. It's kind of like going cyborg. You add some machine parts, you're a little superhuman. Yeah. Well, now with your Chat GPT and your Midjourney and your Claude AI and everything else, it enhances your ability to be a content creator on some level. And I don't think it necessarily has to lead to diminishment or degradation or everything going generic. I think it can be an enhancement, but we'll see.
Great, man. I don't want to take over the whole show. I just had a little idea I wanted to share. But yeah, see if you can get a hold of Liv, because I want to see what she has to say about Maui.
Gotcha. Will do. All right, talk to you later. Thanks for calling.
Thanks.
Okay, when it comes to Maui, I'm going to rate that 5 stars. Thank you for the call. Skype is doing very well. I'm going to say nobody died, nobody cried. And the death toll has been diminishing every day. And the whole thing just strikes me as having pretty much all of the characteristics, the hallmark characteristics of a regular psychological operation. And if it wasn't for a bunch of actors in their cars crying in their phones about missing children, nobody would have heard about it. And the direct energy weapon line is there as a red herring to distract you from the fact that the whole thing is movie magic. And if you really think about it, let's just do Occam's razor. What's more likely? Science fiction weapons that we don't know to exist in this form from space, destroying this area, or movie magic, which always, all the time, movies are always recreating these disasters. What's more likely, movie magic or science fiction laser? If your answer is science fiction laser, you are, I would say, using the zoological fallacy. It's called the divine fallacy, or God of the gaps. Like if you can't explain it with mundane things, you attribute it to something divine or something science fiction-y. Rocky Separate said, yeah, thermite to stage the cars. Exactly. It could be that, or these could just be completely rigged Hollywood contraptions pulled out of a truck. No reason to think that they actually played with fire on that, like, where they're actually using stuff that could be possibly dangerous to the perps. I'm leaning towards movie magic. Like on 9/11, it looks to me like military-grade concealment smog, or fog, from the fog generators. All right, I'm doing a deep dive into my Minds. Again, minds.com/Infinite Plane Society. Here's a reference to Trump's promotion. Jim Caviezel says Trump keeps his faith private, but he's just like King David. Just like King David. The actor who played Jesus says Trump doesn't talk much about the Bible, but he was chosen by God to be the new King David. So he's King David, Moses, Christ. That's part of it. They're really experts at mixing reality with fiction and augmenting these world stage characters with these other personas. Rocky Shepard says, yes, movie magic. Yeah, for example, the moon landing. What got us there? Physics? Science? No, movie magic. It wasn't science that got man to the moon. It wasn't the ultimate triumph of science, which is how they use it. You know, you found a religion off of miracles. This guy walked on water. This guy walked on the moon. It was a modern day miracle. And it said, look, our science has been validated. All of our research, all of our work paid off. This is our system. If it wasn't so, he wouldn't have achieved this feat. It wouldn't have gone this perfectly. It's a miracle. Okay, moving on. John Helper has confirmed that Space Force got the children off Maui before the deep state attack. Again, that's fan fiction. I'm just calling it out these days. It's all fan fiction. And they just believe it. But it's not just the right wing that are conspiracy theorists. We have to remember that both sides are guilty of the same subjectivity. Like, according to the political left, seasons are a conspiracy theory. Or rather, they're evidence of climate change. Like, no, that's a natural phenomenon. Nothing funny going on here. And I predicted this too. I haven't seen condensation trails for months because it's summer here. The atmosphere just doesn't, it's not conducive to condensation trails. But now as we move into fall, we're going to see condensation trails. And I said, watch. When we go into the fall, you're going to see a bunch of chemdoozlers talking about how now they're spraying us. Well, that's happening. You're seeing a lot of chemdoozlers coming out warning us of the spray. Nope, the atmosphere is more conducive because of the seasonal change. And it's not climate change. My Third Eye says, I like Caviezel in Person of Interest, a series about AI. AI is a very big part of this overall story. In fact, we're waiting for the AI god to go ahead and declare himself so everybody can kneel in front of their iPhones. And, you know, I watched that Jim Caviezel movie, Sound of Freedom. I watch all these movies. John the Plumber said he canceled his Netflix. Look, I watch these things because it's opposition research. And it's kind of nice to go to the movies once in a while. You know, you're always carrying the phone in your face all the time. It's nice to go to a place where You always have this screen. It's always there, but you're always holding it, always looking down. You go to the theater and it's hands-free, and it's on the wall. You don't have to hold it. Your hands are free to, consume snacks or whatever. Okay, look at this. You see a pattern here. This is from Vision for the Blind. On the last Monday Night Football, Hamlin collapsed, and he's comparing it to Aaron Rodgers' collapse. Okay, there may be a parallel here. Let me go ahead and take this call. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim, this is Dwayne Garrett from the chat, normally in the chat.
Hey, what's up, Dwayne Garrett? How are you doing today?
I'm good. So, I wanted to talk about a couple of things. I might forget some of them. One thing is climate warfare, climate change. The other day, someone was talking about Hurricane Lee. I'm on the East Coast, and so they were saying this is going to be, the biggest in history, and everyone, just gloom and doom. I was just like, that's basically, I just called him out. I said, how can he know more than the weatherman? Not to say that the weatherman really knows anything, but why should I take someone from TikTok or anybody else, word for it? And of course, I'm standing in the crowd saying this, and everybody's saying, oh no, it's real. I'm like, it may be, but I'm not going to listen to this guy, But I do also want to address something that I think it was another day you was talking about 9/11, and it keeps coming up somehow. My opinion on it, I don't think there's ever going to be, or rather, it's going to be a long time before there's another 9/11. I think you may have spoke to these points before. At the time that it happened, the internet wasn't as consolidated as it is now. And since then, they've been doing a lot of, data scraping with content creators like yourself and just regular people like us, where we're talking about certain subjects. They take those subjects, insert it into their little world view, plan, script, and they just give it back to us. The last thing I want to say before I get off the phone is I noticed they like to recycle and repackage fears. So, I think we're about the same age. And remember when before 5G, before the 5G towers, it was always the telephone, like those big, was it telephone towers or electrical towers? Like you can't have your home or your neighborhood beneath it, or you'll get zapped with cancer. Right. I don't hear people saying that.
You know what, you're right.
But then it moves to the right.
Recycled fears. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely address all of these. That's an excellent point right there, because nobody died from those old things, and now they're worried about 5G. It's like, what about the old fear? Shouldn't that have finished off by now?
Not to mention, I think, aren't we on 10G already? And people are still talking about 5G. So it's just, I should have wrote these things. I'll probably call back later once I was trying to cook, and then I was like, let me just call in real quick. But yeah, I'm going to write some stuff down and then call back again, because there was a couple things I wanted to address. But that's the one thing in particular. I was driving by a neighborhood one day, and I saw the towers. I'm like, man, I remember when I was a kid, people used to say, oh, you can't live in those houses and yada, yada. But nobody talks about that. Now it's all about 5G. The climate change is crazy. It's crazy to say, oh, so John the plumber, I wasn't listening to him. I mean, I saw Dark City. It was one of my favorite movies as well. One thing I want to address is these script writers. They take advantage of the fact that phenomena happen. We won't be able to explain everything that, we can't, like you talk about all the time. We're not big enough. We don't have a understanding large enough to really even know what we're on, as far as whether it's a globe, square, some sort of, paradoxical dimension. I don't know. I don't really care, because, it doesn't really make a difference. But like you said earlier, climate change, we see that patterns happen. Certain areas dry up because, the patterns just change, for the weather. And so I don't like to attribute, because this is what they want us to do, their ability to do these things with things that happen naturally. Even if it's a phenomenon, it's just going to happen naturally. And we look at, if you look at even not even through like deep history, just through your own life, we notice how things change. I don't want to go too deep, but I'm going to get off the phone now. I think I'm just rambling.
No. Actually, I got you on that point. With climate change, yeah, I'll definitely address these things. And if you have anything else crosses your mind, definitely call back. But what they would have us believe that if we don't give them virgins to sacrifice, the sun won't rise tomorrow. If they could still keep us to believe that. And right now, their main threat is this climate change, and they're increasingly trying to associate it with, like in fact, I listened to this podcast her name is I don't know her name, some left-wing liberal type. She's always on CNN. She's got this podcast, and she says, "I feel terrible for Maui because it's our fault. Americans caused it because of our fossil fuels." That's what they actually believe, and they accept that scapegoat role.
Right.
Anyway,
I mean, fires happen all the time. The same thing was happening in the States. In New York and other places. And, oh yeah, speaking of which, there was one thing. So, you were saying movie magic versus directed energy. They used to call it direct free energy or something, whatever. It's always a new term for something they've been come up with. But this is my thing, and I can't, what am I trying to say? I think, I'm not over there, obviously, but I don't put it past them for starting real fires, because they started real fires in New York when they was trying to take over property. They can get nefarious when they want to. And, I'm not to say that they just want to kill people, because that doesn't really serve their purpose. If their purpose is to take property or to reclaim it or whatever the case may be, they'll do some nefarious things. What would be cheaper? Like, I like to take your Occam's razor thing. Directed energy weapon, like how much would it take to put the signal to shoot the satellite, fake satellite laser down? Like, come on, it makes more sense to just send some guys in there, start a couple fires, some gasoline, whatever. The guy said thermite earlier. You can blow some stuff up, light some stuff on fire, get out of there. Already have the place already evacuated, or just have the things in place to evacuate quickly. I don't know. It doesn't take that much to do these things if they're really trying to just take the property. You did say something about diversions. And this goes back to repackaging the fear. So you said about the virgins, but we still dealing with that myth with the adrenochrome and the kids being missing. That's the same thing. So it's like, oh yeah, they're taking our kids. That's the same thing as saying, with the virgins and cutting people's heart out and all this just for sacrifices. I don't know, but yeah, I'm gonna get off the phone.
Yeah,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, these are all like, as I see it, template. These are like templates. And the template
Exactly.
fears, like you started out talking here about Cyclone Lee, and I look up Cyclone Lee, and I get an image from the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. That's NOAA. So NOAA is warning us of the storm because of our consumption of fossil fuels, our wickedness that's going to offend the God construct, which they now call Gaia. So this is a recycled fear of extreme weather, and then blaming yourselves for it because of your wickedness in some way. Repackaged, recycled, archaic Old Testament fear sold to us or given to us through, science. I think this is a key point to how they operate.
And so all right. So the thing about science, I'm not sure who was saying in the chat, and like you said, we're not against science, but the problem is the scientism, and these ideas that they give us that we can't prove one way or the other. And that's the basis of scientism, is giving us, like, the grandest one of all, the moon landing. No one's ever, you can't really prove if they did or didn't, because you can't go up there. The average person can't. And now, of course, it's too expensive to send men, even though we did it how many times. It's just ridiculous. And so this is what the scientism is built on, is these scientific, quote unquote, scientific facts that no one can prove. We know we boil water, and, there's certain things that we can do at the land level that benefits us from science, quote unquote, if you want to call it that. But I just feel like science in general, that now that it's an institution, it doesn't benefit us. They don't let any new ideas in. They ostracize you if you challenge them. They might even, humiliate you to the point where you may want to kill yourself. Because some people that were out and they're gone, whether they, changed identities or really off themselves or just, off the stage, I don't know. But we see how they act, and we know how, we know what happens. So.
Yeah, absolutely. They basically hijacked the word science, and they've used it for their own ideology, and they've turned science, or the religion of, I don't know what you want to call this older religious concept, but they've dressed it up with science, and people are now mistaking being scientific for trusting the guy in the white robe, which is not the same thing at all.
Well, we know that the science, before, the priests were the scientists, and that's really hasn't changed. We know that the telescopes in the Vatican, it's just really just them gatekeeping information that we don't, that we're not privy to. Whether it's, like you said about an eclipse happening, or we know eclipse going to happen in 2 weeks, so we get to set up this. Or if they know, I don't know. I'm just being circular now. But all right, man, good talk. I'll call in later.
Very good. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it very much. Have a great day.
All right.
All right. So on that last part, yeah, what he's referencing, like for example, with the religion and science being one and the same at one point, where it emerged from, we're talking about monopolizing the interpretation of reality. Their monopoly, their world view monopoly, which is why I refer to this thing as monolithic. And I think the symbol of the monolith introduced through Kubrick's work is a reference to this. The screen, the movie screen, is that monolith. That is the actual meaning of that symbol. So if we're all processed through the same screen, we're all on the same sheet. The screen could be a Bible, anything that gives you a complete worldview. The screen is the new Bible, the black monolith, your iPhone. And once they finish the censorship, once they finish curating it, it'll be perfect. That's what we're witnessing and living through right now. I often reference Elon Musk in this context when he turned Twitter to X, or Disease X as I call it. The X is the cross. It's the glowing cross that inspired Constantine to unify the empire and consolidate the Bible. We're living through a repeat, another bit of a recycled drama here, and it's happening because they want to monopolize worldview itself, and they do this through media. Going through some comments. Yeah, thanks, Dwayne. Great call. Rocky Shepard says the Bible is not a conspiracy. Well, one thing I don't believe that you can do with the Bible is dismiss it. And we have to look at it in its full context. In my view, it's relevant here because it's a template for the meta script, and the views in the Bible, the worldview, the various aspects of it that seem to serve the power elite have been rebranded. And one of my first clues that had me looking in this direction, and we are right about this, is the symbol of the obelisk in its old meaning, its newer meanings, and how it has been conflated with the rocket, the burning obelisk that travels to space. Space is the womb of Isis. It's the goddess. The earth is the god. It's based on the personification of the cycles of night and day. It's really that. It really comes down to time, the cycles of time. That's why Saturn figures so prominently in this story. Okay, let me catch up on comments. Clockwork113 says Baal, spelled B-A-A-L. Well, we're talking about NOAA, right? The National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration right here telling us about this cyclone coming. Well, you can have a real storm, but if you have everybody inside because they've been told, hey, the storm's going to be terrible, go in your house and watch the news for updates, they can exaggerate it. We have seen reporters leaning into the wind, and then someone in the background jogs by vertically, not even leaning. And you're like, okay, obviously these guys are acting to exaggerate the weather. I've often noted that CNN